Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Good morning. Have we got a week for you? Oh my gosh. You know, we had last night we had the American Race Tech 32 car shootout. That's where both the winner and the runner-up both win a dragster. It's just the winner gets first pick. Not sure which one he picked, but Timmy Markaglu won that. And then Robert Dimino Jr. from New Media, he runnered up. So they both got an amazing dragster chassis thing. Oh, they are so cool. Anyway, and Wednesday is today. Today is Wednesday, and we are having the FST 15K eliminations. They're out there now doing time runs. You can hear them in the background running, and so we're gearing up and ready for that. It's an amazing the weather. I mean, the Lord has given us some really great racing weather this week. All week it's supposed to be. So let's hope it holds to that. And just not too hot and overnight lows. So, and it doesn't look like the dew is a big factor here. So yeah, we should see some really great runs. As the sun goes down, you'll see them starting to break out. And so on. Thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing Motormania TV in to do this production and keep it free to you, the viewer. Okay, make sure that you thank them. Don't forget to like our YouTube channel, like our video today, and subscribe to our channel. You know, it's that way you get a notification each and every time we go live. Did you hear that? Each and every time. Who's that? Brett Kepner? Brett Kepner. Hey, I quoted Brett. Okay. We're supposed to have Nate Hershey and Brian Loans. How about that? Nate Hershey and Brian Loans. Now, Nate has been the voice of, or at least one of the voices of the Flings forever, I think. Yeah, he's from Vegas, and he does a fantastic job, and of course we all know Brian. So what a caliber of talent we have. Okay, I'm going to get out of your face. Y'all can watch these time runs play. Let me see, get these all ready, and we will see you later. I got to get another cup of coffee. That's why we were late.
So you can win. Engineering.com. or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Moser Engineering. True Start, a product of CompuLink, has been used at all Fling events since 2016 and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first. Get the right parts at the right price with same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The place for performance. Jegs. Next time you're in the market for a new 2 or 3-speed transmission, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines, and we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. At ATI, performance is our passion, and we make our passion your performance. How would you like champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With over 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit www.beyondoracing.com. Fuel Systems Technology is a manufacturer of cast and billet aluminum carburetors and accessories. We're headquartered in Riverside, California, and we would like to welcome you to the Fling. Quality innovation at affordable prices. FST. Visit fstcarb.com for all your carburetor needs. Rob's Automotive and Collision is a proud sponsor of the Fling events. Automotive repair, heavy-duty truck repair, trailer repair, and roadside assistance. Rob's Automotive and Collision. More than just towing. As a proud sponsor of the Fling events, Brodix gives away a set of heads at Vegas, Galitti, Columbus, and Bristol. Brodix is also the presenting sponsor of the Run for the 50,000 at Vegas. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years. Brodix utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry. When it is time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been
All right, attention in the pits. Door cars, orange number. Door cars with an orange number. To the stage and lanes for round number 1, dialed in, ready to go for FST Wednesday. All right, a little bit of track prep, and we'll be getting to roll right into round number 1 of FST Wednesday. Door cars, orange sticker. You have been called to the stage of lanes. Door cars with a blue run sticker, you are on standby for round number 1.
Racers with the best in-weather monitoring and ET prediction for over 30 years. Just ask any of our customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb, Luke Bagacki, and Jimmy DeFrank. From their handheld weather station,
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't-miss event, Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
We are proud to be out here, enjoying the weather, enjoying each other's company, and enjoying yet another stop on the Spring Fling, Fall Fling, and now Summer Fling Tour. And as most of you know, we recently lost Kyle. It's a big loss to the family. It's a big loss to all of our hearts, and it's something that hurts real bad.
Kyle is watching from up above, and we're going to make him proud today. You guys drive your best. With that said, I want to thank you racers from the bottom of my heart, and if Kyle was here, he'd say the same thing. We couldn't do it without you guys, and you guys look like you're having a great time, and that's what it's all about. But let's put our game faces on and turn on some win lights.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. And for Kyle Seipel, let's go racing.
Alltronics Inc. wishes all their customers good luck at this week's Fling event. With over 25 years of experience, Alltronics continues to develop innovative products for the racing industry. From weather stations to data recorders to lightweight lithium batteries, Alltronics has the right product to help you get to that final round. Visit alltronicsinc.com and let us help you get on the fast track to the winner's circle. Are you looking for a new chassis? Or maybe someone who understands what you need for your current race car? Check out Race Tech Race Cars and Components. Race Tech Race Cars. For winners only. Goodyear Tires is proud to introduce a series of tires designed specifically for sportsman racers. If you are looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to be a Fling champion, choose the tires that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear Tires. Strange Engineering has been the leader in drive-in suspension and brakes for over 50 years. From street cars to top fuel dragsters and everything in between, Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race. Race Strange. Since year one, Alta Lab Weather Instruments have been a supporter of the Fling series of events. At this year's event, Alta Lab will again be sponsoring the Best Dialer Award by giving away an Altacom 4X weather station to a racer who goes dead on with a zero. Reliability, accuracy, Alta Lab. Bob Jones has always been an innovator in the racing industry. A member of the PID Hall of Fame, Bob has always found ways to make his racing program elite. The Jones transmission pump has done this once again. Bob has spent hundreds of hours on R&D and on-track testing to bring you a quality transmission cooling system designed for the consistency needed to help you get to the winner's circle. Are you tired of missing your dial-in? Do you want to tighten up your race day packages? Crew Chief Pro can help. The leader in drag racing software, Crew Chief Pro offers the latest in ET prediction software to help you get dialed in. Visit crewchiefpro.com or see us at the races. CollectorTethers.com will strive to provide the best products and service to our customers at the lowest prices possible. We take great pride in our company, our commitment to customer service, and to the products we sell. We want to wish all our friends and fellow racers good luck at this week's Fling event. Help keep your race car in place when traveling by using Page Pro Products wheel chocks. Visit PageProProducts.com for dragster, junior dragster, or golf cart wheel chocks. Todd Barton Designs are the leaders in creating custom one-off designs for screen-printed t-shirts and custom crew uniforms. All products are 100% made in America. If you want to look good in the winner's circle, call Todd Barton Designs today. A Class A drag strip nestled in the hills of beautiful
All right, racers. Well, it's a beautiful day on FST Wednesday. We were about to kick things off. It's going to be racing for real here. It's FST 15,000 to win warm-up Wednesday. I'd like to, before we start, take a moment for a short invocation and national anthem. Lord, thanks for bringing all these racers together. It's a crazy world out there, and for us to be able to do what we love to do
As one big family here at Bristol Dragway, we are very fortunate and feel very blessed. Please protect the racers, staff, and everybody on the property, as it's a dangerous sport and we need you to look over us. Thank you for this beautiful day, this beautiful week. In Jesus' name, amen. Please remain standing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, Marco and I are going to carry you through round number one. We're basically we're the substitutes, Marco, and I'm okay with being called the substitutes. We're going to bring in our main guys later on tonight and tomorrow, but right now it's round one. It's FST Wednesday. Best of luck, drivers. Let's put on a good show. Turn on the win light. Make your family happy. Make yourself happy. If you happen to lose first round, buybacks are available today in the back of the timing tower by the Diva desk. We're going to start things off. Heads up. 6:53 on both sides of the racetrack are the dials Annette Defs and Brian Griffin. Little 71 Vega, assuming it's a small block, from Trenton, Tennessee. And Annette's from St. Bernard, Louisiana. Marco, assuming both cars are a small block, what's your guess?
I would agree.
So officially kicking things off at the Red Torque Fall Fling presented by Optima. Tree drops.
Turns it red. Annette is 006 and 11th thou above to be 17 total. Brian coasting down the track. How about that? First pair of the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima is underway.
Nice lap right there to start things off. A 17 pack for Annette, and Brian Griffith just does the walk of shame down there after your red lights, just kind of coast down. And hey, if you say any curse words in your car or out of your car and you want to donate to the swear jar, we have a swear jar at the Fling Diva desk behind the tower. All the proceeds going to Races for Christ. Races for Christ. So, I mean, I'm not telling you to curse, but you're going to anyway. So if you want to confess, so to speak, bring some money up to the swear jar. It will go to a good cause. Racers for Christ. Matt Daddis and Mike McDonough.
The start, both identical. 009. Win light going to Matt Daddis. 009 take 003 to be 12 thou above. Mike McDonough goes 15 thou above. Matt Daddis, margin of victory by just 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, Matt doing what Matt does right off the bat. He's tough. Shane Thompson. Looks like he might be lined up a little bit to the left. Let's see if it cleans up as he leaves, Marco. 503, that's a quick dial, and Tim Johnson, 567. Moves a little toward the center line, brings it back in the middle, but he turns on the red light. Ouch, that's going to be a swear draw moment. He's 004 red, Tim Johnson is 071. Dead on for Tim, but Shane is going to have to buy back into the program. And Shane, while you're back there, when you see the time slip, if you do curse, put a few bucks in the swear jar. Don't try and do it, Marco. Only JJ can do it. Leon Robinson, right side. Trip McCarty. JJ. I'm going to get JJ to tune in and going to have to call him or something. I want to hear him say Neon Leon like he does.
Absolutely. Nobody can duplicate that. As Leon and Trip McCarty are separated by 3 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Leon. 20 take 12 to be 16 thou above. Trip 17 on the tree and goes 31 thou above. Marshall Daniels. This is probably the slowest car on property, styled at an 850 in the left lane. Right side, Ken Clark in the S10, 658.
And it wouldn't surprise me, Marco, if Marshall is foot braking. Let's check it out. See if the suspension loads up in that little 75 Ventura. Hard to tell. Might have been foot braking right there. I think he was.
If thou separate him in reaction time. Win light. How about Marshall on a double breakout? 12 on the tree and 12 thou under. Ken Clark goes 650 on a 658, getting their first 63 thou. Marshall moving on.
You saw the Ventura on the left side. Marshall was actually on and off the brakes a little bit down there. Knew he couldn't get there. And just said, the heck with it. Dropped the anchor and won on a double breakout.
Griffith and Scott Tate. Garrett 649 on the left side. Scott 556. I'll separate them. Both are 00. Win light going to Scott Tate. 006 take 003 to be dead on 9, 15 total. Garrett Griffith, after being 008 and running 650 on 649, 99 miles an hour. He may have gotten behind 3 thou. Either way, that was a close race.
That was a darn good drag race. How about Tate was 005 in his time shot, picked up the Performary Eclipse weather station, comes back, adds a thou, and goes 006. Well, I don't know if he added a thou, but sounds good.
And Steve Luis. Scott Sanders, 34 on the tree, get their first 5 thou to go 16 thou above the 569 dial. Steve was 12 on the tree and goes 43 thou above. Scott Sanders moving on. Kessler. Kurt, 625 in the Chevette. Jeremy, 550 on the right side in the Thunderbird. Jeremy turns it red by just 1,000th of a second. Kurt was 006 and goes 622 on the 625. Kurt Harrington moving on. Jeremy York, left side, 560 dial in the House Mouse. chop top pickup. Right side, Frankie Denton Jr. 539 in the 69 Nova. Red 3 thou. Frankie was 23 and goes 23 thou above. Jeremy goes 561 on the 560, but after turning it 3 thou red, Frankie Denton Jr. moving on. Side 629 dial in the square nose S10. Right side, Glenn Ferguson in the Ford 631.
And racers, this is what we need right now. TikTok Taylor, that's our TikTok Fling representative, we'll call her. She's out there on the starting line. It's Glenn Ferguson and Mike Narrett. It's going to be a close one, Marco. Left side, Mike Narrett picks up the win by 8 thou. Both drivers over the dial. Narrett's over by 400s. Ferguson is over by 500s. Margin of victory, just 8 thou. So TikTok Taylor is out there, and she's looking to do a TikTok Wheelie Wednesday. So let's loosen up those struts, let's loosen up those shocks, and let's let it ride.
We got two square nose S10s staging up here. Doug Foley Jr. 605 on the left side. Steve Helton right side 641. A little bit of wheels up for the two as they're separated by 24 thou in reaction time. But the win light by 0008 goes to Steve Helton. Steve was 28, dead on 5, 33 total. Doug Foley was 004. I think he just may have barely, and I mean barely, probably, I'm going to say only a couple inches he got behind. I mean, 8/10,000ths of a second.
Marco, I'll put it in my terminology. He had him on the ropes, but he screwed up the finish line by an inch. That's the way I'm going to call that one. And he can buy back. He can hit the square jaw, whatever he'd like to do. Wayne DeSantis and Glenn McLean. DeSantis with a significant 400 reaction time advantage turns on the win light, 2 above the dial. Glenn McCain, 068, 612 on a 611. Not going to do it. How about Gary Williams and Jeff Verdi? It's $1 Million Men on a starting line. Times about 5. I think Gary's got 3 and Jeff's got 2.
Pretty sure you're right. Both of them could be known as $2+ million men.
What do you think, Motor Mania? $5 million big checks on a starting line right here, right now. Who's going to take it?
By 12 thou in reaction time, win light going to Verdi. 21, take 4 thou at the stripe to be dead on 4. G-Dub was 009 and goes 586 on the 584 to be 4 thou behind.
Yeah, I don't believe Verdi took the 4 thou. I mean, he got that 4 thou, but he's looking like he's flat out. 598 at 115. Williams, 009 and just misjudged the nose of the Firebird by a little bit, but sounds like G-Dub found his tree back, and he'll buy back, and I'm sure he'll be somewhat to contend with the rest of the day here.
Joe Gary and Funny Car Chris Northup. Joe in the Camaro, 548. Chris in the Cambird, the 661. Camaro front end, Firebird back end. Chris turns it red, 7 thou. Joe Gary is 16 on the tree and goes 549 on the 548. Chris was dead on 9. After turning it red, Joe Gary will be moving on. Mania TV. Hello from Brazil. Thank you to everybody tuning in on Motor Mania. 828 watching right now as Wes Weaver and Lance Farr square up. 2,000 separate them. Wind light going to Wes Weaver. 31 on the tree and 41 thou above is going to get it done. Lance was 29 and 8 thou under. He needed to take 43 thou or less to turn on the wind light. In the Roadster, left side 612 dial, right side in the Chevelle 566. 18 thou separate him in reaction time. Wind light going to the Chevelle in the right lane. 008 get their first 28 thou to be 31 thou above the 566. Billy 26 on the tree and goes 616 on the 612. And Vega John, Scott 653 on the left side. Vega John on the right side turns at 5 thou red. Scott is 13 and dead on 5, 18 total. Gonna move on. Buybacks are available for round one losers at the Diva Desk. $150 gets you into the re-entry round with a chance to get back in the show. And Kevin Pollard. Kevin Pollard, he's got an N on his window, so I believe he is foot braking that Love truck. Hard launch by the Love truck. One of them is near perfect and is going to turn on the wind light, foot braking it. Kevin Pollard, 001, get their first 23 thou to go, 23 thou above. Brian was 32 and 15 thou above. Kevin Pollard, moving on. Rick Whitaker, 607 dial for Scotty on the left side, 575 for Rick. True start affair. Lesser of the two reds will be Scotty Richardson. Scotty was 5 thou red, dead on 0. Rick was 21 on the red side. Scotty Richardson, 5 thou from a perfect run. Gonna move on. Left side in the Monza, 620 dial. Norman Bond in the Monte Carlo, 613. Thou red. Norman was 32 on the tree and goes dead on 9. Gonna get it done. Brian Tolson. Jerry dialed 677 in the Mustang on the left side. Brian, 624 dial in the Nova. Jerry turns it red. Brian goes 626 on the 624. Gonna move on.
All right, attention. Drivers have some packages up here, actually at the Diva Desk. Wade White, Shane Thompson, Michael Valley, and Curtis Zinzaletta. These following drivers have packages, deliveries, waiting for them at the Diva Desk. Wade White, Shane Thompson, Curtis Zinzaletta, and Michael Valley. Chris Hodge and Tommy Zimmerman, one of my favorite cars right here, right now in the right lane. That 68 beautiful Camaro of Tommy is gonna have some work to do up top. Chris Hodge has him dominated, and Chris Hodge wins it on a hole shot. 21 on the tree, 3 above. Tommy was dead on, but late at the start, Chris Hodge moves on. Tommy's going to have to buy back. Kenneth Street and Odell Davidson. Odell's a local. 82 Camaro, 670. The beautiful. I don't know what color blue that is over there, Marco, but I like it. That Kenneth Street's S10.
I want to say that's like a... I'm going to call that a Viper blue. Odell turns it red, 13 thou. Kenneth is 003. I'm going to go 43 thou above. Kenneth Street, moving on. Sperry and Sandy Ballou. Howard, 564 dial in the Nova on the left side. Sandy, 552 in the T-Bird. Separate him. Win light. Going to Sandy. 009. Take 12 thou at the stripe to be 13 thou above. Howard was 19 on the tree and goes 15 thou above the 564. Sandy Ballou. Moving on.
Spencer Massey, Buddy Fleener. Fleener has been locked into a 552, 553 all day yesterday. He's got on a 52. Massey, former top fuel pilot, and his 71 Nova is going to get about a 1 second head start.
Turns it red, 15 thou. Spencer Massey is 006 and 19 thou under. Going to turn on the wind light. Labuse Sr., Johnny Labuse Sr. in the left lane, 608 dial. Right side, Billy Hill at a 653. Separate him in reaction time. Win light going to Johnny Labuse Sr. 10 on the tree. Take a thou at the stripe to go 2 above. Billy Hill was 27, dead on 4. Johnny Labuse Sr.
Big day for Johnny Labuse today. It's his birthday.
Happy birthday, Johnny.
Wouldn't it be special if he ends up in the winner's circle on his birthday? That would be awesome.
That was a good start.
Absolutely. 10, take a thou. He's probably got more laps down the racetrack than anybody here.
And Chuck Miner separated by 6 thou. Alan Bird is 13, take 4 thou at the stripe to go 672 on the 669. Chuck Miner was 19 and also 3 above. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second going to Alan Bird. And Johnny Labuse Jr. Joey, 646 in the S10. Johnny, 523 in the Corvette Roadster. Johnny won an NHRA World Championship in this Corvette Roadster, as well as the gentleman sitting next to me won the World Championship 2011 in this same car. Johnny Labuse, 19 on the tree, takes 17th out at the stripes, gonna get it done.
I'm just gonna point this out. Johnny Labuse ran 2 pairs behind his father in the opposite lane. Johnny, you don't want to race your father on his birthday, buddy. We got to pay more attention out there. Because there's no way you're going to beat your father on his birthday. Mitchell McKinney and Rod Todd Ewing, They call him Bones. He's got a quick Vega 564. Mitchell McKinney, the beautiful. Nice stance on that 69 Camaro.
You called, okay. I'll call door car blue. Door cars with a blue number to the lanes for round 1. Therefore, all door cars have now been called for round 1. Thou separate the two in reaction time. How about a 9-pack for Mitchell McKinney? 002 dead on 7. Ewing was 30 and dead on 5. Mitchell McKinney used the advantage in reaction time to turn on the wind light. Josh Decker and Troy Henry. Josh, 625 in the Camaro. Troy, 510 in the Corvette Roadster. Wind light going to Troy Henry. 27, take 10 thou at the stripe to be 18 thou above. Josh Decker behind on the start and goes 12 thou above. Troy Henry wins it on a little bit of a hole shot. Blaine Parrish and Tommy Plott. Blaine in the Camaro, 562 on the left side. Tommy, 543. First gen Camaro, and a first gen Mustang. As they're separated by 5 thou in reaction time. Wind light going to Blaine Parrish. 16 on the tree, gets behind, goes 13 thou above. Tommy Plott was 11, take 20 to be 2 thou under. Needed to take 18 thou or less at the stripe if he wanted to turn on that wind light. That was a close race. Rob and Junior Hodges. Rob, 551 in the 80 Corvette. Junior, 553 in the pickup. Has a 300th advantage on the starting line, but is not going to turn on the wind light. Junior Hodges slowed down a little bit, goes 578 on the 553. So Rob is going to turn on the wind light. Behind at the start, and 561 on the 551 is going to get it done.
Good matchup here. Dan Fletcher and Mike Ely. Fletcher puts his arm on his armrest there, looks over his shoulder and turns on. The wind light goes one above. Wow. Mike Ely's gonna have to hit this swear jar. That might even be a $10 donation right there. He's 005. Had Fletcher drilled on a tree. Fletcher drops him, goes one above. Ely takes a lot of stripe down there to go 4 thou under. We have a parts call, a racer in need, Jerry Lone. Big Chief Jerry Lone needs an electric shift solenoid. He's parked somewhere by the restrooms down there. The Firebird, Big Chief Jerry Lone needs an electric shift solenoid.
And Eddie Deering, Trey Sasser, 009, and goes 19 thou above. Eddie was 21 and goes 570 on the 561. Troy Williams Jr. and T.G. Pascal. T-Rock turns it 2 thou red. T.G. is 12 on the tree and 1 thou under, putting down a good lap.
Josh Lukey driving Steve Law's 72 Nova, and Kip Roten. Little Vega on the right side. You know, Marco, back in my day when I was a youngster watching on the stands, those Vegas were aplenty in the super gas fields. Light cars, they make good bracket cars. Put a small block on it on alcohol, go 570s, just like Kevin Rodden and Triplet do. Right there, the Vega's going to have to buy back. Lutke 016 takes a comfortable 28 stripe to go an easy 5 above and turn on the win light.
Caroline and Trevor here.
Great to see Caroline here. That's the Galitti MVP. And let me tell you something. That girl earned every bit of it. She's a sweetheart of a girl. She comes from a great family, and she drives the heck out of that Rambler wagon. And Robert Davies. Wagon wheels up. That will make a Wheelie Wednesday TikTok video right there. But cannot run a number. Davies 007, 3 above. On the brakes a little bit as Caroline was 13. Looks like she dropped 618 at 104. Probably killed about 6 miles an hour. Made the wrong move. It's going to have to buy back.
This and Allison Eads. Shannon 614 dial on the left side. Allison 731. 22 foul, separate him in reaction time. Win light going to Shannon Justice. 11 on the tree and goes 5 above the 614. Gonna turn on the win light.
All door cars have been called for round number 1. Blue number, orange number, all door cars have been called for round number 1. Travis Colangelo, that's Mr. American Race Cars, and Tim West. Colangelo in a little shoebox Nova, looking over his shoulder. West is closing in, not going to get him. Travis 023 above, 2 above was good enough. Tim West missed the tree, was 050. And that was the end of that. Here's the Big Chief. He's going to have to hand shift it, I guess, because he's looking for an electric solenoid. So let's see how good of a job Big Chief does trucking down the 8th mile. Hand shifting. Big Chief's looking, when he gets back to the pits, if anybody has an electric shift solenoid, Big Chief needs one. Jerry Lone and Tim Hagler. Jerry Lone, that's a pure Pontiac. Marco, you don't see too many pure Pontiacs these days in bracket racing.
What do you mean by pure Pontiac?
A Pontiac motor. Pure Pontiac motor, like all Pontiac parts.
Gotcha.
Like no Oldsmobile, Chevy mix, whatever. No hybrids. Pure Pontiac.
They're separated by 10 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Tim Hagler. 009 take 002 to go 24 thou above.
I think the Big Chief just missed a shift by a skosh, went 596 on a 595. All right, Trevor Denton and Carson Brown. These two drivers have met a time or two. Carson Brown has been ripping it up at the Big Buck bracket racing this weekend, this year. He's a youngster. He's a great kid. Comes from a great family. Right here in Blounteville, Tennessee. He's going to give a 1/100th of a second handicap to the Grand Dam of Denton.
Drivers are 10 on the tree. Carson Brown going to turn on the win light. 10, take 8 thou at the stripe to go 650 on the 648. Trevor goes 651 on the 649. It was a good race by a couple of locals. And Scott Albrecht. Garrett 607 in the Malibu on the left side. Scott driving Danny Northrup's Vega, 596. They're separated by 8 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Albrecht. 004, take 10th out the stripe to be dead on 9. That's 13 total. Garrett, not a bad lap, 12 on the tree and 11 thou above. Chris Galitti and Lonnie Plyler. Chris, 548 in the tube chassis Chevy 2. Lonnie, 595 in the first gen Camaro. Turns it red for thou. Lonnie is 007 and 7 thou under. Moving on. And Troy Akers. Dylan, 674 in the Buick Regal. Troy, 550 in the first gen Camaro. Advantage on the starting line is going to turn into a win light. Dylan Lee, 33 on the tree and 679 on the 674. Going to get it done. Troy behind on the starting line goes 554 on the 550. How about this? Over 1,000 people tuning in to Motor Mania TV. We thank Jegs and Mickey Thompson for sponsoring the live Motor Mania live TV this weekend. Turns it red, 1 thou. Jordan Arnold, 27 and goes 703 on the 7 flat dial. Moving on. Tilgman and Hugh Meeks. Richard, 615 dial on the left side. Hugh, 539 in the C7 Roadster. Hugh is 008. Goes 14 thou above. Gonna get it done. Going to turn on the wind light, 29 on the tree and goes 691 on the 687. Curtis goes 665 on the 659. Ivy Brannon moving on. Adam Bullia and Amanda Manuel. Adam, 596 dial in the Maverick on the left side. Amanda, 641 in the all blacked out round nose S10. Thou separate him in reaction time. Win light going to Amanda Manuel. 006, take 005 to go 643 on the 641. Adam was 19 and 16 thou above the 596 dial. Mac and Matt Daddis. EJ, 614 in the S10. Matt, 632 in the Starfire. A 5-pack for Matt Daddis. 005 dead on 0. EJ was 004, taking 25 thou at the stripe to break out by 24 thou. Matt Daddis, good start to the weekend. Larry Pittenger, all the way from Williams, Arizona on the left side, 661. Colby Fuller out of Georgia, 582 on the right. Larry turns it 10 thou red. Colby Fuller was 005, runs it down to be a little bit under. Colby Fuller, moving on. And Robert Heinman. John, 569 on the left side. Robert, 587. 9 thou, separate them in reaction time. Win light going to Robert Heinman. 15 and 19 thou above. John Plott was 006, but goes 574 on the 569. Robert Heinman moving on. Of you tuning in on Motor Mania TV, it is a beautiful day here at Bristol Dragway. We are in round number 1 of FST Wednesday at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. These two. Win light gonna go to the Roadster on the left side. 15 on the tree and goes 2 above. John Scott on the right side was 18 and goes 4 above the 630 dial. So the Roadster in the left lane, not on file yet, moving on. We got Ron the Hammer Nichols tuning in on Motor Mania TV, waiting in line at the Division 7 bracket finals. Good luck this weekend. And any of you that are racing, whether it's here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima or anywhere else, good luck to all of you. Don Cox and Mark Price. Mark turns it red 1 thou. Don is going to turn on the win light, goes 004 on the tree, and 537 on the 535. Got a couple of Novas going at it. Left side not on file, 593 dial. Right side, Sean Serra just took home 100K in that beautiful all blacked out 67 Nova. Sean's gonna dial to 547. Sean turns it red, 4 thou, and goes dead on 1. Ouch. That's close. Meanwhile, left side was 003 and goes 596 on the 593. Both drivers getting after it. Speaking of getting after it, we're moving right along through round number 1. Got a good pace going so far throughout time run, the one time run that everybody got. Junior Houston turns it red, 2 thou. Robert Major is 10 total, 005 dead on 5. You know, when you're 002 red and the other guy's 10 total, you really don't feel so bad. McKinney and Lewis Trenham. Lucas 650 in the S10 on the left side. Lewis 539 in the 67 Nova. About a 300ths advantage and is going to turn on the wind light. Lewis 19 dead on 5. Lucas McKinney a little behind on the start and goes 3 above the 650 dial. Noah Lewis and Clayton Roberts. Noah 611 on the left side. Clayton 520 in the T-Bird. Separate them. Wind light going to Clayton Roberts. 10 on the tree, take 9th out the stripe to go 3 above the 520 dial. Noah was 009 and 4 above the 611 dial. Clayton Roberts moving on. And Jason Thompson. Michael 558 in the Roots Blown Camaro Roadster. Jason Thompson 673 in the square nose pickup. Separate him in reaction time. Wind light to Jason Thompson. 11 on the tree and goes 4 above the 673 dial. Michael behind on the start and goes 564 on the 558. Jason Thompson moving on. Rusty Blackford Jr. and Michelle Strunk. Rusty 605 on the left side. Michelle 691 on the right. Separate him in reaction time. Wind light going to Rusty. 003 and goes 610 on the 605. Michelle goes 699 on the 691. Rusty Blackford Jr. moving on.
Chad Axford, the Las Vegas to Kentucky transplant, 573 in a Nova Austin Ollinger, right here from Churchill Tennessee in a big cooter, and he's 8 on a tree, and he's 8 behind. Turns on the wind light. Axford. It's going to be a swear jar moment right there for Chad. He's 000, goes 6 above. He's about a fender behind at the stripe. Ollinger was 008. Dialed it in, that cooter in a 659, won a 661 for the win. Todd Barton and Robert Hetzler. Barton, that beautiful. I mean, that should be up in the museum somewhere. 55 Bel Air. He's a painter. He moved from California to Tennessee. He does our t-shirts. Speaking of which, the apparel, the official event apparel, if you're looking for it, it's under the apparel tent, the Fling apparel tent by the big tent over here by the starting line. This one's anybody's race. Barton's on and off the paddle stop, trying to catch the Mustang. Does it. 20 on a tree, dead 4 for the 55 Bel Air of Barton. Turns on his wind light. Robert Hetzler is 027 and could not cover the number. 650 on a 646. Pair of pickup trucks here. A little bit of a different style in the right lane. 1989 Ranger of Ed Day, 608. And Felix Hutchinson. Hutchinson looks over his shoulder, takes the win. 007, take 004, that will work. Day was 015 on a tree off the bottom, by the way. Goes 3 above the dial, but just a few thou behind the stripe. Pretty sure, yeah. Felix 583, 114, he worked at 004. Speaking of which, the Fling Fun Zone is going to start tomorrow. If you have kids here, make sure they come over to the Fun Zone starting tomorrow. It's going to be here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We're going to have a big bounce house and a big obstacle course, thanks to Raider Campbell and his moving company who helped put that together. And we had it at Ohio. Ohio was hot. We had some water slides, and give the kids something to do while we race. Dustin Works from Idaho. Has the reaction time advantage, but cannot close the deal. Little Camaro over there in the left lane is 021 dead 5. He'll move on to round 2. Dustin Wirtz is going to have to buy back. Buybacks are available. Back of the timing tower, Fling Diva desk. Here is Stace Schroeder and Tim Quinton. Tim Quinton won the best appearing car at the Spring Fling Galitti. And if you're looking at that Quinton Brothers 71 Cuda from afar, it does not do it justice. You have to take a closer look. Beautiful. Both drivers hammered the tree. 004 to 006. Give the win light. How about a 9-pack for Stace Schroeder? I tell you, the Schroeders and the Tates, they must have ate their Wheaties this morning. They are killing it. Tim Quinton. 004 on a tree, but breaks out trying to get there. Gets there. 21 thou. Basically had him by a fender. Needed to cut that in 3. William Daniels rocking in the car a little bit there. Guess that's part of his pre-race routine. Running against the Camaro we do not have on file quite yet. I might be, I know who that is. Let's see if he does a wheelie. Yep. I'll get it in a minute. That's, I think it starts with a T. I'll get it. Guffey, maybe? Tracy Guffey. Dead on donut 004 red for who I think is driving Guffey. Swear jaw moment because Daniels was hit the tree nice with a 16 off the bottom, but goes 6 above the dial. All door cars should be in the staging lanes for round number 1. Dragsters with an orange number, you are on standby. Wade White. And the high gear only Nova of probably Catfish. Not too many people go high gear in the Nova like that. Ouch. White was 001. Broke out by 5 thou. Catfish fed him some stripe down there. 016, one above. To turn on the wind light. Racers, just a little reminder. Dial-ins must be on the left side of the car, please. Clearly legible on the left side of the car. If you have a dial-in board, make sure it's facing Sally, our computer operator, or JJ. They need to be facing the tower. Joshua Kessler and Shannon Waycaster. I like those 95 Cutlass cars. Nice wheelbase. They make a good bracket car. That's like Warren Johnson Pro Stock 1995 right there, Marco. But Shannon's going to pick up the win. 002 663 on our 662 dial-in. Joshua was 015 at the start. 2 above the stripe. Added all up. 22 thou behind. What's up, Motormania? I love you too, Ben. A lot of love out there on Motormania. What's the mile an hour on a Bel Air? I don't know. I'll have to check back with you on that one. Jeff Verdi, the $1 Million Man. And Jeremy Popple. These guys are going after it. A lot of zeros up here on the screen. This time, Popple marches on. 009, 535 for the win. Verdi was 006. Could not get there. Dropped a little bit, but 5 above. All right, attention to pits. Dragsters with an orange run sticker. We'll take you to the stage lanes now, please. Dragsters with an orange run sticker to the stage lanes now, please. And when I say orange run sticker, that is the outline of your car number, of your Fling car number. Chuck Wishart and Chuck on the left side, who we do not have a name yet. Chuck will pick up the win. 69 Camaro moves on. Dead on the dial. 022 at the start was good enough as the left side of the racetrack. Missed it with an 057. Got there second, as Alan Reinhardt would say, strike 3. David Holloway, and I believe that's Cadle. I think that's Mike Crick's former car, and that's his son-in-law. Heavy Hearts racing here right now, but Mike Crick passed recently. Newborn son. He's going to try to make something special happen here on the mountain. Pair of very good reaction times. 008 to a 10. That was a good drag race. 008 for Crick. And I'm going to say he took 009 because he did. He's 558 dead on, but got there first by 009. 118 miles per hour. Holloway was 10 on a tree, went 1 above, left Crick just a little bit too much room, and Bethany walks off after her husband turns on the wind light there. Zach Helton and Chuck Sanders.
I did. Just let me know when you want.
Yeah. I like the emotion out there as Helton turns on the wind light. It's only round 1 on Wednesday, and we're watching these racers' emotions just come to life. One thing might be one of my favorite things at the Fling. Or at any bracket race for that matter. Big Vin in the door car. Vinny Domino and Clifford Davidson. Vinny turns on the red light big time. Not sure if he met the bulb or what, but he was 58 red. Clifford Davidson would have been a tough out. 008, 536.3 on a 535. Dragster's orange run sticker. We'll take it to the stage lanes now, please. And Howard Westbury. Westbury moves over to the center line and does not turn the wind light on. That's a swear job moment. Wainwright might have fed him a little bit down there. Westbury's 004. Wainwright was 032. Westbury had some room, took 51 to go 5 thou under. A little bit of help from Wainwright over there as he hopped on the brake pedal. James Narrett and James Hinkle. Little Goodlettsville, Tennessee, Danville, Kentucky matchup here. I agree, Motor Maniacs, you do have great seats. This time Narrod's going to drop it 5 thou red, and Hinkle will move on to round number 2. 011 on a tree, 561, 122 on a 558 dial-in. Going to bring up John Corbin in the Firebird and Tracy Sons in the 87 Dakota pickup truck. I'm a little partial to Firebirds, watching my father grow up. While I was growing up, watching my father racing a 68 and a 69 Firebird throughout my childhood. And the Firebird will turn on the wind light. 003, 6 flat is the dial-in, and 597 is the ET 27 thou under. Pretty good spot to be. Maybe he'll leave that 6 flat dialing on for the heat of the day later. Well, when I say heat of the day, I think it's going to be a high of about 78. But nevertheless, turns on the wind light. Suns goes red and dead on, and definitely a candidate for a swear jaw moment right there. Gonna have a hard time with this last name, so bear with me. Steve Lewisis from Oakville, West Virginia. And the big Chevelle in the left lane. Chevelle coming on and off the stop, but turns on the red light. Either he left in high gear. I think he might have just left in high gear because he left 465 red. Pretty sure the trans brake didn't work. When he hit the throttle, it just took off. As Steve will pick up the win. How about Steve? 000. And we'll turn on the wind light. Neon Leon, 008 on the red side. Robert Narod is going to pick up the win. Couldn't run a number, 653 on a 621 dial-in, but when your opponent's red, your win light is on. Only way you could lose if your opponent goes red is if you hit the wall or cross the center line, and we do not want to see that. Right, so it looks like we got one last door car. We'll mix him in with the first dragster as we merge into the dragster side.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags. Nobody knows drag racing like Mickey Thompson tires. The Pro Bracket Radial. Low rolling resistance makes them quicker and faster than their bias ply equivalents.
With the Pro Bracket Radials, we haven't had to change any suspension. We did 5 back-to-back runs, and we only saw 18 thousandths of a difference on the 60-foot. We've had tremendous success with the Pro Bracket Radials.
The Pro Bracket Radial. Be a part of the legend.
All right, dual car drags to match up here. Dylan Coggins has the reaction time advantage, turns on the win light. As Kenneth Street could not run a number. Ali Pettit and Sean Langdon. That is Top Fuel Sean Langdon. I believe that's his or maybe Bones' car. Langdon dials 461, Pettit 494. is 005. Hits his drop spot to go 464 at 145. Amy Tate and Ray Fordyce. We talked about Tate and the Schroeder starting off good this morning. Driving well. Her husband, Scott, picked up the Performera Eclipse weather station in a time run session. Tate's going to have to buy back as Fordyce is 008, 472 at 142 to pick up the win. Tim Spears has got a little bit of a lean to his wing right there. .514, pretty big head start for this dragster matchup. Noah Rambo, 452. The win light is on in Spears' lane. 008 reaction time, 515 is the ET on a 514 dial, and nice lap there for Tim. Noah was 006 on the red side, goes dead on one, and I think anytime you go red and dead on, you should hit the swear jar. Just saying. Jeff Serra and Zach Henry. If you're on Motor Mania or you're anywhere on a property and you have not heard of Jeff Serra, there's a problem. This guy has been absolutely killing it. He won and run it up at our Summer Fling $100,000 main event just a few weeks ago in Ohio. When he gets on, he gets on. He's got his own knack. I mean, he's holds some numbers and seems to make it happen at the finish line, regardless of if he's ahead or behind it on a tree. Jeff Serra starting his day off with a 000 reaction time. Didn't matter. Zach Henry was red, and again, red and dead on. Zach hit the swear jar, but Serra was 000, didn't show his cards, lifted at the 330, went 482 at 114. Micah Mann and Cody Witt. Win light left side, man. Runs a 480 at 137. To pick up the win. 2 above the dial, does a nice job at the stripe. Stephen Mccrory and Hayden Dial. Good matchup right here. Mccrory took, believe, one of the big checks recently, maybe at Bohannon's race. In control here. He'll be rocking a scoop. Turns on the wind light on a hole shot. Hayden Dial was 45. Mccrory made him pay. 007, 4 above, taking 12 thou. Hayden Dial missed the tree a little bit, went closer to the number, but was too far behind on the starting line to make it happen. What's up, Motor Maniacs? Appreciate you guys tuning in. We are at 1,000 strong right now on a early Wednesday afternoon. You guys stay tuned all week. We have some good stuff coming. We have some real good stuff coming. Robert Benson, Jim Glenn, win light. Benson, 11. Good reaction time. 3 thou under his dial. Didn't matter. Jim Glenn was 005 and shut it down 480 at 127. So if you come all the way from Ridgefield, Washington, I'm sure he's going to buy back.
Peter, and before I get into the next pair, we have a parts call. Funny Car Chris needs a conventional headed Jezel rocker 1.7 ratio and also an 842 diameter 300 long lifter. He's parked by the bathrooms and concessions. Chris Bashan turns it 3 thou red. Jay Larson moving on. Jay goes 523 on the 525. And Jack Ostrowski, Michael, 463 dial on the left. Jack, 451 on the right. Michael is 16 on the tree and goes 17 thou above the 463 dial. Michael Valley moving on. And Robbie Martell. Dave, 466 on the left side. Robbie, 487 on the right. Thou red. Robbie is 10 on the tree and 17 thou above. Robbie Martell moving on. For a matchup of Shane's. Shane Maddox on the left side, 454 dial. Right side, Sugar Shane. Shane Carr, 448 dial. thou red. Shane Carr, 009, and coast to 469 on the 448. Shane Maddox, how about 3 thou red, dead on 3? That was a close one. Shane Carr, moving on. Left side, 476 dial. Right side, Steve Marinchek, 494. Fight going to Steve, 15, dead on 8. Tevin was 27 and goes 481 on the 476. Steve Marinchek, moving on. And Chris Galitti. Michael, 5 flat dial on the left side. 457 on the right for Chris. Freedom in reaction time. Wind light to Galitti on a double breakout. 17 on the tree. Breaks out 7th thou. Michael Williams was 10, take 19 to break out by 19 thou. And Scott Albrecht. Noah, 488 on the left side. Scott, 464 on the right. Just thinking about races being on the mic in the past, this race has a really good flow to it. These drivers are wasting no time getting them in stage, and they are off. 16 thou separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to win on a double breakout. Noah Lewis was perfect and 6 thou under for the win. Scott Albrecht is 16, take 1 thou at the stripe to be further under on the double breakout. Rick Johnson and Corey Galitti. Rick, 472 on the left side. Corey, 458 on the right. Father Chris just lit up the wind light several pairs ago. Rick Johnson is going to move on. 10 on the tree and 18 thou above. Chris Johnson and Butch Booker. Chris, 485 on the left side. Butch, 489 on the right. Chris was 19 on the tree and 17 thou above the 485 dial. Chris Johnson moving on. Alton and Shane Thompson. Jansen, 418 dial. The blown top dragster. Shane, 462 on the right. reaction time, Jansen Melton, 008, take 004 to go 422 on the 418, turning on the wind light. Shane Thompson, little behind on the start, goes 463 on the 462. Jansen Melton, moving on. And Steve Beanie. Parker, 473 on the left side. Steve, 498 on the right. Separate him. How about 002 take 001 to be dead on 6 for Parker Dotson. 8 total. Steve Beanie was 9 total. 004 dead on 5. Margin of victory 1/1000th of a second going to Parker Dotson. That, I would say, is the best race that I've seen today yet. Wow. Goyette and Tim Thomas. Mark, 486 on the left side. Tim, 473 on the right. Mark Goyette, 009 and goes 488 on the 486. Gonna move on. Frank Lacates and Josh Duggins. Frank, 463 on the left side. Josh, 450 on the right. Josh is 21 and 18 thou above the 450 dial. Gonna move on. Pretty good matchup. Jesse York and Johnny Ezel. Jesse, 481 dial on the left. Johnny Bracket Racer, dialed 466 on the right. Now separated these two, win light going to Jesse York. 005 and one above. 15 total. Johnny was 008 and 28 thou above. Jesse York moving on. Another monster matchup. Timmy Markaglu and Cameron Manuel. Timmy won the American Race Tech Shootout last night and chose the Race Tech Dragster. He's going to dial to 456. Cameron going to dial a 482 on the right. Timmy turns it red 5 thou. Cameron Manuel 15 and dead on 3, 18 total. Both drivers are dead on 3, being that Timmy was red. Cameron Manuel moving on. Robert Domino was the runner-up in the American Race Tech Shootout last night. The American was left over, still going home with a dragster. Right side, Shannon Justice. Shannon going to be dialed at a 479. Robert, 458 on the left. True start affair. Shannon Justice was lesser of the two reds. Now that's impressive. Even though both drivers are on the red side, Shannon Justice was 2 thou on the red side and goes dead on 1. That's 3 thou from a perfect run. Robert Domino was 7 thou on the red side and goes 10 thou above. Courtesy of True Start, Shannon Justice. Moving on. Nick Brisa. Thank you. And Frank Falter the fourth. Nick 477, Frank 455 as they're separated by 3 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Nick Brisa. 17, take 11 to be 12 thou above the 477. Frank was 14 and goes 457 on the 455. Nick, moving on. Drew Smith and Jason Sizemore. Drew, 515 on the left side. Jason, 541 on the right. Not very often you see two dragsters line up. Both drivers are dialed over 5 seconds to the 8th. Jason turns it red 15 thou. Drew Smith moving on, 004 on the tree, and goes 16 thou under the 515 dial. Drew Smith moving on. Carson Brown and Jason Lynch. Carson, 481 on the left side. Jason, 487 on the right. Six thou separated these two. Win light going to Jason Lynch. 13 take 11 to be 10 thou above the 487. Carson was 19 and 15 thou above. Jason Lynch moving on. Racers, your attention please. We will now take dragsters with a blue run sticker to the staging lanes. All dragsters have now been called to the staging lanes. Brent Martin and Jeremy Popple. Brent, 487 on the left side. Jeremy, 488 on the right. Jeremy turns it red, 6 thou. Brent Martin was 12 on the tree and goes 483 on the 487. Brent Martin moving on. Heather Boyko and Will Holloman. Heather, 477 on the left side. Will, 453 on the right. 7 thou separate them. Win light going to Heather Boyko. 20 dead on 9. Will Holloman was 13 and goes 455 on the 453. Heather Boyko moving on. Tommy Cable turns it red, 9 thou. Chris Ferguson, let's just say he would have been behind on the starting line. He's only a thou under. Being that Tommy Cable was red, Chris Ferguson will move on. Rob Leipziger and Cody McDaniel. Rob 469 on the left side. Cody 466 on the right. 12 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Rob Leipziger. 16 and goes dead on 2. 18 total. Cody was 28, got behind, and goes 468 on the 466. Rob Leipziger, moving on. Carol Click and Jamie Holston. Carol, 457 on the left. Jamie, 464 on the right. Carroll going to move on, goes 458 on the 457. Josh Dykes and Derek Hubbard. Josh, 474 on the left. Derek, 455 on the right. Wanted to once again say hello to everyone tuning in on Motor Mania TV. Over 1,100 of you watching. Thank you. Derek Hubbard is perfect on the tree and goes 17 thou above. Derek Hubbard moving on. Lester Adkins and PJ Rains. Lester 468 on the left, PJ 467 on the right. Lester getting the head start by the smallest of dial-in margins by 1/100th of a second. Nate H says hello. I'm assuming that is Mr. Nathan Hershey, who will be here later this evening. Our professional announcer, as 5 thou separate these two. Win light going to PJ Rains. 14 and 11th thou above's going to get it done. Lester was 009, take 19 to be 3 thou under. Needed to take the stripe by 16 thou or less to turn on the wind light. Definitely looking forward to having Nate Hershey here. Driver not on file on the left. Johnny Labuse, 466 on the right. Thou separate him, wind light to Johnny Labuse. 14 take 15 to be 16 thou above. Kind of cool how those numbers worked out there. Nonetheless, Johnny Labuse moving on as left lane was dead on 7 but a little behind at the start. Jerry Brewer and Mike Damude. Jerry Brewer won the final day of the Spring Fling Gallot. Separate him in reaction time. Wind light going to Mike Damude. 12 takes 17 to be 17 thou above. Jerry Brewer was 22 and goes 24 thou above the 450 dial. Mike Damude moving on. Dylan Winters on the left, driver not on file on the right. Dylan, 487 on the left. Right side, 498. Separate him. Wind light on a double breakout going to Dylan Winters. 16 on the tree and 7 thou under. Right side, 23 on the tree. Breaks out going 494 on the 498. Zach Fulcher and Sherman Adcock. Zach, 492 on the left. Sherman, 471 on the right. Big time starting line advantage. Left lane's going to rock the scoop to a wind light. 007 get their first a lot to go 501 on the 492. Right side goes dead on 7, but was behind at the start. Nick Womack and Hugh Meeks. Nick, 465 on the left. Hugh, 455 on the right. Separate him. Wind light by a 1 thou going to Hugh Meeks. Hugh goes 457 on the 455. Nick goes 467 on the 465. The margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second going to Hugh Meeks. Chris Whitfield and Patrick Bowen. Chris was the runner-up at the Spring Fling Million earlier this year, 469 dial. Patrick Bowen, 546 on the right. Now, Patrick, although he is in a wheelchair, from what I have heard, that doesn't stop him from being out here driving his dragster, as these two are separated by 9 thou in reaction time. Win light by 0.02 of a second going to Patrick Bowen. 32 on the tree, dead on 7. Chris Whitfield was 23 on the tree and goes 470 on the 469. Patrick Bowen gonna wheel his way into round number 2. Steve Law and Steve Breeden. Steve Law, 477. Steve Breeden, 479. Separate them, win light. How about 003, take 003 to be dead on 5 for an 8-pack to Steve Law. Steve Breeden, not a bad lap, 13 on the tree and 2 thou under, but Steve Law will move on after being 8 total. Chris Schneider and James Hinkle. Chris, 487 on the left. James, 490 on the right. Separate them, win light on a double breakout to James Hinkle. 003, take 001 to break out 7 thou. Chris Schneider, 11 on the tree and goes 14 thou under. Margin of victory by 7 thou on the double breakout, going to James Hinkle. Chris Bashan and Dale West. Chris, 454 on the left. Dale, 477 on the right. Separate them, win light on another double breakout, going to Dale West. 25 on the tree and 3 thou under. Chris Bashan was 21 and breaks out 11 thou, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Jamie Sirocco and Josh Baker. Josh was the winner of the last day at the Summer Fling in Columbus, Ohio. Sirocco, 460. Josh at a 469, and it's going to turn it 9 thou red. Jamie Sirocco moving on. 25 on the tree and goes 455 on the 460. Josh was dead on 7 after turning it 9 thou red. Jamie Sirocco moving on. T.G. Pascal and Sean Fournier. Saw T.G. up here earlier, turned on the wind light in his door car, and now is up in a dragster. Motor Mania TV, what would you prefer to double? Would you rather drive a door car in a dragster, or 2 dragsters, or 2 door cars? Let's hear it. 1 thou separate these two. Sean Fournier gonna turn on the wind light. 004 and dead on 9, 13 total. TG was 005 and goes 462 on the 459. Definitely a lot of mixed opinions on what people would rather be driving at a race like the Fling. So let's hear your opinions. In general, door cars or dragsters? Joe Gary and Timothy Thomas. 453 for Joe, 478 for Timothy. Joe turns it 10 thou red. Timothy is 10 thou on the green side. Timothy Thomas moving on after being 10 on the tree and 17 thou above. Joe Gary was dead on 8 after turning it red. Alan Bird and Vance Houston. Alan, 476 on the left. Vance, 434 on the right. Separated. One of them is perfect and is not going to turn on the wind light. Alan Bird was 19, got their first 2 thou, and goes 477 on the 476 for the win. Vance, after being perfect on the tree, goes 437 on the 434. Well, a lot of mixed opinions on what you guys would prefer to double, but I would agree with what Ben said. He'd double anything if he meant he was at the spring fling or the fall fling. Or it's crazy. I'm so used to saying spring fling because that's what it originally started out as. Now we got a summer fling and a fall fling as well. A lot of drivers doubling this weekend. Meanwhile, Trevor Denton and Allison Lloyd, 1 thou separate them. They're 3 thou combined in reaction time. Trevor Denton is 002 and goes 499 on the 494 for the win. Allison Lloyd, after being 001 on the tree, got there first a little much and goes 492 on the 497. Both drivers drilled the tree, and as we're moving through round number 1 of FST Wednesday 15,000 to win at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima, these dragster drivers are starting to get after it. Greg Hicks and John Corbin. Greg, 479 out of North Las Vegas on the left. John Corbin out of Virginia, 451. Both drivers separated coast to coast. And they're only separated by 1 thou in reaction time. Win light to Corbin, 003, and goes 453 on the 451. Greg Hicks, 004, and goes 482 on the 479. Left side, driver not on file, 487 dial. Gary Minter on the right, 511 dial. Gary Minter turns it red for thou. Left side is 006. Goes 482 on the 487. Moving on. Shane Maddox and Chris Stein. This is a good matchup. Shane, all motor, dialed 454. Chris Stein, believe that is a Pro Charger car, dialed 423. To Chris Stein. 003, take 003 to go 425 on the 423. Shane Maddox was 007, goes 455 on the 454. Chris Stein, moving on. We got a parts call for Bradley Snowball. He needs a big block Chevrolet water pump with a -12 AN fitting. So if you have a big block Chevrolet water pump with a -12 AN fitting, Bradley Snowball could use one. Thank you. Shelby Rubel, 512 dial on the left. Bobby Inslee, 474 on the right. Both drivers taking their time to stage. Shelby is in. Now Bobby's in. They're separated by 21 thou in reaction time. Win light to Bobby Inslee. How about a 9-pack? 005 dead on 4, taking 16 thou. Shelby was 26 and a thou under. Bobby Inslee, moving on. Bucky Reedy and Corey Galitti. Bucky, 510 dial on the left side. Corey, 448 on the right. Corey and his father, Chris, part of Rad Torque Systems, one of the title sponsors for the Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. They're separated by 17,000 reaction time. Another 9-pack, this time to Bucky Reedy. 007, dead on 2, getting their first 20 thou. Corey was 24, dead on 5. Bucky Reedy, moving on. Donnie Quesenberry and Dawson Putman. Donnie, 482 on the left. Want to make sure I said their first names correctly. Donnie, 482 on the left. Dawson, 464 on the right. That almost got confusing. 4 thou separate them. Win light going to Donnie. 12 take 14 to be dead on 8. 20 total. Dawson was 16 and 18 thou above. Attention in the pits. If you're looking for your car keys, I have a set of Dodge car keys. It says on the key ring label, it's a 2019 Dodge, looks like a Caravan, that is blue. So if you're looking for the keys to a 2019 blue Dodge Caravan, I have them here in the tower. Dylan Coggins and Ryan Barnes. Dylan, 501 on the left. Ryan, 483 on the right. 11 thou separate them. Win light going to Ryan Barnes. 009 take 002 to win the double breakout by 9 thou. Dylan was 20 on the tree and goes 499 on the 501. Ryan was 8 thou under the 483. So Ryan Barnes will move on. Blaine Mayer and Tommy Norton. Blaine, 484 dial. Tommy, 468 on the right. Thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Blaine Mayer. 001 and goes 486 on the 484. Tommy behind on the start and goes 469 on the 468. Mopar Man, thank you to all sponsors, MotorMania TV, all the racers and their families, and great group of chat bleachers, ultimately making up another great live stream. Matt Reclitus and Ian Woods. Ian turns it red, 8 thou. Reclitus, 005 and 479 on the 476. Matt Reclitus, moving on. So for those of you here racing, or those of you tuning in to MotorMania TV, tell your friends and family that they can watch live on MotorManiaTV.com or MotorMania TV's YouTube channel. You'll find non-stop coverage of all the racing action. Join us in the live chat bleachers where you can interact with each other, the production crew, and occasionally the tower. Subscribe to MotorMania TV's YouTube channel as Robert Vogler III and Tracy Sons. Vogler 7 thou red. Tracy is 003. Gonna move on. But most importantly, thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for keeping this live feed at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries here at Bristol Dragway. It is free to the viewer. Vinny Domino and Darren Lotz. Vinny, 463 on the left side. Darren, 486 on the right. Darren turns it red, 5 thou. Vinny Domino is 16 and dead on 3. Darren Lotz, after being 5 thou red, was also dead on 3. Vinny Domino moving on. Josh Ludke and Johnny Ringo. John Ringette. Josh, 471 on the left. Johnny, 506 on the right. Win light to Josh Ludke. 009 gets behind and goes 15 thou above. Johnny Ringette was 006, take 33 to break out 15 thou. Needed to take 18 thou or less at the stripe to win the round. Steve Witherow and Troy Henry. Steve Witherow, here at Bristol Dragway last year when we had the Spring Fling Million, put down a perfect run and got himself $50,000 in the run for the money. Steve, 466. Troy Henry, 483. 10 thou separate him. Win light going to Troy Henry. 13 dead on 6, 19 total. Steve Witherow was 23 on the tree. Being that Troy Henry's package was 4 thou better than Steve's reaction time, Steve was locked out and Troy Henry will move on. Clayton Roberts and Tommy Plott. This is a good matchup. Clayton was a winner of the Mullis Shootout at the Spring Fling Galitti. Tommy Plott, a lot of success at the Fling over the years. Clayton turns it red, 9 thou. Tommy Plott is 008 and goes 479 on the 477. Clayton was dead on 6 on the 452 dial. Tommy Plott will move on. Ashley Smith and Carl Jones. Ashley, 443 dial on the left side. Carl, 464 on the right. Ashley won first round of the American Race Tech Shootout last night, broke a transmission, and changed it between rounds, and it ran solid in round number 2, even though it didn't light up the wind light. Here he is, trying to get a fresh start, and is looking good, and is in control, and is going to turn on the wind light. 15 on the tree, and goes 448 on the 443. Carl Jones behind on the start, goes 467 on the 464 dial. Ashley Smith will move on. Chad Axford and Kyle Anderson. Chad, 476 on the left side. Kyle, 488 on the right. Separate him. Win light going to Kyle Anderson by 0.02 of a second. 16 on the tree and goes 490 on the 488. Chad had the advantage, was 009 and goes 479 on the 476.
All right, Severin Johnson and Lenny Butcher. Johnson, 016. One above his dial, and the veteran will move on. Lenny Booker will have to buy back. He was 25 at the start, broke out by 13 thou. Really had to do almost a perfect job down there. He needed to take 2 thou or less. Connie Calder and Steve Hawkins. As we'll put out the final call for dragsters. So if you haven't run round one, you should bring them up to the lanes. We're getting towards the end. Calder dial 484. Blinks on the bottom stage light and a little bit behind here. Hawkins has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win. Calder had a shot. He was 26. He got to the stripe first by 9 thou. He broke out by 1 thou. That could be a swear jar moment right there. Once again, if you curse in the car or out of the car, come to the confession booth. It's behind the timing tower. It's behind the timing tower at the diva desk. You could throw a penny in, you could throw whatever you want in, but it's going to Races for Christ. Mark Price, I think this is the first time Mark Price has been at a Fling event, 476. And Jason Guthridge. Price, the beautiful 2020 M&M, and little shout out to Jansen Melzen. I hope I said that right, Jansen. Him and his pops run a nice chassis shop down south. Starter saw something down track, picked it up. Here we go. Is 3 thou red. Guthridge is 10 and 15 thou under. That's a pretty good spot to be. Price will have to buy back into the program if he wants to play today. And Huston Dial and Sarah Major. Roland, North Carolina. Speaking of North Carolina, we're going to announce our dates for 2020 pretty soon, in a couple of days here. Sarah Major is 21 red and dials win lights on, and that's a good spot to be. 006, 12 thou under. What do you think? Timothy Fletcher is in the booth. Tim Fletcher, son of Denton, 105 national events?
Yeah. Lucked his way into, I'd say, 2/3 of those.
So Dan Fletcher's son just said publicly that Dan lucked his way into 2/3 of his national event wins. I'm not going to agree with that at all. Why? I was in the other lane for some of his wins.
Sorry, Dad.
But no, Tim Fletcher works his butt off here at the Flings, and great racer himself, knows a lot about the sport. He's going to join me on the mic for a little while here. Top Fuel, Spencer Massey, and Jay Rolstein. Rolstein, one of those Numidia Dragway racers.
Triple 0. What do you think about that, Pete?
I think that's an 8 thou pack, and I think that's a strong run in a win light. Took some stripe down there, but didn't matter. 33 stripe. He's dead on with an 8. Triple leg. Picks up the win for Ralston. Massey is going to have to buy back. He's 20 on a tree, 2 above, left way too much room. Ralston used it, got it.
You would have saw 33 right there?
Listen, I think I could see 33, yeah. But you know what? Sometimes you get, actually, no, he didn't get dropped. I can't even give him that. 480 at 143, he didn't get dropped. Sometimes when they take a lot of stripe, the other guy drops him hard, and at the last minute you can't catch it. But yes, to answer your question, I can see 33.
Well, that's why you're the man, the Terminator. a machine.
The day that I can't see 33 at the stripe is the day that I will not be in a race car.
Now I'm getting in.
Get in there, buddy. Vince Schroeder and Jacob Minert. Schroeder with the reaction time advantage turns it into a win light. Both drivers exactly 300ths above the dial. That run was determined on the starting line. 11th thou margin of victory. 22 for Schroeder. Minert with 33. And Schroeder, 461 at 138, killing 12 mile per hour, taking 11th thou. Nice job for the Shank. You know why they call him the Shank?
Did he stab somebody?
Yeah. Well,
almost, maybe.
Let's just say that you're on the right track. Mia Price and Michael Pascal. Pascal representing Race Tech here. Mia representing Cars Protection Plus. Just about dead even at the starting line. Win light. How about dead on with a 1 for the Race Tech of Michael Pascal? 018 477, 1 on a 477. Picking up the win is Mia. Is 16 on a tree. Drops probably just a little bit. 460, 147. Couldn't cover the number. Pascal moves on. Here's the Red Rocket and QJ Arnold. The Red Rocket earned his nickname back in the day. I'd say about 2005, we started calling him the Red Rocket. Tom Dorber, the newly retired dental equipment sales business. He's tough. Ooh, he's going to hit the swear jaw. Tough one right there, Timmy. Red Rockets 001, 2 thou under. QJ Arnold is 13, 1 above.
And you think at 138, that's scrubbing some, obviously.
Yeah, I think so. So
give your man Rocket some credit.
Absolutely.
Probably like what, 10?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking he was taking about 10, and QJ fed him a little bit more. And
All right, like you said, he's retired. He saw 10. Give him some credit.
yeah, no, it's all good. He could buy back. Here's 001 taking 10. Should turn on a win light. Not all the time. Noah Rambo and Pete Quinton. Quinton, I believe this is Pete's first fling. Came down from the Northeast in Vermont. That's way up there in the Northeast. 528. Not a really quick dial there for a dragster. Noah is all over him. Has him covered up down there. Turns on the win light. Noah was 13. Quinton was 51. And 50 and 2 above, Tim. It's not going to get it done here.
Definitely not at the fling. My dad, I think, was just 59. He got it done.
Man, by the time you're done, I'm not sure your dad's going to... he may disown you. Watch him stand in the way. Hey, he took that big old wagon to the 100K final 2 years ago.
And I know, you don't like the wagon. You think it's a bad bracket car.
I never said it was a bad bracket car. I just have a hard time thinking about how heavy it is, how big it is, competing against all these slingshots and...
Lawn
darts and light tube chassis cars. But he made it work. Yeah. And I got faith in him. Cameron Manuel, Big Cam, 23, 1 over is good enough that time. Donnie Butkowitz dropped a little bit, went 1 above, was 6 thou behind at the tree. No good. Paul Rich and Jeremy York. So Paul Rich is from Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. I was thinking Jason Rich for a minute because there's a story with Jason Rich. He made himself famous and it almost got ugly. But
he got $500.
He got $500. He almost wrecked a $60,000 car, but he did get $500. That was cool. Jeremy York, 453, the hitter from Indiana.
003 to 006. Left lane. 3. Maybe taking 3. I'm not a big numbers guy. 153. I don't know if he took, got, whatever. Win lights on. 1/2. Right lane. 006. 1/2. That's a wrap. All right, Pete left me. I'm all on my own. Nobody make fun of me. Left lane, Brian Kennedy, 484. Right lane, Scott Carmen, 481. Pre-stage in the right lane. Man in the left finally gets in there. Tickle, tickle, flicker, flicker. Left lane's in. Waiting on the right. Who you got, Pete? Who you got? That's cheating. Right lane 007. Don't think he looked. Takes 48. Left lane 19. 5 over at under 130. Right lane taking 50. Don't matter. You know you're good. Don't get out of it.
Dropped the anchor. He gave him some distance between the cars right there. 489, 128. What's up, Motor Mania? We are sitting up in the booth at the beautiful Bristol Dragway. I'm with Timothy Fletcher, son of Dan and Donna, and he's a very talented racer. He's a good dude, and I'm proud to have him on our staff. Talk about Jason Rich earlier.
Mr. Burnout, left lane. Ooh, 10, 3 over, probably all out there. Right lane, 5, dead 8. 13 total, taking 30. That's a win light. Dustin Wirtz. Where's ID? Idaho? Idaho, yep.
It's out there. He made the trek with Todd Coltrane, Race Kid. Shane Thompson's here, which, by the way, just in case you didn't know, we're looking for a, speaking of Todd Coltrane picks up the win. Larson's 6th out red. He would have had room as Coltrane was 29 and 2 above. So we're looking for a hood scoop, a dragster hood scoop that could use a hood scoop upgrade, that needs it the most. Regal's hood scoop, Regal's fiberglass is going to hand over a brand spanking new hood scoop for a dragster that needs it the most. So let Motor Mania guys keep an eye on for that. That one that just went down the track probably could use an upgrade.
I was going to say, don't let me do it because I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings and say their junk's ugly.
Calls it like he is, like true New Yorker right there. Bill Dempsey and Frank Falter, the Candyman.
Candyman got the blood pressure down. 455 in the left.
That's right. The Candyman actually had to get rushed to the hospital. Had a little. Dempsey. Dempsey. You know, Dempsey, when he gets hot, he's good, but once in a while, I think he's got 2 carburetors on the car, and I think sometimes it doesn't. He doesn't get full throttle or something. Not sure what happened there. He races at Cecil County. Really good guy. Actually, he went 4 or 5 rounds at Fetch's race, Fetch and Pascale's race. He'll have to buy back as Falter did the right thing. Saw Dempsey wasn't around, lifted. Went 4 above. By the way, Falter, the family, they brought 5-pound Hershey bars. All right, we're going to give them away. We're going to make somebody happy. We got to. If you see someone walking around that could use a smile, who wouldn't smile if you hand them a 5-pound Hershey bar?
Me.
And your father.
Well, that guy's
That's
never
2.
smiled.
We're 2 for 2 so far.
I'm bringing him up. I'm going to get yelled at.
Steve Schmidt and Jason Sizemore. You're a grown man, son. You're about to have a kid. You won't get yelled at anymore.
Yeah, bet. Go talk to him.
Sizemore, 522. Steve Schmidt from Ohio. He was at the Summer Fling. Quick 450.
Why is that spot? 522. 2th out red, right lane. Left lane 12, 1 over 9. What is that, 31 total? That don't matter. That's not good enough around here. Right lane 10 over. If he was a couple more in the box, that's going right there. Low teen total, right? First round, or you think you got to wait a couple rounds? Low teen total?
No, low teen total first round in this part of the event. Everyone hasn't had too many laps. That should get it done.
Yeah.
Megan Lotz and Danny Shortridge. Shortridge ran plenty of our flings here at Bristol. And Megan Lotz, her and Darren.
New mom.
Come down. She's a new mom. Yep. They bring that little baby everywhere. Cutie there. 498 and 478. Deep red. 36 red, 3 thou under. Short ridge is 14, one above. That's a 29 thou pack. And that's good enough for a win light.
She must have flinched or something. 36 red. She's usually double O's or teens. Something happened there. What you think? I'd say wrong numbers, but
yeah, I'd say they say that some of these racer talk. They say they met the bulb.
They met it, huh?
I don't really get that. Either you hit it, you flinch, or you miss it. The meat part is, I mean, you're supposed to hit it. You know what I'm saying? Like the meat bulb. Like, is that a flinch? When they say I met the bulb, is that a flinch?
Yes.
Okay, now I get it.
I think she had one of these little slow bees on her nose and got her hand off the button a little early.
Hey, maybe that's her story, and she's sticking to it.
Like Robert's last night with the juice.
Oh, Robert, that guy was.
Did he go? Where is this guy?
Good matchup right here. Will Holloman, Jimmy DeChaco. Wasn't sure if I was going to call him James or Jimmy, so I was about to say Jamie.
Well, we had tons of time to talk because he just got pre-staged.
Yeah, he's known to take his time over there, but he's a veteran racer, and he's behind right here. Let's see if he can work his magic. Holloman should turn on the win light and does just that. Will Holloman had him almost 300 on a tree. You can't give a guy like Will Holloman that much room. 300, that's like giving him a half a Drexler to work with, and Holloman uses every bit of it and makes him pay. Joel Hubbard and Mike Griffin. See that guy right there? He could use, to be cheered up a little bit, I think. Where's those big Hershey bars? Well, I can't point them out. It's like at a restaurant where you say, look at him, and then everyone looks and
I thought we were looking at an ugly hood.
If you're gonna be up here, you gotta play along, all right?
Hey, I'm doing whatever you say, boss man.
459 for Hubbard, Griffin 479.
Left lane was there. 004, 1 over, 14 total. That's what I'm talking about. Trim that up. When you start with a 30 total, nah, I don't like that.
We talked about low teen total package at this stage of the game. Should turn on a win light.
Yeah, but he wasted it on a red light.
Hey, man, he's got more. Let's not just be like your father. I always tell your father, look on the bright side.
Yeah.
He would say I wasted on a red light. I tell Dan, listen, you got momentum into going round 2. You got something to work with.
That's right. What are you doing when you're 004? You adding, leaving it?
It all depends, man. I got to see what I was before that.
If you met it, right?
Oh, if I met it, then
if you met it at
it's a whole nother ball game. Sean Langdon and Chris Garrett. Langdon drops it red, and that might be a met, like you talked about there. He was
152.
Yeah, that's not like Sean. He flinched. You guys can say met all you want. Sean just flinched. Chris Garrett's going to pick up the win. 12 on a tree, 449.
Missed it is the 300s.
Yeah, it's the, we had some crisp. There's a big temperature swing from morning to afternoon here and to evening. I'm going to say it's probably 15 degrees warmer than it was during their time run. Not sure if these guys are on gas or alcohol, but you factor in where you're at with the barometer, and sometimes that comes into play. You got to dial it up in the afternoon just a little bit. And Timmy's still trying to learn how to use the switch. I'll get you a that's easy button. That was easy. Yeah. Todd Ewing's bones, left lane, 446, 000. Let's see him line up perfect. Oh, he almost did. 7th out package for the bones. Todd Ewing looking strong moving into round 2. What's up, Motormania? I got to know who this guy, Pete, in all caps. I think he says Pete from NYC a lot.
Yeah.
And I've been getting text messages, people thinking it's me. Not that I'm, I'm Pete I'm from close to New York City, Queens. Pete, where are you from, buddy?
He doesn't like dragsters, I know that.
He doesn't like dragsters. He likes radials. Rob Hetzler, thanks. Rob's here. He said it's 20 degrees warmer than when I made a time run.
So you were close.
Yeah, so in my car, 20 degrees. In my dragster, I'd say in the 8th mile, if nothing else changed, I got to get it fairly accurate because these guys might hold me to it. So
I'm going to hold you to it.
Give me this pair. Marty Martin, Lester Atkins.
You guys got to get his calculator out. What do we got? I'm going to do my math, my calculator myself. 16 between them. Left lane, 13, dead 3. Right lane, 29, 1 over 5. Lester Atkins to the buyback window. Marty Martin, there we go. Low teen, about mid-teen total, 16 total. That's what I like. Keep that up. Find your way to the winner circle. Ooh, that's a brand new race tag. That's like yours. A 21.
There it is. What's he dialed? Missed it.
4 something. Shocker. Johnny Azell, left lane. They call him Bracket Racer still. Maybe graduated since, but we'll go with Johnny Bracket Racer, 485. Right lane, Mr. No Name, 457. Little spot here. I wonder how many numbers Azell's going on here. Trip zip in the right. 17 for Azell, can't get it done. 17 1 over, probably messed it up 5 thou. Right lane 000, 2 over 8 at 154. Might be all out. Like I said, I'm not a numbers guy, but I know 130 for Azell is out of it. Probably got behind. I don't know if he got the other one through, but tough one right there, bro. Get behind 5. Driver not on file on the right. That's what my Nova says. Driver not on file. Trying to fly under the radar. All right, what we got next? 443 in the left. Another driver not on file. Steal my nickname. Aaron Roberts, right lane. We're pretty close up here. I hear one of them rip it down there. Nothing? Right lane takes 39 to be under 6 thou. 12 and under 6 thou. Left lane, not on file. 005, 4 over, 440s, 141. That's out of it, right, Pete? You should know.
Come on, man. 440s, 141?
I know, that's got to be like 150 something, right?
Yeah, that's dropping the anchor, bro.
All right, my man got it. Listen,
He
door
bet him
cars
some
I know.
straight.
I don't know these guys.
Well, you're about to learn.
If I stare at a screen like you guys.
He just let out of it. He wasn't getting there, dropped the anchor, and Roberts was probably taking almost nothing down there and fed him.
Drop 400s?
141 at 447, yes.
That's sweat.
He's going high dead on.
Who's not on file over there? 384. My man.
Seth Street and Travis, Mr. American, Race Cars Colangelo. Colangelo moves towards the center line a little bit to size his opponent up and puts up a lap.
8-pack. Look at the board. Dead 5. What was his light? I'm not going to tell you. You're a smart guy. Left lane 23. 1 over 5. Seth Street buying back. What we got next?
Got the answer from Pete. Staten Island, New York City Tower. All right, Pete. Appreciate that. Where is Umbrella Man, RTC? He'll probably be here. We got a lot of racing to do. You should be here, RTC. Even if you're spectating, this is the coolest track. And it's a beautiful week. You could sit up there with the other spectator that's here up there in the stands right now, Tim.
Look, I'm trying to find one.
He's up there.
Oh, right there. That
Yeah,
guy.
he's
on
chilling.
the golf cart. That don't count. He's a racer. Pretty much even up front. Ivy Brandon in the left, not on file on the right. Breaks it out 3 thou, taking 16. Ivy Brandon, 20 total with a 10 light. That's not bad. I'll take that one. Huh?
All right, door cars both run sticker colors to the stage and lanes for the buyback round.
slow roller left lane, Keegan Hinkle, 542. Another not on file. 471 in the right. Fling number 383. Yo, easy, chair. Come on. I'm trying to work here. Big spot here in the dragster world. 7/10, slow roller about to put it in. He should deep stage that thing. Foot brake. Ooh, cut him in half on the right. Left lane, 34, out 3 thou. Right lane, 17 dead 4, 21 total. We'll take that. Taking 10, getting 10, who cares? Win lights on.
That's it. That's what it's all about. That's what I try to tell people. And doesn't matter how you do it. It just matters that it's on.
Right. Power's power. I don't care.
That's right. Electricity all the way.
Word up.
So once again, door car buybacks, both blue and orange colored door car buybacks. All he is to the lanes, please.
Idaho, 3-3. Race kid turns on the win light with a 009, dead 4 lap. See, wasted. They're wasting him, man. 13 total. But the win light's on. What we got? Left lane. Oh, that was Tommy Cable. 6 red, dead 4. Whoo! That would have got nice down there. He'd have better than 9. All out, both of them.
Been a good race right there. Race kid had it dialed. Tommy Cable had it dialed.
Like I said, Idaho, 3 for 3.
20 degrees. I'm going to put you to the test. 20 degrees. So someone chimed in and says 20 degrees warmer than a time shot.
Yeah.
So if nothing else changed, let's say all the other, obviously you take in humidity and vapor pressure and barometer, wind and track conditions, etc. But if nothing else changed,
yeah,
on gas, 20 degrees. What do you think, 8th mile?
My car?
Yeah, all right, your Nova, yeah.
610. Oh, here it'd be a little slower. 4.5.
That's, yeah, I'm gonna agree with you.
Right.
I'm gonna say an efficient dragster motor, 3.5.
Yeah. I didn't know dragsters were less or more.
You're learning, kid. Stick with me. Dustin Light, 2 good reaction times. Whole shot win 009, 2 above for Dustin. Right lane was a little bit, yeah. Well, did he take a thou? Listen, this whole taking a thou.
Dude, I'm with you.
Did he take it? 489 at 140. That is up for debate. That's pretty close. I bet you he was.
No, this guy messed it up.
There you go. See, Light, you got the win light, but the guy in the right lane, 471 at 136, got behind 1 thou. So Dustin, don't go back to the pits and tell everyone you took a thou.
Right.
Call a spade a spade.
Right. Throw the ticket in the trash once you write the weather down. Don't be showing everybody in the lanes.
You won the race. That's what counts.
You got a thou. Power's power. Whatever.
Chris Whitfield and Josh McDaniel. Whitfield from Colorado. Whitfield goes a ton of rounds at our million race in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he was down to like the semis, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we're going to come out with our schedule pretty soon for 2022. Josh McDaniel's not scared. Trust me. 008 for Josh. See how close he runs. 460 with an 8. So Josh holding a little bit.
We got a little dirty down there.
Yeah, both drivers a little bit over 2 and change under. So at this part of the day, I mean, you'd rather be able to run a number, and if you're going further under than you think, well, so be it. You don't want to be caught going 2 over.
Right, with your pants down.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Especially for you.
Yeah, tell me about it. Donovan Williams, what?
Get out of here.
Donovan Williams and Troy Williams. This wasn't meant to be. Let's see if Donovan Williams can show Uncle Troy something here. At least it's first round. I'm sure they talked and said, well, whoever wins, let's split the buyback.
Split the buyback? Oh, God. 20 off each of the lights and call it like that. 005 to 11. Dead 5 to 1/2. Give it to Donovan. It's a young man's game, Pete.
That's it. The young guns are showing what's up. I don't totally believe that yet. We're not
No,
done.
I don't either.
Scotty Richardson, my man, won $1 million last year here. Everyone said, those Biondos, Richardsons, and who else was on our team there? Bertozzi and Fletcher's, they can't hang with these young guns. Well, we did.
That's right.
We absolutely did. Scotty won $1 million. We went 4 for 4. We tied him. And then it rained. We didn't finish anything after that. I'm only kidding. I did beat Hunter Patton to tie it up.
Yeah.
And then we had the tiebreaker, and he gave it up 1,000 against Gage Birch. Hats off to him. Kid's a great driver.
Facts. Off the top and the bottom.
No doubt. Josh Dykes and Ronnie Whitlock. Ronnie Whitlock from Longwood, Florida. I believe he's just starting to get into drag race, and I hear he was a circle track guy.
Got a brand new Danny Nelson. Whew.
He's going to need some help here. He's got the faster car. Let's see what happens. Dykes knows what he's doing.
180 to 60, right?
Well, what I meant by is he was chasing, so he had a chance if Dykes couldn't see him.
Oh, if time slip Tuesday on the old 00
Yeah.
snaps, a man in the left lane's out of thou or something, right?
Yeah, but not Josh Dykes. I think he was a top 3 finisher in the DER series. He had Red's DER series here this year, which finished this week on Sunday. He wasn't going to let that slip by.
No. He wasn't going to get made fun of on the daggone internet.
No, definitely not. Gary Williams, right lane, G-Dub. Now, G-Dub is... I was talking to G-Dub in the lanes yesterday. His first 2 reaction times with 30 and 31, and he was telling me he's going to bring his average down. I said, you have work to do, and he started bringing it down. I'm going to say he's going to be 0-11 right here. You got the under or over?
Over.
$100 to me. Oops, I said that out loud. 008 to an 011, but G-Dub, wow. 008, dead 5, left lane, racer not on file yet. 011, dead 2, 13 thou packages in each lane, margin of victory. Timmy?
0001.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, that's
so Gary, that was a tough one. You know what? In his defense, he knew he's probably holding 3 or 10, whatever he's holding today, and he figured I gotta get rid of what I gotta get rid of. I'm gonna try to take the stripe. I've done it before. I know what he feels like where he was sitting, and then you just try to crack it a little bit too tight down there and give it back less than 1,000. Ouch.
Yeah, when he was 30 and 30, I thought something was broke, because that's not like him, huh?
No, absolutely not. That's right, Raymond Keown. Troy did win 100K last week.
This Coltrera and...
Coltrera came in without a time shot, FYI.
Yeah?
Yes. He just came here. I asked him, are you going to run 2 cars, or, what are you doing? He's just racing tomorrow. He said, heck no, I'm all in today.
That's right.
I know. He said the air is probably like it was at Columbus. 460. So I know the right lane driver can't hear me right now, but I'm going to tell you right now, he can definitely go faster than 460. You want to know why I know? Because I think my car up here would be right now 459, and he's usually a few hun quicker than my car. So if one of them go red, he's going to run it out probably a high 56, low 57. You ready for it?
Right lane looks like Halford's paint job on his new drag.
Alfred,
so
yeah.
That's him.
Yeah. Oh, this could be a drop fest down there.
You know what I'm saying?
This could be an anchor dropping session at the 500.
We should set up down there at the stripe and call it from down there.
Up, he's red. Let's see if I'm right. 456.8. Oh, look at that. Kyle Coltrera, without a time shot, goes 2 thou under. Flat out. 459, 158. It's pretty impressive.
We're just racing printers.
Whatever weather station Kyle Coltrera is using, everyone should buy one.
Should go see Scott Tate. He's got 2 of them. Buy car. Bailey Ferraro. 457 dial. You think he runs it out, or what are we doing? What would you do?
Well,
leg it?
I'd probably just leg it. I mean, it's only an 8th mile. What can you hurt 8th mile? Get your numbers. It's early in the day. He's probably never going to run another flat-out run the rest of the weekend. You might as well get something to go by. See, he listened. 450-60-151. Ferraro will end round number 1 of FST Wednesday. We call door car buybacks to the stage and lanes. We'll do some track prep. We'll be back at you here in about another 5 or so minutes.
Jags.
In the spring of 2021, 347 racers made their way to Galitti Motorsports Park to take part in the Rad Torque Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. With 29 states represented, the best drivers in the country would battle it out over 4 days of intense competition. After the dust settled, there would be only one driver that would be awarded the Spring Fling MVP. Meet Caroline McCarty.
Down here cruising the pit area, we got to come talk to Caroline McCarty because she's just awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so tell us about the Rambler wagon.
It's a 68 Rambler. My dad bought it as a street car and turned it into a race car. And I've been driving it for 2 years now. And yeah, I love it. It's so much fun.
All right, now let's talk about the Fling and the 30 grander.
Yeah, that was one of the best days of my life. I love these races. I think everybody else loves them too. Just the fact how they make you feel so at home. And even if you don't come and win, you still go home with something mostly. So I love it. It's one of my favorite races.
At just 18 years old, the young lady from Hazelhurst, Georgia drove her small block Chevy-powered 1968 AMC Rambler wagon deep into the ladder rounds each of the 4 days, defying the odds and the general perception that a 6-second door car cannot be competitive against today's high-dollar tube chassis cars and dragsters.
They're ripping away. Away for Thomas. Caroline in a good position, dominating on the starting line, and Caroline McCarty, 15 green and 8 total.
Caroline McCarty credits her early success to being born in a drag racing family and her willingness to stand up against the best in the business week after week. She lives by the motto, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We drive Sport Compact, designed for the elite and the garage build. Information is power, because data is the difference between winning and losing. We give you the options, versatility, and power to come out on top. Complacent isn't in our vocabulary. We drive you, and that's why Fuel Tech is everywhere.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
I guess I'll stay and hang.
Hang for a little bit. You've been working your tail off out there in the staging lanes.
Well, I got to go relieve Cowboy for round 2, so.
All right.
I'll chill.
Richard Tillman and Eddie Deering. Door cars are a little more fun to watch if you ask the average viewer.
Fact.
Tillman, Deering. Double breakout win. How about both drivers 3 thou under the dial? Tillman with the reaction time advantage and the win light. All right, official car count round number 1. Motor Mania. You have any guesses? For FST Wednesday, official car count round number 1. Chris Northrup and Jeff Verdi. That's the $1 Million Man, and that's 2 tons of fun. GTO, left lane.
No longer Idaho, though. Why is he on Team Idaho on the screen? He's living in Tennessee
He's
now, right?
a creature of habit, I guess, bud.
Good.
Anybody's race.
Good react so far in the first four cars. 12-10. Give it to Verdi, 2 over at 104. Northrup 10. What is that? 6 over. I think he's having problems. He broke his dragster.
Having a lot of. He's had about 6 parts calls so far this week. Now, this will tell you what's going on right here. This car in the right lane. If the air is considerably worse than this morning, this should tell you. Buddy Fleener, his car has been on a 52 or 53 most of the weekend. That seems like a pretty hard dial right now in the heat of the day. But Buddy knows his track. He knows his car. I'm calling 53.7. And I'm calling a win light because I usually don't see anybody win when they dial 666. That's just me.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
No, yeah. I usually don't even say it. Yeah, no.
Oh, God.
Don't do it. I think he was, he was red. Doesn't work. All right. You ready, 53.7?
52.9.
You win. Look at Fleener. 52.9 in the heat of the day, 0.22 at the start. Curtis, you went at 662. There was no reason to dial that nasty 666 number. Don't let it happen again.
Go find him in the pits and scold him.
All right, guys, on Motor Mania, here's the deal. You have exactly until 3 o'clock on Motor Mania to guess the car count of round 1. If you guess it, only one guess per customer. If you guess it within the next 3 minutes, you'll get a free t-shirt, free event t-shirt.
Ooh. Bottom bobber, left lane. 005, showing him. Tim Quinton in the right. Deep red. Shuts it down to way above. Bottom bulb, left lane. Lucas. Is that McKinley? McKinney? Hello, Irishman. McKinney.
Oh, yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Mick, 005. 1 over 16 pack.
Bottom bobber, dude. Negative.
Quint. Really?
Left lane, yeah.
Wow, you had the negative sign showing.
My man.
005 hitting the bottom bulb like a boss. Jeremy York and Chad Axford. York is a tough competitor. Quick story about York. I met him in Indiana at Fuquay's race. I ran him in the final and never heard of him, and we had I don't even remember. He probably beat me. But I said, who was that guy? And they, you don't know who that guy is? Has been the track champ 17,000 times here.
And now he's at your race.
That's right. Good dude. He's a little bit behind right here. Axford has issues. York is going to coast to the win light. 576. Axford had the reaction time advantage, but I believe they call. I think he has a mini blower on there.
Yeah.
Sounded like it, but wasn't happy.
The kids call it a huffer.
Mini huffer?
Yeah. A baby huffer.
Baby huffer.
Or whatever. I don't know. Something.
What do the kids call a car in the left lane in the water box?
Cool.
Okay. Back in Queens, we used to call it the Boo.
Oh, the Boo.
Malibu, baby.
Yeah. All right.
All right, the guesses are coming in. You guys are all over the place. Highs and lows and everywhere in between. Oh, I just smudged my screen with my pizza hand here. That's not a good look.
Anybody hit it yet? Was the game stopping?
These guys are texting me. Well, that guy who texted me is way off. So we're not even going to say you're in the game here. All right, let's see. You got 1 more minute for the free shirt. No correct guesses yet on Motor Mania. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. You know what? I'll make it go to 302. 302 exactly. I'll give you a couple more minutes. That was kind of fast.
Oh, that's Garrett Griffith's car. Parking the truck, got a boo out.
Rick Whitaker's getting some starting line advice to move over. His crewman is not too happy how he staged up.
I wasn't paying attention, but
I'm not sure if that's going to get in his head or not.
he thinks there's something on the track. Maybe it wasn't the huffer was the problem.
I don't know. Track looks clear to me. Griffith 607 in the boo. That's a good race car. That's a good style. I mean, you can see out of it well. Yeah, I do. Oh boy, see his crew guy might have distracted him. Now he's going. Oh boy, hang on there, Rick. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah,
Rick just
in the right.
Yeah.
Garrett coasts on through 18 light, gets out of it.
Not sure what happened to Rick. His crew guy walks off the start line in disgust as Rick just sat there when the green light came on. But yeah, there's always tomorrow.
Like you said, he's probably messing him up.
Well, he saw something he didn't like in the car, and maybe he did get in his head. Right here, Pinninger. How about from Arizona and Lance Farr? Pinninger came to play. 008 win light. Pinninger. Both drivers good on a tree. 008 to Lance Farr, who was 4th out behind, and 11th out under the dial for Farr. Pinninger picking up the win. 008, 3 above.
Is he a first timer? He come through my line. He was super happy to be here at Bristol. He's like, it's my first time here. I don't know if he meant first time fling or first time.
I'm pretty sure he's been at Vegas a few times.
Oh, okay.
First time at Bristol because I saw him out there. Ferguson. His debut lens is Jerry Bolia. Dials it in 677, runs it out 676.8 to pick up the win. So Glenn Ferguson is a multi-time, I believe.
Hot rod, right?
That's right. When you were 2, he won the Hot Rod World Championship.
So in 94? No, 93 that would be.
You were born in 91, bro?
92. So
When were you born? 92?
Yeah.
I was already in my sophomore year of college.
Huh.
I was freshman, yeah. Yeah, I was a sophomore in college in 92. Jesus. Well,
Have an afro?
I had a tail. A tail.
Like a hair tail?
Yeah, a tail.
My dad had one of those too.
Emily didn't know me back then.
You weren't
She said
born
if she
yet,
did, I would have had no chance.
You're my.
I trimmed it. I cleaned it up when I met Emily.
I know you.
Adam Bolia is a little behind. Cannot turn on the wind light. Both drivers have the dial-in figured out. Dead on to dead on. Wind light was basically on the starting line. 12 to an 8 to a 28.
Give it to my door cars. Everybody's been team.
All right, it's 3:02. Motor Mania. I'm sorry, pal. Motor Mania guys. I got to look through my smudge on the screen. Motor Mania guys. For the free T-shirt, we'll see if anyone guessed it.
All right, you look at that.
You go ahead.
Oh, come on. All right, we got Michelle Strunk versus James Nerad. 572 for Nerad. What do we got over there? Nova? Nova got team over me. 13 on the tree. Ooh. Gives it back. 5 over. Right lane. 28 on a tree. 2 over. Rolling through a smooth 7 flat at 99. Getting 10. I'm saying getting because 577, 111. Come on.
7 miles an hour. All right, attention to pits. There was a woman looking for her dog bag this morning, and someone just found it. So that's all the details I have, Tim. That's what I was told. Don't shoot the messenger. That's why True Start is True Start.
Dude, I'm with you.
You're 1,000 red. Your man in the other lane leaves second. He's way red with a capital W.
He's a calendar year red.
That's it. And lesser of the 2 reds picks up the win. All right, Brian Griffith, Junior Hodges. Talk about those little Vegas. Put a small block in them, put it on alcohol, and let it rip. Make a good bracket car. And J.R. Hodges in the 2 chassis pickup.
Hodges around guard. 19 in the right, 6 over. Getting there almost 40. On the board in the left lane, you're 1 over. Do the math. J.R. Hodges, or Junior, sorry. Junior Hodges with the win. Oh, what's the buyback round? Brian Griffith. Put it in the trailer, buddy. I'm sorry. Doug Foley Jr. in the left. Just bought that truck. He took it from Albrecht. He didn't even know he wasn't racing the truck this weekend. Gretzky sold it on. Right lane, Billy Hill, 653. Give it to Foley. What is he? 006, taking 10. That's a good lap right there to be 6 over.
Feet going plenty above.
That's why he bought that truck.
They're easy to see out of.
Ability,
Yes.
but he was chasing. But still, that's a good spot right there.
Yep.
5/10. Right lane, way over the dial and 30 up front. Foley's getting in every time. Oh, I messed it up again. There we go.
All right, Motor Mania, after this pair, I'll give you the results.
Left lane, Josh Decker. Gave Jeggy back the tire pressure gauge, said I'm going racing. 009. He's got about 40 in his pocket. That's my friend Bun's lingo, in his pocket. 4 over, getting the win, getting there 40. See, door cars, now all of a sudden we just took a turn. I jinxed him. I said we were doing really good. My man in the right lane, Odell Davidson, 53 and 4 over.
Gave him too much room right there.
Oh yeah.
Trevor Denton and Junior Houston. These guys have raced a time or two. Bristol, Tennessee is Trevor's home. It's a nice place to live down here, I would say, especially
like
this time of year. Junior Houston. Beautiful 68 Camaro getting it. Ooh, squats down on a back tire. Trying to chase him down. Not going to do it. Trevor's dead on his 659 dialing with an 018 reaction time. Now was good enough. Junior could not run a number. Was basically probably about 400s behind and turned it into 600s behind. 581, 114. Okay, back to so you want the bad news or the bad news, Motormania?
I'm gonna get the good news.
That wasn't an option. Your window of time elapsed and nobody picked the right number of cars in round number 1.
So what's the tiebreaker?
There is no tiebreaker. We'll do it again another time. These guys, listen. This is
like
no.
that?
Yeah, we're in buyback round. 2 go down, 1 come back. That's no more buybacks now, pal.
Play a T-shirt? Come on, it's Slim Martin.
That's it. You got when you're working with Emily, she's tight.
Hey.
She watches it. Ken Clark and Trip Mccrory. Trip, that's not like Trip.
Yeah, something's wrong, I think, right?
Yeah. Not sure what happened there. He missed it and way above the dial.
Come on. All right, come on, door cars. I was talking you up. We were teens and close, and now we're hundreds and not close. Oh, we got a next pair. Who we got? Is that? Is it?
Scotty Richardson. And Sean Sarah. This is a matchup.
Yeah. Why are they in the buyback?
They lost. Let's see if Scotty can turn on the win light. Sarah has the reaction time advantage and turns on the win light. Had him from end to end. Sean Sarah, the young gun, 011, gets that first 2 thou to go 1 thou under. Scotty was a little bit behind to start and 13 thou under. All right, so nobody gets the official car count round 1. So sorry, Motormania. This contest is over for now. You have not won a T-shirt.
There's $5 right here. Pete just picked it up off the ground. Pinch it.
Now he forgot to put his purse in. Oh, 45. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Red with a 45 cross, so I mean with a 4.5 tenths, he must have just forgot to put it in. Not sure what happened to Howard, but he'll turn on the win light and Glenn Smith will make a significant donation to the swear jar back at the Diva desk.
Here's your buddy. Vega John and a Nova John against Chuck Sanders. We got, is that True Start? That's True Start, baby. Dial red in the left. Power in the left. Dead 3. Vega John. 006 red. We got there. 11th thou under. Call it a hunt. See, True Start, big fan. One time I was at New Media and we were on a foot brake. I was like 6 red. Dude behind me was like 40 something red. We're like in the quarters. I was so fried. That was before because they got True Start now, right?
Right. Yeah, actually about 65 tracks have it now.
Really?
Yep.
I think it's the coolest thing in the world because I'm always slow. So, what we got next? Michael Combs, Silent B Combs. Right lane, Tommy Zimmerman. I haven't seen him out in a little bit. He's probably just running up in the media, probably wearing you out, Pete. Sorry. 531 right lane. 011. Left lane, Combs, 46. Way over the dial. Zimmerman, he's too good for that. 11, sees it. 5 over. That's win light to right lane. What's the right lane? What is that? Some motor mile? What's the K? We gotta learn these. Is that Kinder?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
You're like 20 years younger than me. You think I could see that down there?
The left side says Fitzgerald.
E.J. Womack and Stevie Luisas is going to turn it red. E.J. will pick up the win. 610 is his dial. 611 is his ET.
EJ coming back for round number 2, and I'll bring up the 2021 Spring Fling Galitti MVP. That's Carolyn McCarty. 616 is her dial. She typically runs 605-ish at Galitti at sea level.
Yeah, she's close to
The barometer bringing it up to a 616, and Joshua Kessler. So a little over 1 second handicap going to the young lady in the Rambler wagon.
She got 2 lit, backs it up.
Like a boss.
She better still do a wheelie.
Oh, absolutely.
513 in the right. Second spot.
She'll be using all of those windows.
How many we got there? 3, 6? Oh, window, yeah. We got 8 windows over there. Here we go. McCarty 10. Let's see if she can win. 1 over 3. Ooh, what happened there? Let's look at the little numbers. 10, 1 over 3. At 109, probably getting rid of a little bit. Right lane 22. 136. Pete will have to chime in. I don't know if that's all out. 11th out under, getting there at 12. Probably got all that 12.
That's all out.
Right lane needed, huh?
511, 136 is all out.
Yeah, he needed to just kill a little bit. Ah, but he was closed up. We got next.
Tommy Platt, the hitter from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Tanya Street.
Times we got 005. Tommy Platt 004 gets there 004. Ooh, 13 total in the right, and we got 17 total in left. That's hard right there in the left lane. The last 10 pairs have been par at best. A man lays down 17 in the left, and he's done for the day. Tommy Platt 4 get there 4 to be dead 9. To round 2.
All right, attention to pits. Dragsters with an orange run number. Dragsters orange to the lanes for the buyback round, please.
Jerry Lone, right lane, 596. Tracy Guffey, left lane, 622, turns to 006 red. Breaks it out 2 thou. Jerry Lone, not a bad lap. 008, 17 to the good. Was that 25 total? We'll take that. 25.
Jerry Lone working that shifter. He still needs, I believe he needs an electric shift solenoid, but 2 597s in a row. He's hand shifting that right on time, buddy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
3-speed?
The numbers don't lie.
The numbers don't lie. Now you're a numbers guy. They want to give away a $25 t-shirt, Mr. Numbers Guy. Noah Lewis, left lane, 612. Chasing 2/10, Mr. John Scott in the right. 71 Vega, 98 Sonoma. Ooh, real close on a tree. We got a blackjack in the left. Win light left. 0002 at the finish line at 107. I'm gonna go with he got that, or took that. Excuse me.
14 at 107. He's probably about a 109 player.
Oh, yeah. Blackjack 2 over, taking 000. That's good.
Nicely done. All right, official car count. Sorry, Motor Mania, I got distracted a little bit. Official car count, round 1 was 353.
You got a winner?
Nope.
Oh, you're just not gonna. Man, you're hard, bro. Red light, left side, win light. Chuck Miner on the right side. We got to figure out what that board says. Kinder Motor Mile? I'm going to go with something like that. 25, 1/8. On the right lane, Mr. Chuck Miner. Lenny Butcher in the left. In the Monza out of New Jersey. 15 red, dead 4. That hurts. Man in the right gave him, low 40 to work with. Dead 4.
There's always tomorrow, and there's always a swear jar. / confession booth.
Confession booth. Yo, when you first said that, they meant here, like they had to come in here.
Well, that's a heavy feat. If you want a true like 30-minute confession, like Preacher Trent, You must have really did something bad. Neon Leon picking up the win. How about 13-1 above? Brian McCowan was behind at the start, behind at the finish. Leon had him from end to end. Once again, Dragster's orange sticker to the lanes for the buyback round.
All right, Pete, I got this. Yeah, you don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll just take over, bro.
Okay, go ahead, take over.
Yo. Troy Williams Jr. Yo, where did Pete at? Troy Williams Jr., left lane. Win light 26. Dead 4, 30 total. Right lane, Joey Beeler. Out a couple hours away, Tennessee, and that's 10. 21 red, that's a blackjack. 400s under, my man. Party time. But needed to be green. Next up, left lane, we got Vinny Domino and David Holloway. Vinny's got 20 to work with, takes 70, 2 to the good. Holloway, way over the dial, 4, 5, 6. With a 36 light, Big Vin 10. Give him 100 to work with, that ain't no good. Vinny moving on. Next pair. Oh, go ahead, Pete.
Put a little call out, so we call Dragsters.
Yeah, turn it on, buddy.
We call Dragsters orange number. Now we'll call Dragsters blue number. So if you're a Dragster and you lost and you bought back, bring them up to the staging lanes. We're ready for you.
Jesse Ray, Motor Mania, that's a funny comment right there. Guy that beat G-Dub was in economics class 45 minutes ago. All right, Garrett Griffith, left lane, excuse me. Jumped out the boo into the S10. Throws up 10. 8 dead 2. Taking 17, right lane, Todd Ewing. 007, 2 over. On the drop for sure. Oh, the screen goes away. It's all good. 10 total and left for Gary Griffith. Moving on. Next up, Tracy Sons, 004. Troy Akers in the right, out of Virginia. 24 on the tree, 20 behind. No power in the right. 24 and 55 over in the right. When my man's 004 in the left, Tracy Sons, I don't think that's going to work. 2 over, taking 50. Win light. Josh Decker. Did he just run? I've seen him go 100 times. Oh, he's in the truck too. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah. You just chill. You're going to leave me alone? All right. No pre-stage bulbs. I got some time. Josh Decker in the left in the family Camaro. 629 dial. I think he was going 22, I think. I don't know what's going on. I know he had 25 on there the last time. So he's still holding on a 528 out of Wade White. Ooh. 30 between them. Oh, Decker out of dial. Car was moving to the right a little bit. Takes 89. Probably shouldn't have held 500s, my man. We'll talk about that later. 14 out of dial, taking 89. I'm going to definitely come by your trailer. Wade White with the win light, 46. My man Pete with the mile an hour numbers, 128, 533, 128. Probably dropped him. All right, I'll give you a little credit there. Oh, screen goes away again. I got to be quicker. Tim West in the right. Fast, 503. The Asheville, North Carolina. That's not that far away. 41 red. Left lane, Chris Galitti. 10, out 5 thou. No need to announce anymore. Done, moving on. A pretty big spot here up next. A little over 2 seconds. Allison Eads. I'm sorry if I said your last name wrong. Out of Bristol, Virginia. I'm going to go with that's 11 miles away from here because I drove through there on the way here. The 69 Camaro dialed 736. Dustin Wirtz in the right. 524 dial. Idaho player. Idaho's been running it 3 for 3 earlier when I was looking. See if they can keep rolling here, even though we're in the buyback. So technically they went 1 for 4. Real close at the stripe, dead 6. Give it to Allison Eakes. 11, dead 6, 90 miles an hour. Slow roller. Moving on. Ooh, taking 004. Right lane, 14, dead 7. Idaho, chalk one up in the loser column with a 21 blackjack package. Kenneth Street, the 06 GTO, Cedar Bluff, Virginia is home base for him. 523, fast door cars. 505 in the right, Shane Thompson, Silver State himself, out of Nevada. 7,000 difference. It looks like slow in the left. Way slow in the left. Shane Thompson, 11. Sees that he was already around him at about 46 feet. Gets out the gas after the 3, probably about, we'll go with 556 feet down the track to be 5 over. Kenneth Street, problems. Only 72 miles an hour, way slow even at the 60-foot cone. Gonna fix that thing up, get it ready for tomorrow. Gary Williams in the truck in the left. And Jeremy Popple in the lawn dart. Now I lose interest. Last door car, Mr. Gary Williams. 584 dial. 488 for Popple in the right. He's from my home track, Empire Dragway. Shout out. We got a 10 to 100. Who's 100? Sorry, Mr. Popple. 100 for announcing. I'm sorry for that. 2 over. G-Dub 10. 1 over 6 at 115. Taking almost a clean 10th, but wind lights on. Don't matter. Pop will get that thing fixed up. Get it back for tomorrow. Left lane, Michael Williams. How do you say it? Adersville, Georgia? Says it's a Mullis, not sure what year. 498. And Tim Thomas in the right, Lumberton, North Carolina. 474. 210 spot. Going over to Mr. Michael Williams. Ooh. No problem. Shuts are down in the right. 16. 7 over. Getting there a bunch. A bunch. Left lane. 182 on a tree. Problems. Flinched. Fly landed on his nose. Not sure. 182 on the let go. And 678 over. No power. Not here. Not at the fling. We got a little cluster going on in the lanes. Trying to get guys paired up.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
All right, sorry guys. Johnny Azell, right? 469, everybody's favorite. Out of Louisiana. Timmy Margaloo left. Last night's winner? Runner-up? Winner. The race tech. Well, they both won. They got a drag shot. That's a win-win. Timmy chose the race tech. Whooped up on Robert. Dialed in at 457. Ooh. Hit. I don't know how many that was. Right lane. 009. 4 over. Taking 14. Timmy. Uncharacteristically late. He was 00 every time down the track last night. 056. Dead 8. That car's a printer for sure. No wonder why Pete wins all the time in that thing. Like I said, 56 dead 8 against Azell. Not happening. Next pair, Tommy Cable in the red dragster against Jim Glenn out of Washington. I think he was our best appearing at wherever we just were. Columbus? Galat? One of them. Beautiful. Dialed in at 477. Tommy Cable left. 466 out of Maryland in his race tech. Tree come down. 11 to a 72. I think I see the scoop go back and forth in the left to be 1 over 2. 11, 1 over 2. Getting there 59. Jim Glenn, 72, 1 over. Once again, ain't happening. You got guys like Cable and Azell, you give them 50, 60. Might as well just save the fuel. Shut it off, act like it was broke. Next up, Jerry Brewer, Big Brew. Just won a couple weekends ago, 100 grand. 459 against Corey Galitti. Corey throws 11. Total at Jerry Brewer. Jerry Brewer, 10, had 1,000 to work with. I'm going to go with gets 12 at the stripe to be under 11. Had to get 1,000 or less. Well, there's only a little bit less than 1,000, so perfect or 1,000 at the stripe, got him to win. Take 12, put it under. Win light for Corey Galitti. Next pair, Shane Maddox in the left, 457 out of Piedmont, South Carolina. I think he's in his car on this entry. The 20 Maddox. Right lane we got Cody McDaniel out of Tennessee. 467 in the right, 457 in the left. Dead even up front. Ooh. Maddox. I've watched now 3 of his passes, and he's made good runs and been behind. 19 dead 7, 26 total in the buyback. Should get you, I'm going to go with 60% of the wins, being 26 total. Cody McDaniel, 19 dead 0, getting there 7,000. More mile an hour than Shane Maddox, so I'm going to go with Shane Mudd. Yeah, he was done. 19 dead 0 on the right, 19 on the left. Had to match him. Win light, Cody. Next pair, Robert Domino Jr. in the left. Took the American runner-up spot last night, but got an American dragster. And Sherman Adcock. Robert found a tree. Ooh, wow, this is getting nice. See, that's why I don't like dragsters. 8 dead 0 in the right, 1 dead 7 in the left. 0-0-1 at the stripe. That's nasty. Remember I just said like 26 total would win you 60%? Well, the next pair was 26 total combined. 8 dead 0 for Sherman. Gets him to win. Robert, sorry buddy. You got a brand shiny new dragster though, so not really sorry. 1 dead 7. Put it in the trailer, buddy. Next up, another new media regular, Chris Beauchamp in a 21 American dragster. Brandy new, fresh out the wrapper. Against Zach Henry in the right, 493 out of Junction City, Kentucky in an 01 Worthy. Let's see. Age prevails, the 20-year-older dragster, 6 out of 1,000. Left lane, Chris Beauchamp, 006 red, 15 thou under, holding just a little bit, probably 2 hits at the stripe. Or a mile-an-hour cone spot drop maybe, put her high dead on. Zach Henry, like I said, 006 out of thou. Got that thing dialed pretty close. Probably go down a number. I'm going to keep my eye. He's going to be dialed 92 the next one. 93, 1 hit. I'm going to go tell him that. Next pair, Chris Whitfield out of Colorado, 469 against Hayden Dial, Lumberton, North Carolina home. 20 race tech. What he's got. He had a door car to start the year. Now he found himself in a dragster, 002, 3 over. 002 runs 460 on the 457 for Hayden Dial. Chris Whitfield, 21, blackjacked him. 21 dead 5. Anything to do with blackjack. Gotta be win. Well, you're 21 over, 21 on a tree. Gets there 9 thou, whatever way you do it. Chris Whitfield moving on. That ends Hayden Dial's day. Noah Rambo. Every time I hear Rambo, I think of David Rampy. Thank you, Dad. Rambo left out of Michigan. 454 against Frank Falter, and that's a IV, so that would be the 4th? 3rd? 4th? 4th. 455's the dial for him out of Maryland. Pretty much heads up. Getting a little cloudy out now. I'd put like 3 in the box. Nah, probably 5. No, 17 to 12. 5 thou, who's got it? 1 over 9 to 2 over 7. All that means the stripe was 003 and the win light was for Rambo. 17, 1 over 9. Falter, little candy man. 12, like I said, 2 over. They brought the 5-pound Hershey bars. I'm gonna go give him a piece of that. Maybe he'll feel a little better. Dave Rubel on the left out of PA. And it says here it's a dragster. Well, I know that. What year, model. Now I know how announcers feel when I don't fill out my tech card all the way. 466 for Rubel on the left in the Fitzgerald lane. 483 Connor Calder in the right. St. Paul's, North Carolina in a 12 race tech. 16,000 clean him up here. We'll go with Connor. Win light for Connor. 4 dead 7. Man, that thing's loud. 4 dead 7 for Connor. That's 11 total. Sorry, my math skills. Been out of school for a couple years. 20, 1 over 7 for Rubel. And he'll be loading that thing up. Not back to PA yet. We still got 3 more days, so don't get too down on yourself there, Mr. Rubel. Try again tomorrow. They always make it tomorrow, and they always make another race. Mia Price, left lane. 459. Jamie Holston. No wonder why I was loud. It's Holston's car. 466. Out of Rural Retreat, Virginia. I think this Bristol's his home track. I'm not 100% sure on that. 12 to 13. I see he's got it down there. Oof. Jamie. Not sure what happened. Usually he's pretty good about dialing that thing. 8. Bunch over. All right, that's 12. That's high 12. Mia noticed it. Got out of it to be 6 over 5. 13, 6 over. Go check on Holston. Something's got to be wrong. Clayton Roberts next up in the left out of Benson, North Carolina. Shout out Benson, North Carolina, home track. The lot. Gary Minter in the right 513. Give it to the Galat clan. Clayton Roberts. 27 dead 4. Beats the 13 and 4 over in the right. Last pair there, sorry. Pete was yapping in my ear. 8, 1 over 7 in the right for Josh Baker. 16, dead on 7 in the left for Sean Langdon. Add them up, divide them up, PEMDAS, whatever you got to do. 2,000 stripe, win light, left lane to Langdon. Moving on. Josh Baker, good lap. Like I said, 8, 1 over 7, 25 total. That's that 60% I was talking about earlier. Not getting it done there. Vance Houston in the right, 436. Out of Newland, North Carolina. He's got a race tech. Cody Witt, 493. Out of West Virginia. I hate seeing that. 001 red, dead 1. -1 up front, +1 down there. Perfect on the track. But we were adding in subtracting, so not perfect. 1,000 red for Vance Houston. Cody Witt, 11, dead 6, 17 total. That's a lap right there. Cut a couple thou off there, get my low teen total what I'm looking for. But 17 total gets the win. Wasted on a red light. Pete don't like when I say that. Wasted on a red light. Vance Houston, 001 red. Told you it's getting cloudy out there. Had a couple boys. Next up, Chris Schneider. I think that's Mr. Stainless Works. 485. Allie Pettit, 5 flat dial. Breaks it out, almost 4 full hundreds. Taking 4 full hundreds. 16, 4 under. Chris Schneider, 9, dead 9. 18 total. Moving on, I think we're still in the buyback, right? Or is this round 2? I can't remember. Staring at this screen. Moving on. 9 dead 9. I couldn't remember. Pete just told me it's still the buyback. I can't remember.
And we're still looking for a dragster with that needs a hood scoop upgrade.
Oh, I forgot. Ugly
It's okay.
alert.
Yeah, so if you see one, write it down. We'll have a little meeting of the minds. I did see one yesterday. Let's see if he's in the buyback right now. Spencer, top fuel Massey, leaves the line perfect, lights it up 2 above. How about 000? And yeah, he took 6,000, 140, 42, 140. I think he was out of it about 11,000. My guess. All right.
My man.
Left lane dead on, lose on a whole shot.
See, that's that 30 total. Almost. 29. Can't do that. I've been announcing high teen total. These guys, I'm telling you. It's gonna be a cutthroat weekend on day 1. They're already laying down 18, 19 total, 25 total is getting you in the trailer.
Axe, let's see if he has more luck in a dragster. We heard his door car earlier. He's out of competition in that, and now he's out of competition in his dragster. Tough day for Chad Axford. Jason Sizemore says, I'm 016, I'm dead on, I'm ready for round 2. Oh, that thing, whoa, that's a candidate right there, brother. Nice car, dual shock. Let's go positive first, all right?
Upswept.
Upswept, well, Borla, about 1432s on the back. for a dragster that's considered on the smaller side. About a 215-inch wheelbase. He could really use a hood scoop upgrade.
Yeah.
Did you see it drive by? Watch him on a live feed. Hey, Motor Maniacs, I need you guys to help me judge this. The next pair, left lane, tell me if you think he needs a hood scoop upgrade. We'll talk. Don Bukowitz and Butch Booker. Both drivers doing their job, but the wind light going to the right side as Bukowitz took a good shot at it. 007 take 14 thou is pretty good, but not good enough. Butch Booker is 009, dead 7 in the shadow.
Dead 9, Pierre.
That's right. 9 pleasant.
Total. Last one was 19. This one's 18. Tell me, these guys are killing it.
It's gonna move. It's gonna creep down there. By the end of the night, you're gonna have to be perfect.
like we're racing for the golf cart last year. We're like, what, 2 total to perfect in the semis? Racing for the golf cart?
Crazy. All right, Motor Mania live viewership. You gotta check out. Give me some help if that dragster in the left lane could win the hood scoop upgrade award. Well, he lost a round. He was dead 9, 026. Jack the Quack Ostrowski is 10. Goes dead 9 as well. Reaction time difference, 16 thou MOV, Timmy?
I'm not a mathematician, but I would say 16 thou.
Very good. You passed the first test.
Mathematician.
All right, what do you think, guys? That Jeff Larson, you think he could use a hood scoop upgrade? We'll watch the rest of the round, but so far he's the leader.
Leader of the clubhouse?
Yes,
Got
sir.
His name?
Jeff Larson.
Told you that was Slick Rick. Showed up no time run too.
Slick Rick, the ruler.
Another perfect light in the right. Trip zip for Jason Rich. Whoa, what we got going on there?
Took a thou, bro.
Whoa. Trip zip, take a thou. What is that, 4 over?
Listen, it doesn't matter. He's trip zip took a thou, and he's still on 4 wheels. Jason Rich at that Bohannon's race last week. Wow, you want to talk about swinging for the fences with $500 on the line?
500 beans.
I tell you what, I'm like a calculated risk type guy.
You've seen that.
I wouldn't have done it.
No?
No, because I mean, trying to do a burnout to 660, you one tire hooks.
Yeah.
You're on 3 wheels, and that's what happened to Jason Rich.
Yeah.
But he saved it.
He did.
Right there, he
Lucker.
000 takes the thou. That's good enough. And red, that's good enough all the time. Just about. Red Rocket will move into round number 2, courtesy of his opponent's red. He's 15, 2 thou under. Good spot to be for Tom Dorber. Jeff Jones and Going Bracket Racing says that Jeff Larson could use a hood scoop upgrade. So far, he's the leader.
Yes, upgrade. Get one of them snorkel style.
Greg Regiel is in the house, and he will supply the hood scoop. No charge to upgrade your dragster. Jimmy DeChaco and Slick Rick.
Slick Rick, Galop runner. My home track now. Let's see. Slow to Jocko. Still not even backed up yet. It's all right. Now we're ready to roll.
Are in the buyback round. This is for all round 1 losers who bought back. We run them together in a buyback round to earn your way into round number 2.
Slick Rick, 18 red, dead 9. Slow to Jocko, as they call him. 20, puts it 2 thou under. How many would you take out being 20? Coming off a buyback.
My first hit, I had nothing else to go by, and I thought I hit it good.
Time run, you had a round 1, and then.
Well, give me more info. You want a good answer? Give me more
dog,
info.
You were just 20. You get the slip. What are you doing? First react.
Did I feel like I missed it?
No, you feel like you were pretty close.
Pretty close. I'd take. I'd probably take 10 out.
10.
I mean, you told me I thought I hit it pretty.
Man. That's why.
No, I mean, I'm not saying I would have been. What if I went red? How do you know I'm the man? It didn't happen. This is all hypothetical, Tim.
No, did you mad dogging me? Get on my face, bro. Robert Vogler III. RV3, I think they call him in the left. 456, 456 a dial. We got True Start again. 14 red to 7 red. Jacob, I'm sorry if I butcher this. Is it Minor? Minor out of PA, 14 red, leaving first. Oh no, that's not True Start. Red. The worst red, left first. See, that's why I can't be an announcer. RV3 turns it 7 red, 12th thou under. Wind light, doesn't matter. Mike Griffin in the right, out of Trent, Tennessee, 484 dialing. And Frank Lecate, I'm sorry again, Salisbury, Maryland, 2014 Miller Dragster, dialed 465. In the left lane, sun's coming back out. Them couple lights on the pole. Put them back in, boys. Put them back in. 006 to 006. 006, go 41 under, taking 63 in the right. That's just a miscalculation on Pete's 20. You gave him misinformation on your 20 degree swing. 006 in the left, 2/2. Gets the win for Frank Lecates. Moving on.
All right, final call, dragsters to the lanes for the buyback round. All dragsters have been called. If you lost first round, you bought back. Bring them up.
All right, pre-staged up. We got Brian Canady in the left, 485 out of Texas. Double red light. Steve Breeden, 478 in the right, out of Tennessee. Run them down, both drivers. Oh, I thought they were both dead zero. Right lane, 10 over, left lane, Dead Goose. Who left first? Left lane, left first with a 3,000 red light. Right lane, left second, 005 red. Wind light goes to the left. Lesser red. Dead zero. Add 3, line it back up for round 2 with 85 dial. Do what you want. Right, Marco? Double dog dare you. Add 3, leave it on 85. Next up, Tevin Pullum. I believe he won the hood scoop. Pulled in the gate, won himself a hood scoop. Out of Georgia, an undercover dragster, 480 dial. Carl Jones in the right. Is KS Kansas? 467 dial. Tevin Pullman was 001 to get the scoop. And he should have pulled 64 there to repeat. 065, dead 8. 6 thou behind, right lane, 29. Hitting it to be 3/8. All right, I'm getting yelled at. Final call, dragsters, to the lanes for the buyback round. If you're a dragster and you bought back at the Diva desk and you don't have your car in the lanes and haven't gone down, put fuel in it, check the tires, start it, and get it up here. We're about to start calling. I don't even want to say it because then they'll come. The cars with doors. We'll say. Next up, Paul Rich in the right, 468 dial out of Tennessee. Joe Gary, Boiling Springs, South Carolina in the left, 455. Ooh, man. 4 total on the let go. Total, that is. Ooh, that's just bad parking by Joe Gary. 1, dead 1. In the right lane, Paul Rich, 2 total. 1 from perfect on the tree, 1 from perfect on the track. Joe Gary, 3, take 13. Say take quick. To be 14 thou under, that's just, like I said, bad parking. 003 and can't win. TG Pascal on the left. Another Carolina boy. 462. Pete Quinton in the right. Slow roller dragster. 530 out of VT, Vermont. With a 051 right. Trying trouble. TG make him pay. 12. 3 over 9. Pete Quinton, slow roller. 051. 2 over 6. That's like 70 total. Come on, guys. We're at like 19, 18 total. By the end of the day, we got to be at low teens. How are we going to do that when we're 15-2? Or P. Quinn, come on. Tighten it up. Get it back up for tomorrow. Steve Witherow on the left. Rob Pete's pockets last year or the year before for 50K. On the Brodix run for the, I think, the run for the money. Pete was sick. Didn't sleep for a week. Dawson Putman in the right out of South Carolina, 468. Pretty much heads up. Witherow out of Summer Duck, Virginia. Virginia versus South Carolina. 2 460 dragsters. Said the sun's coming out. I'm go with both these guys. Going to hover right around 010. 15 to a 5. That's an average 10. I wasn't wrong. Oof. 15, 1 over 9. Beats 5, take 60. In a pretty much side-by-side race. Probably got all of it. Witherow slides through at 135. Definitely got 2/3 of it. 5 for Putman. Good light. Had 10 to work, or 10 more on the tree. Puts it 31 under, taking 60. Need to grab him some brake pad or dial a little harder if he ain't gonna look. Putman's done for the day. Witherow still rolling. Keegan Hinkle up in the left in the Fitzgerald lane. Right lane, Allison Lloyd in the KM lane. Me and Pete still haven't figured it out. Kinder Motor Mile maybe. 491 in the right, slow roller. In the left, 540 out of Kentucky. Allison Lloyd in the right. Doswell VH. Where's VH? Shout out Josh P. Shout me out, Josh P. I got you. Shout out Josh P on Motor Mania. Wind light to the right lane. 3 out of Thou. Getting there 005. Keegan Hinkle, slow roller. Also out of Thou, but a 008. Gets him 5 Thou behind. Both for a Thou under. Goes to the better reaction. 003 in the right. Allison Lloyd moving on. Keegan Hinkle. 8 out of Thou. That's usually a good lap, but that ends his day on FST Wednesday in the buyback round. Marco, don't yell at me, bro. Don't yell at me. Scotty Albrecht in the right in the dragster. Like I said, his truck got sold on him. Johnny Azell in the left. Blackjack between the reacts. Real close to the center line for Albrecht. 12, 1 over 5. Gets him 5 Thou behind. Johnny Azell, 009, 1 over 3 at 129. Now, I don't know dragsters and mile an hours and all that stuff, but I don't think 129's all out. What do we got there? 22 total? In the left for Azell. We're getting there. We got to trim this average up, boys. Come on, lawn darts. Put these printers down. Give me some low teen total packages. Next up, Josh Dykes. Kingsport, Tennessee in the left, 476. Nick Womack in the right, 467, Carolina boy. And a 2019 American. Left side just says same, I don't know what that means. Turns to 006 red. Josh Dykes. 006 red out of Thou. Nick Womack, 33, 8 Thou under. It's a good spot to be on the track. Pull about 15 and we'll be good. Into round 2, don't matter. Nick Womack moving on. As we got about probably 10 or so pair left of dragsters. Jeff Serra in the left and Will Holloman. Two guys that shouldn't be in the buyback round, but are unfortunately very, very too capable of winning, both of them. Serra, 469 in the black dragster. I think that's the faster one. Holloman, 455. That's a slower one? Oh, okay. Sitting in pre-stage as the sun goes away again. There's a longer tree there. 001 for Holloman. He's got 15. 1, dead 7. Sarah, 16, take 3. And that's take. To be 11th thou under. 16, take 3. Usually gets him the win light, would you say?
Yeah, that's a pretty good lap. But 001, dead 7, that's strong.
That's getting there.
Attention in the pits. Door cars orange to the stage lanes for round 2, please. Door cars orange to the stage lanes for round 2. Door cars with the blue run number, you are on standby.
Lester Atkins in the left. He's 2/3 of the react in the right for Aaron Roberts, but Aaron Roberts goes under. 8 out 7 thou. 008 breaks it out 7 thou. Aaron Roberts. Lester Atkins 24. Dead 2. 26 total. Gets him the buyback round win light. Aaron Roberts gets there 25 at 148. Pretty close. Needs to get rid of 7 more, take 18 or less. Next up, Seth Street in the left. 465 dial. Ian Woods in the right out of Powell, Tennessee in the 2020 American, 487. Flag starts moving, a little bit of tail cross. 32 to a 37. I'm gonna get rid of 30 up there. I'm gonna go with the 2 to a 7. Dead 3 in the right. 37 dead 3, 40 total. Left lane Seth Street, 32, 24 over. That's too much total. Too much total. Too much total. Cut in half and get rid of a little more. We need team packs. Team packs for win lights here. This is the fling. Which one is this? Spring, fall? Fall. Fall Fling, presented by Rad Torque Systems. I'm sorry, the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We need 15 to 22 total this round to get by. 25 to 27. Tommy Cable on the left. 25 on the tree. Mark Price. 27. Tommy Cable. 25. Breaks it out 1,000. Getting there 3,000. That means it was really close. And he was really close to winning. But he didn't because he was out 1,000. 27. Dead Goose. Right lane. Mark Price. Pete says dead on with a donut. Jelly filled. Huh. 27, dead donut. Gets him to win. Mark Price, moving on. Tommy Cable, I think he's got the other dragster in. Oh, that was Anthony's anyways. He's wearing that one out. Anthony will be here tomorrow running that. He only cares about the red one anyway. Carson Brown, left lane, 481. Darren Lotz in the right, 486. Darren Lotz was in the dragster shootout last night. I think he went a round or two before bowing out in his 2007 Race Tech out of Virginia. Carson Brown, it's a 22 M&M. How does that happen? It's only 2021. 008 to 007. Ooh, out of thou again, out of thou again. That's tight racing. Again, all those numbers means it's really, really, really close. Darren Lotz gets the win. 007 out of thou. Carson Brown, 8 out of thou, behind a thou at the stripe. Like I said, really close. Winlight to Darren Lotz. Both 00, both out of thou. Lenny Butcher next up in the left, 483. All the way here from New Jersey. 07 Race Tech. Josh McDaniel. Either Josh or Cody, one of them won, I think, the final day here last year. 496, routed right here in 10 IC. Leaving first by about 10th and a half, turns it the bad one. Now he's gonna put it dead on. Ooh, 001 red, dips it 16 thou under. Left lane, Lenny Butcher with the win, 18. And we got 12 thou under. 18, 12 thou under. Showing 6 thou on the track. Like I said, give it 2 hits to put it dead on. Scrub a little break at the cone, put it high dead on. Whatever you want to do, get it done. It was over at the start with the 1 thou red light for Josh McDaniel. Man, all the hitters at quote unquote hitters back here in the back and even in the buyback, I like it. Knock him down a peg or two. Troy Williams Jr. left lane, Shane Thompson right. Troy Williams Jr. 483 out of Bradenton, Florida in the left. Shane Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration, helps out a lot with the flings, primarily the Vegas Million. He's a day sponsor and sponsors a lot out there for them guys. Thank you, Silver State. 462 dial. 006 red for Mr. Silver State. 12 thou over. Troy Williams Jr. 13. 10 under. 10 thou. I mean, I gotta specify, because if I said 10, I could mean 10 hundredths, and you never know with Troy. 13, 10 thou under. Win light. Now up again, Shane Maddox. Like I said, I've been watching first round in the buyback. He made good laps, like high teen total. And he's down to this buyback right here. I think that's Kevin Brandon's dragster. Wearing out a buddy's equipment's always a good thing. 457 dial. Megan Lotz on the right, 498. Maddox should get this one. He's got 207 to work with. Yes, 0.207. Said Megan might be having some problems. She was way red earlier and way late here. She's usually 00. 210, 3 thou under. Maddox shuts her way down. Be 12 over, still getting there 80. Can't do that quick math. He was 003 and back in the program with the Rabbits dragster. Chris Beauchamp and Corey Galitti. PA versus Texas. They probably only ever meet at the Fling. 21 to 26. I hear 2 hits down there. 21. What did I say? Blackjack. Blackjacked him. 21 dead 3. Power. Left lane. Chris Beauchamp. Corey. He might be out in both now. I think he still has one. 26. 1 over 8. At 153. 440, 153. No interest. Chris Beauchamp blackjacked him back in the program. Cody McDaniel now up in the right, 480. Like I said, either him or his brother won the final day here last year out of Tennessee. Chris Whitfield in from Colorado, 467 in the left. See, now it's a headwind. These mountains got this wind swirling, making it a little tricky to dial right now. Blackjack left lane. What'd I tell you? Blackjack. 21, 1/1. McDaniel, 13, 3 thou under, taking 22. When you get blackjacked, you get blackjacked. There's nothing you can do about it. 21, 1/1 for Chris Whitfield. Moving on to round 2. McDaniels are done for the day. They might have a third entry. They're over 2 at least on the buyback round. Gary Williams next up, and Bill Dempsey. Gary Williams in the left, out of Florida, 488 dial. And we got 15 total on the tree. Looks like, oof, 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 oof. Oof, oof, oof. Gary Williams, 4. 2/6 at 136. Bill Dempsey, I believe he was just way red or way green on the last. Was 11 and 1 over, getting there 3 thou. Like I said, getting 3 thou. I believe Gary might have gave that one back coming out of the party trailer last night. Gets behind 3 thou. And his day is done in that entry. Greg Hicks in the right, out of Team Silver State, North Las Vegas. Las Vegas is only like a mile by a mile, so I don't know how north you can get. Dialed 479, Josh Baker, left link, out of Kentucky, 471. Both these guys sitting in pre-stage. Josh goes in. Tree fires. A 12 to a 9. Hit, hit, hit. I think he gave it back too. Both these guys are down mile an hour. Josh Baker, 12, 2/1, getting their 2 little ones. Greg Hicks, 009, 2/6, getting behind 2 thou. Both them guys wearing that thing out down there. Baker goes through at 135, Greg Hicks at 140. 2 little ones was the deciding factor. Josh Baker moving on. Jason Sizemore, left lane. Almost a slow roller. I think 530s is minimum for a slow roller in a dragster. We got Steve Beanie in the right, 498. Might be our last pair of dragsters. 15 to a 13, Tennessee versus Kansas. 1, 7 thou at the stripe. 13, dead 7, 20 total. Almost blackjack. 15 out, 2 thou in the left. Getting there 7, needed to take 5 or less. I don't like saying that because there's only a select few guys that can really truly see that. 15, under 2 thou. Right lane, 13, dead 7, 20 total. Gets him into round 2. Sizemore done for the day. Kansas moving on. Tennessee's done. I think that was the last pair. I got to go relieve Mr. Cowboy in the lanes, so you're going to have to deal with Mr. Peter himself.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Cheers!
When the trash talk stops. When it's time to put up or shut up. When your money is in his pocket. When there are no more grudges to settle. Bragging rights earned. Daddy Dave depends on Mickey Thompson tires for his truck, too. Every run, every mile, Mickey Thompson tires.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Jeremy Hancock left lane, Steve Witherow in the right. Perfect reaction for Witherow. Can he light it up? Dead zero. Oh, there it is. Holy cow. Steve Witherow has just made a perfect run. 000, dead zero for Steve Witherow. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to do right now, Nate. That could be a $50,000 run. Steve Witherow has got to be feeling unbelievable right now. Wow, 000, dead zero for Steve Witherow. It can be done, and it was done. Now, will he be the only one? That's the question.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Plot off and away first. Jerry Brewer's 002 plot is 15, and Jerry Big Brewer 002 taking 002 to be a hun above, as Jerry Brewer is going to be your winner.
Good, man. You don't know how hard I've been working trying to get this thing. I've been to the flings, every fling they had. I try to make it. If my car's broke, I try to find something to drive. If I don't have nothing to drive, I watch, whatever I got to do. But this is one of the best races of the whole year for me. I don't care if it's not $1 million, but it's $1 million to me. It's $1 million to me, so.
Oh boy, Jerry better look over his shoulder. Vaughn flat missed a tree, and Jerry does a smart thing. Lets off the gas, goes 4 above, 004 in the reaction time. Norman just flat missed it right there. I think he had car problems. Got Chris Hodge and Robert Hyman. Hyman went deep into the drag to shootout rounds last night. Turns on another win light in that Mustang. 585 on a 585. Gets to the stripe by 12 thou. That's a little under a fender, and turns on the win light as Hodge was 2 above with a 20 tree, and that was not good enough. How about the boo left side? Garrett Griffith, 607. Jeremy Kessler, the 94 Thunderbird, is charging hard, and he will not turn on the win light. He was 006. He had 100 to play with, and he broke out by 100th. Griffith, 16. Probably got, he might have been flat out, maybe a little bit of brake pedal. 609 on a 607 at 110. No more buybacks here. It's 2 go down, 1 come back. We are in round 2 FST Wednesday. Beautiful day here at Bristol Dragway. Tommy Plott and Michael Narrad. What's up, Motor Maniacs? Appreciate you guys. 1279. They must have knew Emily was in the room. Almost 1,300. I haven't seen over 1,100 yet. Wow. Pick up the mic, we might get over 2,500. Tommy Plott killed the tree, turns on the win light. He was 2 thou from perfect and takes 16 to turn on the win light. Door cars, blues sticker. Door cars blue to the lanes for round number 2. All door cars have now been called for round 2. All right, missed that pair right there. Kurt Harrington, 008, picks up the win. Nice lap right there for Kurt. And Scott Sanders and Junior Hodges, 555 dialing in that 2-chassis pickup truck. Got a little bit of work to do. He has a shot, doesn't do it. Nice lap for Scott Sanders, 005 on a tree, 571 on a 570 dialing. Hodges was 18, so he was just a little bit behind the tree. He was a little bit further behind on the ET, and added all up at 16 thou, margin of victory, pointing Scott Sanders' way. Buddy Fleener, 552 is his dial and 553 is his ET. He's got that Chevy 2 dialed in. Deuces Wild. 003, 1 above for the win. Wes Weaver was 028, 1 thou under. He was behind and broke out. Jeremy York and Scott Tate. So today we start the Brodix best package. So the best package on the door car side, starting today, round 1, up until round 3, including round 3 of the Friday event. Best door car package will run off against the best dragster package for a set of heads SR20s worth $5,300. Jeremy York and Scott Tate, this should be a good one. Tate is on today. 11, dead 4, 15th out package for the win. Tate started his day with a 005 reaction time and a time run. He was the best reaction time of the first 20 pair of door cars to win a Performer Eclipse weather station, and he just keeps clicking on. Josh Lukey and Chuck Miner. 57 Bel Air for Miner and a 72 Nova for Josh Lukey. That's Steve Laws Chevrolet sponsored vehicle. What's up, Brandon Hodge? Watching some of the live feed. Miner should have it. Nope. Took too much stripe. Lukey's 35, 2 above. Miner was 003. Took 70 stripe to be 11th out under. Miner might, probably will, be hitting the swear jar. Get the viewership up. Tommy Zimmerman and Scott Sanders. Beautiful 68 Camaro, one of my favorite cars at the Media Dragway week in and week out. Zimmerman, 534. That's pretty fast. Sanders, 655 win line. Give it to that beautiful Camaro. And Amy Tate gives a little fist pump as she walks off the starting line. Cheering on her fellow Media racer, 008, 538. That was 4 above the dial. And Sanders with 37 and 57 on a 55 and too much room, 13th out, margin of victory going Zimmerman's way. So Emily, my beautiful bride, has joined me on the mic. She's getting a little bit embarrassed right now, but that's okay. Joe Gary and Frankie Denton.
I'll just do the position of correcting you if you say something wrong.
Oh, then you're going to be doing all the talking. Denton, 543. Gary goes red. 6 pal. Den was ready. 005. 10th out package. 543 on a 543. Emily, you think you can get that? Think you could take him on with that 10th out package? Think you got anything for him?
Nope.
Nope. All right. Very few words so far. The exact opposite of the norm at home. Josh, see, at home we have, our dynamic is Emily, myself, Severio, and Olivia. The 2 boys do about 7% of the talking, and the 2 girls do about 93% of the talking, including Olivia.
So it's just 100% talking all the time? Or
out of the talking. See, she's correcting me all the time. This is my life. Josh Decker gets by with one right there, because DeSantis dropped at 15th out red and Decker missed it with a 52. DeSantis. If you know Wayne, if he cursed, tell him to be a man about it. Come to the swear jar and give a little $5 donation or so, or even a 5-cent donation going to Races for Christ. Troy Williams, T-Dub, left side. He's driving Anthony's Nova. And Annette Defs.
This is Wade White's girl in the right-hand lane. I think this is her definitely first Fling event.
Yeah.
In her first race.
And I talked to her yesterday.
And she doesn't get the win. She had a good light, 004, Troy Williams Jr. 2 over for the win.
Hey, hats off to Annette. She came up here. She was pretty nervous yesterday. She was saying she hasn't raced much, and she doesn't know if she feels comfortable mixing it up with the big boys out here. And I said, hey, why are you being so hard on yourself? Just go out there and do it. She almost just took out Troy. 004 broke out by 3 thou. Shannon Justice and Robert Davies. All door cars have been called for round number 2. Wow.
8,000 separates them on the starting line. And Shannon Justice takes the win. 001 dead on with an 8. 9,000 package against Robert Davies. 1 over.
There for Shannon. Big Chief. Jerry Lone. Jerry Lone's hand shifting it. He's manually shifting it because he needs an electric solenoid. He hit 2 597s in a row hand shifting. Let's see how good he can do it again. I mean, it's probably only a power glide. We'll build it up a little bit. It's a 3-speed. I'm not sure if someone delivered the electric solenoid, but he said he was having an issue. I'm assuming he's hand shifting. He was 597 on a 596 twice in a row. Dials it up to a 97. Trey Sasser, 640. The Big Chief has a boatload of experience in the driver's seat. See, we got over 1,300 with you here. The Big Chief better override the shift and dump because he's behind on a tree by 400ths. Can't get it done. Shifted right, went dead on, but didn't let go on time. Sasser, 011, 641 on a 640 dial, and the 70 Nova coming back. Big Chief missed it. 054 runs another 597, but a little over a fender behind the stripe.
Allison Eads in the left lane. TG Paschal in the right lane.
For you motor maniacs, that's my wife Emily. She works her tail off all week long. She decided to join me for a few minutes.
And then he put me to work even more. 2,000 separates him on the starting line, and the win goes to TG Paschal. Allison Eads breaking out by 14,000. TG Paschal dead on with a 3 with a 014 light.
So what Emily's probably too shy to tell you is that this racetrack, Emily drove the Johnny LaBousse Anthony Bertozzi Corvette at a national event and won Super Gas. Right here.
I almost did better than you that weekend, but you won too, so you just couldn't let me have it.
You did better than me. You were 009. You were 003, took 009 in the final. You never sat in the car before. Heck, you didn't even know how to do the burnout until second round. Caroline McCarty and Hugh Meeks.
Now separates them again. See who gets it this time. Left lane. Caroline McCarty, 12, dead on 6. Another dead on in the right lane as well. 18,000 package for Hugh Meeks. Not enough. 004 for the margin of victory.
Let's test Emily's knowledge. How much distance is 004? Do you think?
Okay, 2 inches.
Yeah, I tell you what, you might have nailed it.
All right.
I'm impressed. Caroline McCarty, the Spring Fling Galot MVP, moves on in the Rambler wagon, and Blaine Parrish and Howard Westbury. Blaine, beautiful 68 Camaro from Clayton, North Carolina, and Westbury. Dials it in 565. Moonlight is on, and Westbury Blaine Parrish dropped at 4,000 red. Westbury 015, 5,000 under, so now the cloud cover. You're watching some cars go a few thou under. Tightening it up. Travis Colangelo and Kevin Pollard. Emily, do you know what that minus sign means in the right lane?
It means no crossover.
Yeah,
No
I'll give you that. If it was like Jeopardy or something, I would.
What is?
No, you did it right. Crossover, crosstalk. Kevin Pollard is foot braking.
Oh, that's going to be a tough loss for Calvin Pollard. He drops it red, and Colangelo missed it quite a bit. He gets by with not so great of a light.
Kevin Pollard, if you don't hit the swear jar after that one, I'll do it for you, buddy. Tough way to go out. Your opponent missed it, and you're 17 red. Here's Dan Fletcher and Troy Henry. Both drivers stage at the exact same time. Let's see how that plays into it. Whole shot win going to Henry. 011, 2 above. Sneaks around that big wagon of Fletcher by 2,000. Fletcher is 25, 1 above.
Ken Clark and Chris Cadle. That's Chris Cadle and Bethany Cadle racing with a heavy heart as they lost Mike Crick a few months ago.
And then they just had a little baby.
That's right.
I bet Bethany's tired.
What do you know about having babies?
I know how tiring it is.
So Clark, 647. Chris Cadle, 558. That's a high winding small block, I believe, in the left side. Remember talking to Mike back in the day, and I said, what RPM do you reach in the burnout in this thing? And he said, I don't know, as high as it will go. Pickup truck is off and away, and here comes Cadle. The 70 Duster making up some ground. Cannot close the deal. Clark had a great reaction time at 004. Gets to the stripe first by 15 thou. Goes to 649 on a 647. And that was good enough as Cadle, who was 3 above his dial and a little bit behind at the start. That's part of the Team Rad Torque, the title right sponsor, and Jordan Arnold. Jordan, the young lady from Tennessee, has the reaction time advantage. She's looking over her shoulder. Here comes Galitti. Not going to get there. Arnold, 006, 3 above. Galitti got there first by a little less than a fender, but he was 30 on a tree, and he broke out 12 thou getting there.
Alan Bird in the left lane, Lonnie Plyler in the right lane. I saw this guy's bumper in the left lane. Alan Bird says sponsored by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So he must have put a lot of heart in this race car. 673 left lane for Alan Bird, 595 for Lonnie in the right lane. Six thou separation on the starting line. Slight advantage going to Alan Bird. And he gets it. Dead on with an 8. And also dead on in the right lane with an 8. 6 thou margin of victory. Left lane winner, Alan Bird.
And we have a couple of prize winners. Jeff Larson won a hood scoop. Why, you ask, Emily?
Yes, I did.
Because his hood scoop on a car was pretty ugly.
Oh.
Yeah. Seriously, I mean, he needed an upgrade. Everything else about it, dual shock, nice looking ride, but the hood scoop was like 1985-ish, so Regils is going to set him up with a brand new hood scoop for his dragster. Also, as Colby Fuller and Dylan Lee stage up, Dylan Lee, 674. Fuller's going to try to track him down. He's got work to do. The Regal on the left side is looking over his shoulder, gets it. That's a bottom bulber over there. 008 takes 10 to be 2 over. That's a nice lap. Colby Fuller was behind 040 and loses on a hole shot. Tim West. Tim West, you are the winner of the Hard Luck Award in the buyback round. You won a Messier water pump. It was a random selection out of first round buyback losers. Tim West, it is not a certificate. It's an actual Messier boxed up plug and play water pump. Come see the Fling Diva desk. And we're going to take your picture and hand you over your product. Sean, Sarah, Tracy, Sons, good one here.
Sarah's have been on a tear lately, and it continues. Sean Sarah with the win, 015, takes 5 thou to be 2 over. Tracy Sons, 023, 2 over as well. And Justin Lamb, what's more tiring, having a baby or husband? Well, if it's my husband, then that's definitely more tiring.
Let me tell everybody out there what happens when you have a baby or two and you're the husband. You get, you're like, it's all about the kids. Let's just put it that way. Amanda Manuel and Richard Tilgman. Manuel 013. But cannot close the deal. She's been driving really good lately. That time she took a little bit too much stripe. Breaks out by 6 thou. Tillman's 032. 3 above. Looks like wide open. 109 at 620, but good enough for the win right there. Amanda's not going to be happy about that one. Johnny LeBoux Sr., the birthday boy. 75 years young today. Johnny, if I could sing, I would, but I can't, so I won't.
He can't hear you right now anyway, so you could sing.
Well, everybody else can. I mean, I'll sing to him like one-on-one, but no one else can, but not the opposite. Tim Hagler and LeBoost, that car has got them. Oh, boy. Johnny missed it. I think when he mad at it, the car just fell on its face. Tough way to go for the birthday boy. I think when he stomped on a loud pedal, it just kind of...
Didn't go loud.
It did not go loud. Hagler, 009, did his job, coasted through 553 on a 545.
Robert Major in the left lane, Sandy Ballou in the right lane. 554 for Sandy, 604 for Major. Oh, 1 thou red for Sandy Ballou. Robert Major was not very impressive on the tree, so Sandy might be in the swear jar today. But Robert Major will take the win.
Listen, if I was 083 and if I was 001 and my opponent was 001 red and my opponent's 083, that's a swear jar. That's probably a $10 swear jar at least, because I would be the words would not be PG in my helmet or when I pick up the time slip. Probably both. Carson Brown and Todd Barton. Barton makes our shirts that Emily helps design.
Yeah, you better head over there. We're out of a couple sizes already.
See that? And what's going on here? We have 1,400 viewers. We haven't had 1,400 viewers all week. Emily hops on the mic. They're going to get a complex here.
2 thou separation on the starting line. Todd Barton, slight advantage, and he gets the win dead on with a 3. Carson Brown, 020, 15 thou under.
So Emily, Barton with that beautiful Bel Air, 153, 60 foot, 626. What do you think's going on there, if you had to guess?
Is there a throttle stop?
You got it.
I know a
Good
little
enough
bit about
for the
throttle
win.
stop racing. Just ask me how good I do burnouts in super gas roadsters.
Yeah, that was
Well, now the cool thing is to burn out
over the line. Yeah,
so
it is.
I was ahead of the trend far before it was cool. And
Yeah.
I'm sure he frowns upon it though, passing the starting line in a burnout.
Pro stock burnout she did. I mean, probably 80 feet out there. John LeBoost Jr. and Trevor Denton. Speaking of, there's the car you did it in.
That's my baby. 1 thou red for Trevor Denton. He is not going to be happy. Johnny LeBoost takes the win, dead on with a 6.
So LeBoost marches on. Maybe he'll give Daddy a birthday present tonight by winning in the vet. Vinny Domino, Big Vin, and Ivy Brannon. New car. I haven't seen... I like that door car. It says on the screen. I haven't seen Ivy in this before. Drops it 2 thou on the red side and Big Vin 007. 585 is the dial. 583. Good spot to be. 17 thou under for Big Vin. Matt Dattis in his second entry. Pretty sure he turned on the wind light. Yeah, he turned on the wind light in his first entry. Speaking of over the line burnouts, I have a theory. The next generation are doing a lot of over the line burnouts. This is what I have figured out. I could be wrong. Motormania, help me out here. I think it's because a lot of them slot car race, and when they slot car race, they drag the slot car over the line. Something to do with the glue, and I think they're trying to drag the glue around with their tires. And
But that doesn't work on a racetrack.
Ask Mac Dattis. You tell him. He'll let you know it does. I don't believe in it. I don't see any reason for it. But hey, to each his own. Matt Dattis 632, 662 for Austin Olinger. Dattis just tickling that stage bulb. The big Barracuda stages. Tree drops.
status, but 007 will carry him on to the next round. Austin Ollinger, 038, 3 over with a 3.
So Daddis, hey, see, maybe I'm telling you, hey, if he wins tonight in the winner's circle, you ask him about that, all right?
Okay.
Promise?
Sure.
Ask him about why he does the burnout over the line. Brian Tollison and Rob Leipziger.
Okay, Peter, what year Corvette is in the left lane? I'm covering the screen, no peeking.
1980.
Did you know it from the screen, or you know
I
it
saw
from
the
the
screen.
tail light?
I saw the screen.
Okay. Thanks for being honest. Ooh, neither one had a stellar reaction time. See, dead on with a 2 in the left lane. We'll take it. Take an 8 thou. 1 over with a 6 for Brian Tolson, and not gonna work. Here comes Jason Lynch in the left lane. Michelle Strunk in the right lane. 586 for Lynch. 698 for Strunk. Red light start for Michelle. We'll give Jason Lynch the win. 008 on the starting line. And 2 thou under. He was ready.
Don't change the screen yet. Jason Lynch, 147 60 foot at 585. What's going on there?
Throttle stop again.
She went back to the throttle stop. We went to the well one too many times there.
Okay.
High gear only.
I was going to say that next.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Mitchell McKinney left lane, 691. Zach Helton, 556 in the right lane. What do you want to quiz me about this one?
Well, let me see how the race plays out. You think that Cavalier's tube chassis, or you think it's a 4-link or ladder bar?
Ladder bar.
I mean, I'm assuming it's a 4-link. Little Cavalier going 556. So now you're 1 for 3. McKinney 691, Zach Helton 556.
You're making me lose viewers. You're showing my weaknesses.
No, it's going to go back up. Hey, check out the guy in the burnout box in the right lane. He was pointing to the scoreboard thinking it was going to come on, but not this time. Zach was 31 above. That was a close drag race.
2 thou, margin of victory. Left lane takes it. Dead on with a 3. Made it happen.
Larry Pittinger and Robert Hetzler. Pittinger all the way from Williams, Arizona. I saw him in a holding area. Super nice guy. Made a long trip, said he wanted to see Bristol. He wanted to be at the Fling here and trying to turn on that round 2 win light. Wheels up start. Both sides. Hertzler with a great 002 reaction time, but 3 above the dial is not going to get it done. Dead on for Pittinger. And just a little heads up, we are going to start the Fling Fun Zone. Starts tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the Fling Fun Zone. Premier Moving helped sponsor it. But if you have kids here or anywhere within a safe driving distance, tell them to come this weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're going to have a Spider-Man bounce house, an obstacle course, and a lot of fun stuff. Ice pops for the kids.
Can I race you on the obstacle course?
No, because I'll probably get hurt.
No, we don't need that. Rusty Blackford Jr. and William Daniels. Rusty Blackford takes the win. Dead on with a 7, 022 light, taking 10 thou at the finish line.
Lila Pro Valaris, our marketing expert, walks into the room. Anything to say? Oh, by the way, check out Facebook. We have a
What's happening, Peter? Tell us.
I'm not, listen, I was sworn to secrecy. There's only people that know, so don't ask me in the lanes what's going to happen, all right? Or don't ask me anywhere, because the only people that know are Marco, myself, and Emily, and Lela. That's it. But check out our Facebook page. We have a huge announcement coming out Friday morning.
Lewis Trenton and Seth Street. Seth's going to have to work some magic up top. Nope. Whole shot win going to Lewis. Lewis is 10 on a tree, had plenty of room because Seth was 50. Turns it into a win light, does a nice job down there, taking 19th out stripe, going 7 above.
You can get orange drags just coming if you want. Are you going to split them in odds and evens?
Jason Thompson and Felix Hutchinson. Felix Hutchinson takes the win. He is our bounce house master. He's the one bringing out the obstacle course and the Batman bounce house. And he, 019, dead on with a 6, will take the win into 3rd round. Here we go. Next up, Jesse Ray in the left lane. Steve, what do we got here? Luisos? Oh. Red light start. We'll give the win right to Jesse Ray. Sammy Hollingsworth and Jeremy Popple. 592 for Sammy out of Greenwood, South Carolina, and Jeremy Popple, 535. Oh, he's a New Yorker.
Jeremy Popple was the runner-up in the 100K event at the Spring Fling Galitti, Timmy Markaloo. That was he actually walked away with about 30 or 40 grand. No, maybe not. I don't think they split anything. I think it was 20. Sammy Hollingsworth, Jeremy Popple, 2,000 red for Jeremy's. Hollingsworth, 20 on a tree, 13,000 under. So now you're seeing a little trend here, Emily. The cloud cover, it might be starting to drop a few degrees from the middle of the day, and cars are starting to hit the number, going low dead on, and 5,000 under, 12,000 under. Gonna make for some good racing here tonight. Noah Lewis and Leon Robinson. Attention in the pits. Dragsters with an orange number. Dragsters orange to the lanes for round 2. Dragsters blue, you're on standby, so just you guys can hang in the pits. Right now we're asking for Dragsters orange. Leon Robinson, can you do the Neon Leon like Jared, like JJ does?
Neon Leon.
Hey, that was better than I can do.
Right? 011 for Leon Robertson. Noah Lewis got him beat a little bit with a 005 and will take the win. Taking 18,000 margin of victory to go 1 over with a 3. Noah Lewis moves on to 3rd round.
In case you just tuned in, this is Peter Biondo. It's a beautiful day at Bristol. I'm here with my lovely wife, Emily, calling a couple of shots. We are the B team, yes. We do have fun with this, but the A team is on their way. Lucas McKinney and Chuck Wishard. McKinney 652, Wishard 592. We're looking for Dragsters orange sticker. Double red light right there. Winner going to the driver who went red by the least. That's Chuck Wishard. He'll move on to round 3. 006 red, 594, 117.
What's the new term for the pump truck? What do they call that?
Oh boy, there's a honey wagon or something. Honey
wagon.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. There's nothing honey about that wagon.
Yeah, it'll be here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So if anyone needs a pump, flag them down in the pit. Chuck Sanders left lane, Clifford Davidson in the right lane. Clifford Davidson's a local racer. He goes down on with a 4, but that does not get it done. Chuck Sanders, 1 over with a 7, takes 0007 finish line for the win. $1 Million Verdi in the left-hand lane. Robert Narad in the right lane, dialed 619. $74 Vega for Robert Narad. And of course, the famous 66 GTO for Verdi. Verdi's got a little advantage on the starting line. Let's see if he can carry it. He does. He is 5 over with a little bit of room down there. 0-11 he was on the starting line and takes 14 for the win.
Hinkle. Quick car right there, 560 in the 8th. For Hinkle, Waycaster 664 in that bright orange pickup truck. Both drivers are green. Shannon, 003. Shannon looks over his shoulder and turns on a win light with an 11 pack. That's what I'm talking about. Nice lick right there for Shannon. Hinkle was 28, one above, and 31 thou behind. So we gave away a scoop for the dragster that needed it the most. Keep in mind, we also have a K&N hood scoop for a door car that needs it the most. We're going to look through the lanes today, and if we don't find one today, we'll look again tomorrow. Shane Thompson and Garrett Griffith. Garrett Griffith is one of those young guns. I'm going to call Garrett Griffith 009 right here.
Oh, well, then I think Shane's going to be 012. Oh,
he was up.
012, but on the wrong side. Shane Thompson drops it red, gives the win to Garrett Griffith. 021, not 009 like Peter predicted.
No, I was closer than you, though. You were 24th hour off. I was 12th hour
No,
off.
you said the minus means no cross.
Oh, did I? What? The who and a what now? Wayne Wright and Scott Albrecht. Albrecht driving the Mega Vega. Fun fact, I drove that car to a $10,000 win when I was a young punk, and they thought Danny was driving, all the guys in the stands, and anyway, Anthony Bertozzi cleaned up, betting everybody. Fun story. Oh, Albrecht is in control. It's like a 99% chance Albrecht turns on a win light here. There it is. He's 008. Wayne Wright is 070. Albrecht, you give him 62,000 to work with. That's like giving, if you're street racing, that's like giving your opponent like a car length head start almost. And then trying to catch him with an evenly matched car. Don Cox and John Corbin. Cool looking 60, call it a 68 Firebird? I can't, 67, 68.
I thought you knew the difference. The lines and the lights.
It's 67. It's 67. Want to know why?
Because the license plate is in 67?
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So Motor Mania live feed, Motor Maniacs. Thank you to our good friends at Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing that to you guys at no charge. And thanks to Joanne and Mark Walters for, tell you what, they do a lot of work that probably goes unnoticed quite a bit. I mean, they're manually doing it all up there. So Motor Maniacs, tune in on Friday morning. Big announcement, Emily.
Big.
I am excited about it. So tune in on Motor Mania Friday morning, or if you're at the track, we're going to do it under the tower. If you're at home, you could tune in on Motor Mania, or you can tune in on our Facebook page. Have a little bit of downtime. So,
speaking of tuning in, I think our children are listening. What do you want to say?
I love you guys. Severio, I love you. Olivia, I love you. You guys, I hope you're being good for Ashley and Gigi.
Of course. They're angels.
They are angels.
They're cute, though. That's for sure. Severio and Olivia, Mommy and Daddy are working hard, babes. We love you. We miss you. We'll see you in a few days. And Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, yeah, and Tickles and Flips. Severio saying right now, I can't believe Mommy's announcing.
Our big baseball superstar. He started the higher up baseball team where the kids pitch to each other. That is comical. He's doing good though, working up the ladder.
Yep, 7 years old. He just turned 7. Olivia just turned 4. As we do a little bit of track grooming. So Emily, when did you first start racing? How old were you? I know it was in a junior.
Mm-hmm.
And why was it called Purple Haze?
You'd have to ask the person who painted the car.
So you just left it Purple Haze?
Yeah, we bought it from
Because that's like a
somebody.
song that has a meaning, right?
Right, Jimi
Okay.
Hendrix.
Okay.
There
yeah.
was a big car and a junior painted Purple Haze matching. We bought the junior, and it was a beautiful paint job, so we left it. And I was 13.
So when you first started, like in a junior, like what instruction did you have about hitting the...
0.
So you just looked at the tree and went on green, or
So
what?
much 0. Nobody even took me down a racetrack before I made my first junior pass. Like not even on a scooter, walking, nothing. So my dad could remind me what it was I messed up on, but I think maybe I turned off at the broke lane or something. I don't even remember. My first pass was terrible.
Turned out to be a good driver, though. Who would have thought you'd win the Super Gas National event here in, what year was that, 2012? 12.
The year we got married.
That, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'll make the excuse that I'm busy and I'm working and I can't remember.
Well, we were only dating when we both won the national event in June. You proposed 2 months later, got married 3 months later. Would that add up to be enough?
All right, enough of this wishy-washy stuff. They want to hear about drag racing. Light them up. Don Cox and John Corbin. Getting all mushy up here. I got to keep my game face on with these guys.
Yeah, keep it tough, PB. 55 Chevy in the left lane. That's a nice looking Chevy.
I like it.
We're going with 67 in the right lane because that's what Peter says.
Quick 536 8th mile dial in here on the mountain. Speaking of mountains, if you've never been to Bristol Dragway, you want to talk about a beautiful drag strip, especially when you get weather like this. It just adds to it. I mean, just look straight down track. Someone flew over this track at some point and said, I'm right there. Drew a red dot and said, we're gonna break it up right there. We're gonna cut it in half. We're gonna dig for about 17 years and lay down some rubber. Corbin dialed 598, Cox 536. Corbin wheels up, goes a little bit to the left, straightens it out, has the reaction time advantage and the wind light. Going to Corbin. 14 reaction time, 1 above the dial, 599 on a 598's good enough. Cox was 2 hun behind at the start and 4 hun behind at the finish. Someone just texted me, said, we don't have a swear job big enough for you. You have to tell me who you are, buddy. Sorry, it's a 615 number. I don't have you in my new phone here. Dave Schroeder and Clayton Roberts. Clayton Roberts from Benson, North Carolina. Wow, Schroeder's just keep on clicking. The Tate and the Schroeder bunch are killing it today. Stace was actually 200s behind at the start, but Clayton might have just let Stace sneak around him down there. 4,000 margin of victory. 21 dead on the dial, beats a 002, 2 above. Ouch. G-Dub, Gary Williams, and Kevin Pollard. Now, Kevin Pollard he's a multi-talented killer driver. He's actually hitting the top in his car. You can see there's no minus sign down there at the scoreboards. That's Raider Campbell, Premier Moving. That's the Fun Zone sponsor. You'll see the Fling Fun Zone this weekend here. And Gary Williams, that's a tough out. Emily grew up racing with Gary. He's always been tough, and he's tough again. 004 to an 015. Win light, give it to Pollard on a double breakout. Williams was 004, and he got there first by 18 thou and broke out by just a little bit more than Pollard did. E.J. Womack and Wade White. They look at the suspenders out there, man. He means business.
Those are not suspenders. That would be overalls.
What's the difference?
Suspenders hold your pants up. Overalls are pants.
Oh, like a jumpsuit? One piece or something?
A onesie and a jumpsuit combined.
Wade White's gonna try to. Sorry, babe. Wade White's gonna try to save the White family. Going into round 3, not gonna happen. EJ Womack had 100 in his pocket, leaving a starting line. Ran 100 closer to the dial than Wade did, and 18,000 margin of victory, pointing to EJ Womack side of the computer screen here. Canada Street and Tim Spears. Now, Tim Spears, I'm trying to figure out why his wing has that lopsided lean to it.
Gangsta lean.
Gangsta lean. Think that, I don't know. I mean words like preload and maybe it's just like bent a little bit. I don't know. He runs a number though, 5:15.
030 for Kenneth Street, 49 for Tim Spears. Give it to the door car. The door truck, 1 over with a 5. Take 16 thou at the finish line for the win. Moving on to round 3.
And I agree, Mike Johnson. It's got to be hard. Pollard's a tough guy. He's to hit the top and the bottom within 2 different cars within an hour. That's takes some special talent right there. Yep, Robbie, 2022 National Trail Raceway. We will be back there September 6th to September 10th. Are the dates. Join us at the Summer Fling, the Jeg Summer Fling. Dylan Coggins and Jason Sizemore. As we continue on in round 2, the dragster side. Coggins 483, Sizemore 541. 541 in a rear engine dragster. I'm saying it's either a small cubic inch big block or a small block. Doesn't matter. Put a number on it. If it runs it, if you hit the tree, you could beat anybody.
So Severio and Olivia are listening at home with Jade and Gigi. Let's see, 509. They probably did their homework. They even had ice cream already today. Jason Sizemore taking the win. 3 thou slower on the reaction time, but still 007, taking 2 thou at the finish line. Moving on to round 3.
Nice lap right there, both sides of the racetrack. Sizemore coming out on top by 2 thou. You think they had ice cream already? Severio and Olivia, really?
Maybe.
It's not dinner time yet.
Scooter ride.
No, my boy and my girl know not to have ice cream before dinner. No way, Jose.
Maybe when mommy and daddy are home.
You wait till we get home. Tickles and flips. Right away, Steve Witherow and Zach Henry. Witherow makes a lot of money. You want to know how, Emily?
Racing.
Well, kind of.
Hired guns.
Yes, he is a scout for some of the best drivers out there.
He's like a baseball scout out on the field with a big long camera. Well, he's picked some good ones. Zach Henry, 492 in the right lane. Steve Witherow, 468 in the left lane. 6 thou red for Zach Henry. Giving the win light to Steve Witherow.
Witherow 005, 464 on a 468 dial-in. Zach Henry, that's a swear jar moment. 006 on the red side and dead 3. Zach, swear jar is open. Donations going to Races for Christ. All of the donations going to Races for Christ. And I don't know, what would you just, now you have to define swear. And what's all this with curse and cuss? You have to explain that to me, because if someone curses, they curse. Cuss is not...
It's just a different word for this age.
I don't understand that. Jack the Quack Ostrowski and Sean Langdon, anybody's race win light. Give it to the Quack. Jack's 10, dead 9. Langdon was 13, breaks out by 6 thou. Took 12 thou at the stripe, needed to cut that in half.
So what do the New Yorkers say? How do you say
Curse.
a bad word?
If you say a bad word, you curse.
You curse?
Yeah.
Well, Daddy said a bad word the other day, and Severio decided to repeat it.
Yes.
That was not good. Daddy
So
has
did
to
he
put
curse
money
or
in
cuss?
In the swear jar.
I don't know what this cuss business is, but it's curse. If you cussed, or said a bad word, or smack yourself in the head, whatever, come, had a bad run, had a bad lap, had a bad beat, this, you can see the swear jar, and swear jar to Diva Desk and make it all better in your world. Cody Witt and Robbie Martel. Martel, a little bit of work to do, does do it. He was a little bit behind the start, but had the car figured out. 488 on a 488. Again, these drivers are starting to cool off a little bit out there. Cars are picking up just a hair. 6th thou under for Cody Witt. The room. Motor Mania, help me out here. What is the difference between curse and cuss? Drives me crazy. Ray Fordyce and Steve Marinchek. Fordyce from Williamstown, New Jersey is in control and turns on the electricity. Marinchek got there by 1,000, but had to break out to do it. Fordyce, 007, little bit of a drop, 472 at 143 on a 471 dial-in. Noah Rambo and Patrick Bowen. Patrick is a super nice guy. Patrick's been practicing on a tree this week. Let's see if it pays off. He's got a tough out. Noah Rambo, 454 is Noah's dial. Patrick almost getting 1 second handicap, 548. Patrick is 11th out red. Noah Rambo is 16 on a tree. Once again, 6th out under. Cars are coming back a little bit from where they were this morning. Heat of the day before. It seemed like they were high dead-ons to 1 over, maybe even 2 over. Now they're dead-ons to 5 thou under. Donnie Saban in the booth. Gigi's at home. Want to say anything to her? Catfish Lynch and Robert Benson. Catfish, pretty sure he won in his Nova. 486 is his dial-in. And Robert Benson from West Virginia. Dials 518. Red light start and a win light for Jason Lynch Catfish. How about Catfish? Right where he wants to be. 7th out under, 002 tree. Moving on to round 3. Rick Johnson and Steve Beanie. Little Kansas versus Tennessee. So one guy lives in Johnson City. That's 11 miles away from here. And Beanie, Kansas, I don't know. What do you think, Don? About 400 miles away?
Could be. Easy 400.
497 or 473? So Dragster Jeff Kreider says a witch put a curse on you. All right, we're getting some answers there. Anybody's race, win light's going to go to the right-hand lane, Beanie. Both drivers with 20s on a tree. Beanie sticks it dead on and gets there by 12th out to turn on the win light. All right, we're getting some action here. Carson is the down south thing. Carson is north thing. NHRA 101, thank you. That's what I said. My wife says I'm wrong. She says they're 2 totally different words. I think like It's kind of like how we say you all or yous, and down south they say y'all. Drew Smith and Chris Galitti, Mr. Red Torque turns on the wind light. Title sponsor, the race moves on. 20 on a tree, 1 above the dial. Good enough as Drew Smith is 5 thou on the red side. There's a swear jar moment, dead 7.
Tim Thomas in the right, Lumberton, North Carolina. TG Paschal in the left, dialed 462. Going to be leaving second by about 1200ths.
If you guys want to hear a purebred New Yorker, New York accent, Donnie Saban in the house. You know what Donnie Saban did growing up? Know what his occupation was? You want to tell him over the... You can't get arrested at this point. You could tell him now. Good.
I was a sanitation worker for 20 years.
And before that?
A teenager.
Uh-huh. Tim Thomas, TG Pascal, good matchup right here.
Wow. Anybody's race, double O's a pair at the starting line. 473.9, going to get it done. Taking 2 thou at the stripe.
So double breakout again. These guys are right there, but just a couple of thou under. That was a good drag race. Speaking of, Tommy Cable and Shane Carr. Shane Carr is, he was on my has-been team last year here. He is flat and nasty in any dragster. Tommy Cable, 466. Tommy's the type of guy, when he gets hot, he gets hot. He gets double O's and not one to hold too many numbers, but he can stick it dead on, and Shane Carr is probably going to pull up alongside of him and have a decision to make. Well, you want to talk about... How about this? Shane Carr's 008 dead 1, no good. Thanks for playing. Tommy Cable's 008 dead 1. Take him to the little numbers. 0003 going to Tommy Cable. Wow. You can't even fault Shane Carr. He made the right move. He probably didn't have much room down there and said, you know what, I'm going to stick it dead on. And he did just that and got just about an inch or two behind. Micah Mann and Bailey Ferraro, the kid from Hazelhurst, Georgia, 456. Micah Mann, 478. Ferraro gets there first by 18 thou. Safe, 1 above the dial-in, picking up the win, moving on to round number 3. Joanne, 353 was the round 1 car count today. Hey, I'll even type it on there in case you can't hear me too well. There you go. And I don't know where Umbrella Man is. I hope he's coming. He's a fixture here at the Fling. And it's sunny out. And he could get full use of his umbrella. Stephen Mccrory and Cameron Manuel. Should be a good matchup. Who do you got here, Don?
I'm going left lane.
I'll tell you, you guys don't know Donnie Saban very well, but he is a killer in stock eliminator back in the day. A total, no kidding, he's probably the most naturally talented footbreaker back in the day. Anybody's race. Let's see what happens at the stripe. A little hood scoop rocking, and how about dead on donut? Manuel, 482.0 on a 482 after leaving the line 006. He left Mccrory no room. Mccrory's 11 dead 3. Again, we're starting to see these numbers really tighten up here.
Parker Dotson and Travis Colangelo. Travis Colangelo, you see all these American race cars out here? He's the fabricator, he's the shop owner, he's the builder. Colangelo looks over his shoulder, has some room, ouch. Swear jar moment right there. Colangelo was 007, Dotson was 036, so Colangelo had the room, but took 52 stripe down there to break out by 5 thou. Pretty sure he's going to hit the swear jar. And you, speaking of swear jars, Donnie Saban, you ever go in Donnie Saban's house? There are a lot of swearing, cussing, cursing, name it, you name it. Yeah, guys, we are the B team here. It's FST Wednesday. We have the big guns rolling in to pick up the mic for most of the rest of the week. Looking forward to a great week of racing here. It's going to be gorgeous weather all week long, and couldn't be a better place to do some drag racing. Butch Booker is a little bit behind the start, cannot make up the difference. Chris Johnson. Both drivers one above. The difference right there was a tree, a 17 to a 32. Chris Johnson moves on. And here's Jay Larson. I believe he was either him or his, I know it was a Larson that won the hood scoop that needed it, a dragster that needed a hood scoop the most.
Give a little shout out to Jade and Gigi if they're listening, Severio and Olivia. Hope you're being good. Got Jay Lawson in the right, Dylan Winters in the left. Boonville, Indiana. Both stage at the same time. And Dalton's got his work cut out for him. He's a little behind on the start. And he's not going to get it done. Breaks out trying to get there. Left lane, one over would have won. 0.25 for the win.
Johnny Saban in the booth. He's from Queens, New York. Knew him for probably about 30 years. The one thing is I'm still hurt about is I was not the best man at his wedding. I was the best man at 4 different people's weddings, but not yours, just so you know. Still bitter about it.
Just to be fair, I wasn't at any of Pete's 3 weddings. I wasn't his best man. I wasn't the best man either.
Guys, he's exaggerating. It's only 2. Hugh Meeks, multi-time NHRA National Event Champion, drops it 13 red. Team M&M Melton moves on. How about a 420 on a 422? 172 at the 8th mile. You know, back when I won Super Comp in 1989 at the U.S. Nationals, I was 890 at 148. That's a quarter mile. I had a 454 in there. Got the job done for the day. Now they're going 172 at the 8th. Chris Ferguson and Frank Lakatis. Activities out there in the starting line. Chris Ferguson and Lakatis stage up. Ferguson breaks out 468 on a 469. Oh shit. Yo, someone.
Mark Goyette and Shannon Justice. Goyette 487, Justice 479 as we continue on round 2. Thanks, Youth Rock. Yeah, I am old, pal. 50 years old. Yep.
The youngest one in the booth right now, though.
By far. Mark Goyette 487. He'll leave first. Dan Page Race Car, Shannon Justice. Lexington, North Carolina, check that, 479. Shannon Justice left nothing on a table on a starting line and turns it into a whole shot win. Justice. 000 to Goyette's 37, and that's just too much room to leave a driver like Shannon Justice, who makes him pay. Wins it on a whole shot. How about Johnny Ezell and Nick Breshaw? Johnny Ezell is very impressive. He's one of those drivers that I'm going to go out and say he's one of the best drivers of this decade. It's not only how he turns the win. It's not only that he turns win lights on. It's how he does it. He's crafty. He's smart. He builds his own cars. Watch him go to work. Both drivers, double O. Hood scoops rocking in the right lane. Both dead on. But Nick Breshaw says, Johnny, you're going to have to do better than a 9-pack to beat me. Nick Breshaw for 004, dead 5. Ezell was 006, rocking the scoop to dead 7 to be 4th out behind. That was just a flat-out nasty drag race. Zach Fulcher and Will Holloman, another good one.
Zach Fulcher with the 21 M&M in the left lane. Dialed 489, he's leaving first. Will Holloman with his undercover. Dialed in at 455. Both drivers taking their time, putting the bottom light on. Fulcher's in. Here comes Holloman.
Holloman does not like to stage first. Double O's a pair. Winlight. Will Holloman. Fulcher was one stinking thou under. 004 gets there first by 22 to go 1 thou under. Holloman is 009, goes one above on a little bit of a drop. 146, 456 for the win.
Got Noah Lewis in the left lane, Clarksville, Tennessee, and Sherman Adcock Jr. in the right. Dialed 473.
Adcock, former division and national champion in NHRA. Really talented guy, good guy from Georgia, and you put him behind the wheel of anything, he can make it happen. Red light start, another one. 1 foul. Adcock. 019, 471 on a 473 dial. Moving on. Parts call. Funny Car Chris is in need of some parts here. Funny Car Chris needs a Jessel rocker arm, a 1.7 Jessel rocker arm. He'll buy it, he'll borrow it, he'll rent it, whatever. If you have a 1.7 Jessel rocker arm, please see Funny Car Chris, or you could text the Fling 844 number. I'll try to put you guys together. Chris Beauchamp and Josh Duggins, that's PAR Racing Engine son Scott Duggins. 008, dead 6, 14 package, that's good. Beauchamp, did everything he could. He probably knew he was a little behind the tree. Dropped it to go 481 at 134, but could not get inside the package of Duggins. Galitti. Corey Galitti right lane. Heather Boyko. Corey Galitti is a killer young gun driver, but his claim to fame, I don't know if Donnie even knows this, is when he crashed in the quarterfinals of Randy Folk's Million, hopped in another car, and it was a violent wreck and it was pretty cool and late. He was not scared. He hopped in a car. 10 minutes later, won the next round, and I believe he run it up in a race. It was like a Rocky movie. I'm telling you. I had goosebumps watching that whole deal. Heather Boyko from the media PA. She's no gimme. She is tough. She's been turned on a lot of win lights, but falls 1 thou short right here. She was 005, gave it everything she had, went 1 thou under. Galitti's 12. Goes dead on just a little bit of a drop, 460 at 148. Door cars blue to the lanes for round 2. We have now, dragsters, my bad. Dragsters blue to the lanes for round 2. All dragsters have now been called for round number 2. Let's get it on. Brent Martin and Derek Hubbard. So 486 is Martin's dial. He typically likes to drive the finish line in different ways. I'm going to say his mile an hour should be about 142, and I'm going to call it 135. See how close I get. Derek Hubbard, 455, little over 3/10. Martin is behind the start. Here comes a drop. I was off by 1 mile per hour, but that doesn't matter for him because he was 42. Hubbard was 10. 4 above gets 9 thou. Martin was 42, goes 487 at 134. Troy Williams, T-Dub, and Chris Stein. This one is worth the price of admission. Line up. Get a front row seat. Watch T-Rock drive the stripe and rock the scoop against a 420 car. If anybody could do it, T-Rock could do it. That's right, Chris McBride. He was runner-up to Underwood after the crash, and he beat Scotty after the crash. Galitti, that is. That was a crazy night. I'm telling you, they could make a movie out of that. There goes Troy. Red lights on. Chris Stein moves on. 10 on the tree. 425 at 161. So we did not get to see that play out at the stripe. Troy was holding 11 thou. But the red light ended his day. Steve Law and PJ Raines, good guy from Boonville, Tennessee. Steve Law, sponsor at the Summer Fling. And yes, Motor Maniacs, the Summer Fling will be back at National Trail Raceway from September 6th to September 10th in 2022. That's right, RTC. Dinner supper. There's another tomato deal. This time the left side, Steve Law is in control, turns on the win light, end to end. Had control of the race, 16 to Raines' 44. Plenty of room to work, went 1 above for the win. Tommy Plott and Chris Whitfield. Good matchup here. Plott, race is pretty honest. He puts down good in the runs, dials it pretty tight. Normally he's killer on a tree. Whitfield, not sure what you're going to get with him. He always puts down a good run, but he does it different ways. Another one to line up at the fence and watch at the 660 cone. Littletown, Colorado versus Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Tree drops, red light, start for Plott. Whitfield's 011, Whitfield dead 8. Both drivers going dead on the number, but Whitfield
lights up the scoreboards and moves on to round 3. Jesse York and Mike Damude. I don't think Adam Davis is here, Youth Rock. He runs most of the foot brake races. I don't think he goes to too many top old races. Tomorrow we start the main events. We get into Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The action ramps up, the purses ramp up, the prizes and the fun ramp up. If you're not here and you're within driving distance, you're welcome to come play. Jesse York, 001, Mike Damude, 014, win light. On a little hole shot. Wow. 001, take 001. That will work. Damude, 014, dead on 3, no good. Now, I do understand dinner. See, yes, I think that's a good point, RTC. Dinner is like curse, and supper is like cuss. That's the analogy I use. Lenny Booker and Johnny LaBouse. Booker in the shadow. I believe Booker's father's here. He drove the top fuel at this track in a shadow dragster. Johnny LaBouse driving for Anthony Bertozzi. Don't know if Anthony is here yet. His race cars are LaBouse, Booker, somebody's perfect, win light, going to LaBouse. Booker was trip zip and 3 thou under. LaBouse was 14, didn't like what he saw down there, dropped out the anchor, went 2 above at 137, 468. Feeds Booker about 30 of the 45 stripe that he took. And LaBouse showing everybody how he drives both ends of the racetrack. Carol Click and Tracy Sons. Click, local racer, typically dials it pretty tight. Tracy Sons, another good racer, and sometimes he'll dial it tight, sometimes he'll hold just a little bit. See how this one plays out. 3/10. Handicap going to Sons. Anybody's race, 660. Win light, dead on donut. Wow. Click, 458.0 on a 458. Tracy Sons was 1 thou under. Both drivers right there with their dial, but Click just did a little better job at the start, a little better job on the dial, and gets there by 3 thou to turn on the win light. Michael Valley and Cody McDaniel. Go ahead, buddy. McDaniel's a hitter. He's an aggressive young driver. Probably wasn't the reaction time he was looking for, but it was playable. 026. But turns on the win light is Valley, 5 thou red. McDaniel 2 thou under his dial. Move on to round number 3. Jason Rich and Dale West. As we were on our way down here, we turned on Tyler Bohannon's race and they had a burnout contest. Not a burnout contest. They said $500 for someone to do a burnout. I don't want to say this because they might think I'm talking about here, and I don't want anybody smacking the wall. But anyway, he put on a show. He lit the tires up for 600 feet, and one tire grabbed the other one in. And next thing you know, he was on 3 wheels facing the wall, but somehow saved it. Dials it a 439. Dale West is out there with a 477, and West is in trouble. He's going to need some help. Almost got it. Rich was 12, but Rich took 8 thou to go 9 above. Josh Lutke and Allison Lloyd.
Got Josh with a 470 in the left lane. Allison with a 490 in the right lane.
Feed Youth Rock. Take it easy, buddy. I'm not there yet. And you'll be there one day too, so.
Allison in control. Gonna get it done. Dead on 0. 006 dead 0 for the win. Lukey 021. 7th thou under. Allison moving on. Next up, we got Chris Schneider in the left, QJ Arnold in the right. Arnold leaving second by about 600ths. Anyone's race, they're both 00. Right lane on, I'm getting it done. 009, dead 8. Left lane, 9 over. Funny car, Chris, if you're listening, I believe we have your rocker arm in the tower.
All right, funny call, Chris. Your parts call has been answered. We have a rocker arm. Funny call, Chris. Funny call, Chris wins the award for the most parts calls in a day. He's going to win for the week, even if he doesn't do any more parts calls. First, he wanted a car. Then he wanted I think he wanted something for his conventional head. Now he wants a rocker arm. Funny call, Chris. You used all of your, what do they call that when they? Mulligans. Yeah, there you go. Lifelines. That's the word I was looking for. Little bit of break in the action as we are working our way through round number 2. Sun starts to go down behind the mountain. My buddy JJ Pennington is tuned in. JJ, don't let your father hear this, but I think you should take a day and a half off for school and come up here. Heck, with COVID, they were homeschooling for like months.
More and more bracket racers are relying on Mickey Thompson tires to help them to the winner's circle. From the Big Bubba to...
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo. or visit BeyondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't-miss event, Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
Racing Tire is proud to be a participating sponsor of the Spring Fling brand since 2010. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you are looking for an advantage, remember the name, Hoosier. See us on the Midway or contact your authorized Hoosier tire dealer nearest you. At Todd's Extreme Paint, we pride ourselves in supplying a quality product for racers, by racers. As racers ourselves, we pride ourselves in giving
Going to take you through round number 2.
All right, last pair right there. Alan Bird, left lane, 477. Dial, 20 on the tree, 11 over, gets the win. Mark Price, right lane, 476, 28 on the tree, 1 over 4. Little numbers work out to 11th out with the stripe. Alan Bird moving on to round, what number is this? This is 2? This is 2, moving on to round 3. I fault. Lose my spot. Next up, my man, Shane Maddox. Got the 1 left against Josh McDaniel. 500 spot, going to McDaniel. Maddox 457, sun's still on the track. Probably going a couple under, 22 to a 3. Oh, made it happen. Josh McDaniel, 003, 5 thou under. Shane Maddox in KB's Dragster, 22, dead 7, down some mile an hour, both of them. I know in a round I gained mile per hour knowledge. 22, dead 7, 29 total. Behind 30 at the stripe. That's a win light. Clayton Roberts, left lane, Team Galitti, Team North Carolina, whatever you want to call it. 454, Ian Woods, right lane. 485 out of Tennessee. Dead even up front. 16's a pair. Dead 8 to and under. Clayton Roberts, 16, take 23. Or get Ian Woods only at 134 mile per hour. Ian Woods, 16, dead 8 at 134. I'm going to go with he got some brake pedal. Clayton takes too much. Puts it under. Try again tomorrow. Jamie Sirocco, left lane, 457. Out of CT, which is Connecticut. In the 14 undercover, Scott Carman in the far lane, or the right lane, the motor mile lane. In the American, out of Kentucky, 481. 2.5 tenths spot. Right lane's got some problems. Looks like it left a little lazy. He's 12 and way above. Jamie Sirocco moving on, 20 and above as well. Noticed he was around early, got out of it. Didn't want to be internet famous. Did the right thing. Vinny Domino, next up in the left, backing up in the left, out in the Media Dragway. Well, out of Staten Island, New York, racing out in the Media Dragway, Team New Media Dragway. Chris Garrett in the right, 448, out of Kentucky. Big Vin getting the spot. 10th and a half. Top comes on. Oh boy. Vinny took the bottle off the car and he's wishing he didn't. He's 57 to a 005 of Chris Garrett. Puts it 3 over. Still got there at 28. Big Vin 057. 1 over 3. Next pair up, Josh Baker, 471 in the right. In the 2020 American Dragster. Blaine Mayer in the left, out of Georgia. Correct. Sorry, Blaine Mayer was in the left. Puts it under. Taking 30. Win light to Josh Baker, 16, 2 over. Definitely down mile an hour. Blaine Mayer, 10. Had room, needed to hit the brake as well. Puts a 3 thou under. No win light. So apparently the rocker arm there for Chris Northrup wouldn't work. So he is still in need of that on that parts call. For his, might be his door car? Maybe his dragster, I don't know. Still in need of that rocker arm. Next pair, Ryan Barnes, right lane. Georgia runner. Gets beat. 13 dead 5, 18 total. That's that high teen total we like to see. Red Rocket in the left out of Jersey. 9 dead 4, 13 total. Getting there 5. This don't work, he said. Again, Dauber with the win. 13 total to the 13 later Ryan Barnes. And Dauber moves into round 3. Ivy Brandon next up in the left, and James Hinkle. Ivy out of South Carolina, Hinkle out of Kentucky. I wonder where KB is this weekend. Bam's here, Dragster's here, he's not here. James Hinkle, 005, got almost 20. Puts it 1 over 4. Ivy, not bad, 24, 1 over 3, 37 total, not bad. Round 3 of the Fall Fling. Probably not the best. 005, 1 over 4, that's at 19 total in the right lane. James Hinkle moving on. Jeff Serra in the orange car in the left lane. Obviously the orange car out of Pennsylvania. Against Sean Fournier. Oui. Marco. Fournier. Needs a little tilde over the E or whatever that's called. 491. Serra, 462. Probably going to have his foot to the floor past 660. He's behind 6th out. Dead goose. 15 out of thou for Fournier. Gets beat. 21, that's that blackjack. What did I tell you guys? Blackjack. 21, dead 0 for Sarah at 134. Gets behind 7th out. Makes the right choice time and time again to get behind, not take it. 21, dead goose for the power. Fournier, we'll see you manana. Robert Vogler III, left lane, 455. Connor Calder in the right. North Carolina on North Carolina. They could have done this 5 hours closer to each other. 455 to 484. Somebody didn't leave. And he gets out of it. 500 over for Connor. 12, 500 over. Getting there half a second. Vogler had almost a 30 spot, and he was 328. I don't know, it's just something about that spot and that light. Maybe not. You would think it would have been red. I don't know, maybe he doubled the crossover. I don't know what these guys do with their fancy boxes. One of the dials in the right lane, I think we got the first name wrong in the system against Sean Langdon. Sean Langdon's got 30. It makes it happen. 008, take 11, put it 2 over. Maybe that's Holden in the right, and we just messed up the first name. Holden dial in the right, 37, dead 6. 43 total. He's 30 behind at the tree against Langdon. Probably not going to make that happen. Next up, we got Jay Ralston out of Pennsylvania and Bobby Inslee out of Maryland. See nothing but new cars out here. Now we got a 08 S&W and a 12 Miller. $434 for the S&W on the left. $473 for Inslee in the right. A little bit of a headwind out there. Staged up. Fairly even. 6th out with the stripe. Ralston. 16. 436 with an 8 on a 435 at 155. Inslee 12. 2 over 8. That's 475.8 on a 473. Gets him 6th out behind. And gets him in the trailer. Load it up. Try again tomorrow for the big bucks. Bill Dempsey. Left lane. Took out a hitter in the buyback. Like 12 total against Dustin Wirtz. Team Idaho. Jinxed it. 8 red for Team Idaho. Bill Dempsey 15. Little party down there. 16th out under. Wirtz 8 red, dead 4. Always red light. Always dead on. Red, dead. In the trailer. Dustin Light out of Tennessee next in the left. 2009 Diamond against Race Kid, Team Idaho, back-to-back in the right lane. 475 dial, chasing Dustin Light's 489. See if he can redeem Idaho here. Marco, where you think? Where's Idaho? That's over by you, ain't it?
Yeah.
How far from here?
How far from here?
A day?
I'm going to say probably 20, 21, 2200 miles.
Way too far. 5 to a 14. Ooh. Team Idaho 0 for 2 right now. 14 dead 1. 5 thou behind. Dustin Light, 5, dead 5. 10 total in the left, getting there 5. Race Kid makes a stellar lap. Like I said, 14 dead 1. 15 total. Get you the win light. What did I say earlier? 60% of the time? Now when you're pulling the lanes wrong, though, unfortunately. So try again tomorrow. Team Idaho. Might be all done. Trevor Denton left lane and Severn Johnson. 477 on the right lane for Severn. Trevor Denton, 494. Right here in Bristol, Tennessee. Wonder if he drives the dragster home tonight. What do you think, Marco?
Might run out of gas still.
It's all downhill. Everything here's a hill. Tree fires. We got a red light in the right. Severn Johnson, 007. On the red side, now to foul. Trevor Denton, 11. 6 thou under. Pretty good spot on the track. Drive it home back to the garage. Fuel it up and listen for the call for round 3. Darren Lotz and Lester Adkins. Lester Adkins in the left, 466 dial. Darren Lotz, 485 in the right. The sun starts to go down here. Get a little shade on the track. Everybody might think about dialing down that number if you're debating, you know, between a 4 and a 5. Give it another 30 minutes, maybe go with that 4. What do I know? I'm on this side. 13 to a 5. See if the chase car can get there, and he doesn't. 13, 1 over 2, 25 total. 5, dead 9 for Darren Lotz, laying it down. That's that low teen total, 14 total. Keep doing that. A couple more hours. Have a big check. Here we go. Kyle Coltrera in the left against Spencer Massey. Now Spencer's got his door car here. I don't know if he won, lost. I can't remember. We paired him up. Me and Marco did, but I don't know if he won or lost. Up again in the dragster. Coltrera's trying to find the pre-stage. Massey's sitting there. Gonna be chasing Coltrera about 600s, 485 to a 479. Spencer staged. Tree fires. 002 for Massey. Dead 6, 8 total. Coltrera 17 and 12 thou under. Gets to the stripe first by 003. But he had to go 12 thou under to do it. He was ineligible by about half his light, being 17. That's just a bad park job. Pulling the lanes wrong. Spencer 2 dead 6, 8 total. Moving on to round 3. Taking out a hitter, Coltrera. Nick Womack, Team Carolina right lane, 466. Steven Schmidt, 450 out of Ohio. In the left lane in the 19 Miller. Chasing Womack down. Both these guys got 2019. See, everybody's got new cars. New fancy stuff. Double red light. Nick Womack, 003 red, leaving first. Steven Schmidt, 006 red, leaving second. Win light to Womack. Puts it 4 thou under his dial. Steve Schmidt, 6 red, dead 3. Had the car dialed in right, just needed to add 7 to be safe. Nick Womack moving on. We'll see him up here for round 3 here shortly. About half the lanes here. Yeah, I'd say about half lanes left the dragsters. We will our way down. FST days today? Wednesday. What are we running for, Marco? 15? 15 big ones. Brian Kennedy and Cameron Manuel in the purple car. 452 chasing Brian Kennedy, 484. How you doing? I'll get it for you tomorrow if I'm out here. I got you. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Something happened there for Cameron Manuel. This car doesn't leave the line. Kennedy does a smart thing. Lets out. Again, I make that reference. Doesn't want to be internet famous. 29 on the tree. Left himself vulnerable. Leaving first. But Cameron Manuel backs it up. All the time, bro. Chris Cadle on the left. He was having some problems earlier. Dash not working. Working on it. Flew up here for the time run. Found himself in round 2 here. 443. Man, I don't even know what you said. John Corbin in the right, 451 out of Virginia. Virginia versus Kentucky. Got Marco here with me. He's going to use some fancy terminology. What did you say about a tunnel ram?
Yeah, left lane is a blower on top of a tunnel ram, but John Corbin going to get the win light. 003 and goes 453 on the 451. Going to move on.
Yeah, left lane Cato 24. 3 over. That's like high. We're not going to add those numbers. Not good enough. Try again tomorrow. Miss Mia, left lane, out of Pittsburgh. Better not be a Steelers fan. We're Team Buffalo. Go Bills. Right lane, Todd, Coltrane?
Todd Coltrane, Team Idaho.
Team Idaho, baby. Come on. Last one. Team Idaho 470 dial, Miss Mia. 458, Mia Price now. No longer Tedesco. Idaho.
1 thou margin of victory to Todd Coltrane. Todd was 34 dead on 1 for a 35 pack, getting their first to thou. Mia was 008 and goes 28 thou above.
I'm gonna go with she messed that one up, Marco.
Well, 460 at 147, I'd say that's down about 2 to 3 mile an hour. So
listen, it could be down a half a mile an hour. She got behind.
One stinking thou.
One stinking thou, exactly. Next up, Michael Pascal on the right. Borrowed race type dragster. His is still in the works getting built. Then he's over the door car. He wants to move dragster. 004. Steve Hawkins in the left. 492. 011. Not happening. 11 pack in the right for Pascal.
Pascal taking 9 thou at the stripe, 476 at 141. It's probably down a 3 mile an hour.
I'd say. Just a touch. 11 pack for the right. Trumps the 11 light dead something in the left. Dead 9, right? Yeah, obviously. 9th out stripe. Paul Rich, right lane out of Tennessee. We are in Tennessee, so my man didn't have to travel that far, not like you, Marco.
Well, Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. We got some pleasant shade here on the track.
Facts.
Matt Reclitus out of Pennsylvania, regular at New Media Dragway. New Media Dragway, that's up in your old neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, I love New Media. I would love going down there for the October bucks, running pro. Favorite time of the year, man. Nice and cold. You got snow delay.
Wow. Paul Rich was 004, take 33 to break out one stinking thou. Matt Reclitus was 35, dead on one. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second going to Reclitus.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that mile an hour, Marco? You think right lane, 4 taking 33, going around him a little bit. I think my man was a Clydesdale right there. Had the blinders up.
I don't think so. 467 at 145. Typically do about 147, 148 at that mile per hour. So just missed it by 1 thou.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Joel Hubbard next up, South Carolina in the left. 458 dial. Carl Jones in the right, out of KS, Kansas. 465 dial.
Wow. 3 thou separate him. Ooh. How about a 3-pack? Carl Jones, 002, dead on 1. Joel Hubbard was 005 and goes 460 on the 458. That's a lap right there.
Dude, if I'm 5 and closed out, I'm fried.
I wouldn't feel so bad about that.
I'm probably getting back to the trailer and in an hour going to drink 87 beers.
Or just get back after it tomorrow, keep hitting the tree. Either way you look at it, I wouldn't be mad about that.
Fried. Next up, Timothy Thomas in the right, Team Carolina, 478 dial. That's Timothy. I believe is that the son or the father?
The son.
The son. Tim Thomas is the father. Left lane, Mike Damude, West Virginia, 468 dial.
Damude turns it red, 3 thou. Timothy Thomas was 12 and 13 thou above. That's 25 total.
25 total is good for a red light. Couple more rounds. Said low teen total. We got to trim this up, boys. You got printers out there. Lawn darts. Yours don't move, Marco, does it?
Well, at Bristol Dragway, when the light conditions change and cools off a little bit, anything can happen. But these are some of the best racers in the United States.
And
here,
best equipment.
That makes a good combination.
Next up, Noah Rambo, left lane, 433. Troy Henry, right lane, 483. 4 to a 21. Let's see if he can blackjack him. Dang. No blackjack. 21, dead 2. 23 pack. 4, dead 8, left lane, Rambo. I'm going to say it like they should. Rambo. What is that? 12 total? Yeah.
That would be 12 total. Going 433.
Right. Cut him in half.
Now, 433 at 153, he took that 11.
Yeah. That's tight racing down there. I'm with it. Slow roller. Not slow roller. 510. I said 530 is my cutoff. Bucky Reedy, 510 left lane. Steve Breeden, right lane, 457. Virginia versus Tennessee. Where's the guy with the scoop that Peter was? Is this his guy? He was yelling at me. We still need a scoop. We need an ugly scoop. Someone needs a new one. 4 thou red for Breeden. Tennessee runner, 4th out red, 300 over. Bucky Reedy, 009, 2 over. Doesn't matter. Wind light was on. About 100 foot out there. He's coming back for round 3. So we got a track member going out there on a scooter, seen something out there. Heard about the mile-an-hour cone. What you got on Motor Mania, Marco? They texted? All right, I guess I was talking to mute. I'll look at Motor Mania, Marco. You just hang out. We got. Oh, that's D7 right there, isn't it?
Going through Motor Mania TV. Kevin McClellan, thank you. Wish you guys were there as well. Assuming you're going to be out at the Division 7 ET Finals this weekend. And speaking of that, just like I said earlier, those of you racing anywhere, good luck to all of you. We got beautiful weather here. Hope the same for everywhere else in the country.
All right, we're back ready to go. Sorry about that. Jason Guthrie, Kyle Anderson. We're going to chop 20 off the reacts, make them sound better. 005 to 11. Winlight Guthritz. Puts it 1 over the dial, getting there 5 thou. 2 over in the right lane, a 490 on a 488. Kyle Anderson all the way up here from Lake Worth, Florida. Parking that for the night. We'll see him tomorrow.
Donnie Quesenberry, 482 on the left side. Right side, Will Holloman, 465. Now Holloman driving for Chris Reynolds. Says he's out at Bear, Delaware. I know he's originally from North Carolina.
I think he still lives down there. He only lives like the next town over. I don't know why he keeps putting Delaware on there.
Well, I know Chris Reynolds is from Delaware, so that would make sense. One of these two has a big starting line advantage and is going to turn on the wind light. Donnie Quesenberry, 006, goes 484 on the 482. Will Holloman behind on the start and also goes 2 above.
Delaware poser. Gets beat. Tell him to change that tech card.
Attention in the pits. All door cars that are still left in competition to the lanes for round number 3, please. Thank
All right, next up, Bradley Snowball. He was on a parts call. He must have got that. I think he needed a water pump. 471 dial, Somerville, South Carolina. Josh Dykes, sorry. Kingsport, Tennessee in the left lane, 468. 2 thou red for Snowball. And 15 thou under. Dykes 18. 467 with a 0 on a 468. Both these guys drop it under the dial. Like I said, sun's coming off the track, getting a little shaded. I know my dad's dragster Picks up a number when that happens. Snowball dropped the red, though. Doesn't matter. Josh Owens out of Hampton, Tennessee. Next up in the left, 482 dial. Getting chased 3 little hunters by Danny Shortridge Jr. out of Mooresburg, Tennessee in the right lane. Tree fires. One of these guys is perfect.
How about a 3-pack taking 7 thou at the stripe? Danny Shortridge was perfect, take 7 to be dead on 3. Josh Owens was 22 and just locked out.
Yeah, unfortunately, 22, 12 thou under. My man is done for the night. Slow DeJaco. Backing that thing up. Still backing up. And now we're good. We're pre-staged. Ashley Smith, right lane. 442. Team Carolina. Jaco, left lane. 450. Out of Hopewell Jet, New York. Ooh, that one. Ashley Smith turns it red. DeJaco 045 and 4 thou under the dial. Ashley Smith 16 red and 1 to the good. DeJaco 045 and moving on. All about how you park. A couple times ago it was like 11 was ineligible. That would be me. 11 and ineligible. Frank Falter III, Candyman. 5 pounders of Hershey chocolate bars to each of the winners from the Candyman clan. That's like 20 pounds of chocolate.
Yeah, they brought in the boxes yesterday. Had no idea what was in there, and they said a big chocolate bar in each of those big boxes. Meanwhile, he's got the shank, Vince Schroeder. And Shank is moving on. He's 26 on the tree and goes 456 on the 458. Vince Schroeder, the Shank. Gonna move on.
I think they need to buy a new one anyway, but I'm off that.
If anybody is looking for their neck collar, looks like a Stroud brand neck collar, we have it here in the tower. So if you're missing a Stroud neck collar, we got it here in the tower.
Next up, left lane, Marty Martin. Out of Maryland, 449. And Johnny Izell, 485. He's got 15 down. Ooh. Got a little hairy down there. 26, dead zero, Marty Martin. Izell, 11. 22 over at 133. Break it down. The stripe was 007. You got a 440 card coming at you going 480s.
Yeah, that can be a little tough to judge. 449 at 154. Johnny Izell does 487 at 133, down a little bit a mile an hour.
I'm going to go with the car slowed up on him. Slowed up that extra 100. He would have got there 003. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right. Donovan Williams and Chris Whitfield. Williams, 468 dial on the left. Whitfield, 467 on the right. Separated by 8 thou in reaction time. Win light going to Donovan Williams. 12 on the tree and 17 thou above. Whitfield was 20, take 10 to be 1 thou under. Had to take 00 something to turn on the win light.
this guy's dragsters over there is broke.
No.
And they were going to send the guy on the single. Maybe, potentially, might be, who knows, the last pair. Jeremy York, Kyle Couture and his other dragster. I think he got beat on the first one. Couture in the right, 461. Jeremy York. Selma, Indiana, left lane, 453 dial. Yeah, that's what it is. We got 4 lit, top bulb on. 10 total between them on this end. Couture hitting it down there. 4 dead 7 for Jeremy York. Beats the 6-12 over for Couture, excuse me. 007 at the stripe. That's just a good race right there, Marco.
Absolutely, that it was. Both drivers down a little bit, a mile an hour, playing the finish line a little bit. Nonetheless, a great race, a great last pair for round number 2.
No, we got one more pair here, Marco.
We got one more pair?
Yeah, this was the buy car here. No, we almost sent them, and we had one other car come flying up, so we got one more pair here we're waiting on.
One more pair, all right.
Jason Sizemore.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got a little mishap back there in the lanes. Almost sent our buy car down. We had Jason Sizemore come up during the buyback round, thinking it was round number deuce. So we put him off to the side. Now we got him with the buy car, Mr. Todd Ewing. He's going to be in the left lane with a 445 dial. All right, Cowboy's eating his dinner and pointing, so I think we're good to go. Sizemore on the right. The car says womp womp. Slow roller, 541. I better hear womp womp on that 1 second spot. What do you think, Marco? You womp womping 540s right now?
If I'm in the 540 car.
You womp womping? The side of the car says it.
When you got a guy going 445 coming at you, I'm going to say no.
Clydesdale, 10-2, baby. That's it. Clydesdale. 700 foot, all that out. See him over there with the coveralls? All right, guys. As my friend Kenny would say, all right, guys. Turns out it is a signal. Single. All right, just heard it again. Todd Ewing is on the single. Mr. Womp Womp, gonna have to try again. Slow roller, going back, slow rolling down the return road. Todd Ewing gonna take a single. 445 on the dial. As we round out round number deuce. Sun sets. Double 08. Dead 3. I don't think Womp Womp was getting in on that. 11 total for Todd Ewing on the single. Makes a stellar lap. Go back, cool it down, get ready for round 3 as we got door cars back here getting ready to run round 3.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't miss event. Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
I don't even think Pete could do that. And he's the man.
I've seen him do stuff like that before. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, here last year in the old man Young Guns race, right? He was like 4, 5. Added a thou to be like 4 again or something like that. It was something crazy where it was like straight math. Unconscious letting go.
We're good.
Well, racers and race fans, welcome once again to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event day. Thanks to the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, we are out here one more time racing for a very large prize in drag racing.
Racers, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys and gals. You guys were tired. You traveled 2,000 miles, some of you, and spend your hard-earned money and spare time to be here with us, and we couldn't be happier. We could not do this without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Big money is on the line, and we are going to go racing right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's fire them cars up and find out who's going home with the big cash.
add their name to the list of the immortals that have won the Spring Fling Million. As we're in set, tree drops. We stay green. Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13 thou reaction time, he goes dead on 316 total. Your champion of the Spring Fling Million Day, Bo Butner.
PID Hall of Fame. Bob has always found ways to make his racing program elite. The Jones transmission pump has done this once again. Bob has spent hundreds of
Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. military, and many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com. A Class A
All right, after the full track prep, we're ready to rip. Left lane, the 71 Maverick. It's like a Rust theme thing. I like it. I dig it. Of Robert Major. Bean Station, Tennessee, 605 dial. Matt Daddis. Right lane, 98 Grand Am, 623 dial. Out of Ohio. We'll go talk with him in a minute. The burnout past the lights keeps getting longer and longer. Definitely got to go have a talk with him about that. He's going 623. Come on, bro.
129 cars are left.
Daddis rolls up. Getting ready to pre-stage. Maverick over there. Hanging out. Making a sandwich. Pre-stage bulb's up there somewhere. I know it. There it is. Found it. Daddis first to pre-stage. And first to stage, right after his major. 12 to a 10. Daddis 0-12. 3 over 4. Taking 6 thou. 10 for the left lane and 4 over. No chance. Daddis close on the dial, going a couple under. Make you pay.
You want to announce the left lane, I'll announce the right lane?
Yeah, sure, whatever you want.
All right, go ahead.
Marshall Daniels, slow roller. Left lane, 850.
Robert Hyman in the right, in the Mustang, 584. Separated by 20 thou in reaction time advantage to the slow roller. But the win light going to Robert Hyman by 1 thou. 31 get there first, 1 thou, and goes 11 thou above. Daniels was 11 and goes 853 on the 850, just 1 thou behind.
Next up, as Pete would call it, the $1 million man in the right lane, Jeff Verdi, against Mr. Todd Barton in the left. Mr. T-shirt designer himself, Todd Barton. In the clean 55 Bel Air out of Tennessee. From D7, from your way, right? 009 for Verdi. He's got the advantage, and he's got the win light. 009 puts it 1 over the dial high. Call it 2 over flat. Barton 20, 4 thou under. But the 20 bulb, no chance.
Dylan Lee and Buddy Fleener. Dylan, 674 in the Buick Regal on the left side. Buddy Fleener, 552 on the right in the Nova. Buddy made it down to the semifinals in the American Race Tech Shootout yesterday. Lost a good race to the eventual winner, Timmy Markoglu.
And Fleener's been on that 52 now for what, 2 or 3 rounds? When me and Pete were up here, he's called it.
He was on the 52 yesterday, and they're separated by 7 thou in reaction time, and Buddy Fleener is 23, takes 7 thou at the stripe to go 16 thou above. Dylan Lee was 16 and goes 677 on the 674.
Listen, that doesn't matter. My man Dylan Lee, I seen him out the back window throw the right hand over the passenger seat and was looking. That's what I like to see. He went.
Based on that mile an hour, he was looking.
That's what I'm talking about. Next up, Shannon Justice in the left. I think that's the Warwick Nova, 611 dial. Scott Tate in the right. Won himself a weather station earlier this morning. 003. Take a thou, get a thou, who cares? Win light, right lane, Scott Tate. 003, 4 over. Take a thou, probably.
561 at 117. He definitely took that thou.
Yeah, Justice down at 110. 24, 2 over 6. Gotta be down a little bit, it's not.
Mitchell McKinney Frankie Denton Jr. Mitchell, 690 on the left side. Frankie, 543 on the right.
The taillights flicker.
Yeah, look at those taillights. Frankie turns it 3 thou red and goes 3 thou under. Mitchell McKinney goes 692 on the 690. Frankie may be kicking himself a little bit when he sees that time slip.
I'm going to drive it right off the end of the track. Left lane, 71 total. Into round 4? Into round 4, 71 total. Mitch McKinney, my man. Carolina, Team Carolina. I do that every time. Next up, this Larry Pinger.
Correct.
He's got the mufflers out the back of the car. I love it. Jordan Arnold, right lane. Twin 004s. Ooh. 4, dead 4, Jordan Arnold. 8-pack. Mr. Larry in the left, 4. And a bunch of 6s. Too many 6s.
Not a sight that Peter or any of us would necessarily like to see. When you have that many 6s on the board, that's usually not a good sign.
A man from Arizona, 004 and done for the night.
Kurt Harrington, Richard Tillman. 21 thou separate them. One of them is perfect. How about Kurt Harrington? Perfect. Take 11 to be 21 thou above. 21 total. Richard Tillman was 21, and as you would say, couldn't quite blackjack it.
Yo, blackjack in the left lane. He's 21 total. What do you mean?
That's right.
Blackjack, baby. I'm telling you. Ken Clark next in the right, S10, out of Virginia. Jerry, help me out.
Booyah.
Booyah. 677 in the Mustang. Turns it 1 thou red. Then he puts it dead on. 1 over. 1 thou red for Booyah. Ken Clark, 008. 3 over 2. Win lights on, doesn't matter. 3 over on the boards, who cares?
Noah Lewis and Kevin Pollard. Noah, 612 in the round nose S10 in the left lane. Kevin Pollard driving Raider Campbell's purple Camaro, 557. Now Kevin is hitting the bottom. He's foot braking his love truck, and he's hitting the top in Raiders Camaro. Switching it up. Not this one, the love truck. How about that? Kevin Pollard is 004, get their first 22 to go 17 thou above. Now that right there that's another blackjack.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you.
That's right.
There's got to be one around here. Blackjack. Every time. Spencer Massey's still doing double duty. Got the door car. The Nova. Team Nova. I'm Team Nova. Team Carolina. Team whatever. 648 dial. Tommy Plott. Ooh. Team Carolina. Now I'm torn. Nova or Carolina? 543 for Plott. Win lights on. Plott's lane. 12. Dips at 4 thou under. Spencer Massey, you're red, you're dead. 4 red, dead 5. Every time, it's like clockwork. Red, you're dead.
Spencer Massey been laying down some solid laps today, and I believe he's still in his dragster.
Yep, he's got the dragster.
Attention in the pits. If you have a dragster and you're going into round 3 and your number is orange, we need you to the lanes, please. Again, dragsters with a orange number, we need you to the lanes for round number 3. Thank you. Scott Sanders and Tommy Zimmerman. Tommy turns it 10 thou red. Scott is 004. And goes 573 on the 570. Scott Sanders moving on.
All right, Big Vin, left lane. Team New Media next up in the Camaro, 583 on the dial boards against TG. Pascal, 578. I think that's the Westbury Nova, yep. Wheelies a pair, I like Ben's a little better. 008 to 009. Ooh, a little scuff of a brake pedal down there. TG, 9, 1/9. Getting there 7. I saw Vinny's right front, a smoke. 8, what is that? 2/7. A little too much brake pedal. Win light to TG, Team Carolina.
And John Corbin. Felix, 580 dial on the left. John, 598 on the right. A round nose S10 and a first gen Firebird. 22 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light going to John Corbin. 009 take 12 to be 17 thou above. Felix was 31, dead on 7, was behind. John Corbin moving on.
Yeah, 31 right now, round 3. Probably not going to get you the win light here at the Fall Fling. Yeah. Is it me or you? I'll go. Chuck Sanders, left lane. In the 94 S10, 632. Against Lewis Trenton, 539. Red lights on for the right lane. Wind lights in the left. Oof. That would have been hard to beat. 2, dead 2. 4 total. Right lane was dead 7. Was done. Mac, or best he could have been, was 7 total. And he'd have got 3 change. So, Chuck Sanders moving on.
The sun is going down.
Red lights. Oh.
These numbers are tightening up. Boy, is it getting exciting. How about this for a matchup? Josh Ludke and Johnny LaBouse Jr. Josh in the La Chevrolet Nova, 646 style, and Johnny LaBouse, 526 in Anthony Bertozzi's Corvette Roadster. 2 thou separate him. Win light going to Johnny LaBouse. 11 on the tree. Get their first 24 thou to be 16 thou above. Josh was 13 on the tree and goes 649 on the 646.
Yeah. Travis Colangelo, left lane. Mr. American race cars, 556 dial. Chuck Wishart Jr., 593 right lane. And they're stuck. 13 to a 14 down there. Stripes 12th out, get the win light to Chuck Wishart Jr. Runs a 595 on the 593. Colangelo, 13, 3 over with an 8. Gets him behind 12 and gets him in the trailer.
Kenneth Street and Sean Serra. Kenneth, 675 in the, looks like a step side round nose S10. Sean Serra in Richard Dukes' beautiful blacked out 67 Nova, 550 dial. They're in and ready. Tree drops. How about 3 thou separate them? Wind light and brake lights for Sean Serra. 009 take 007 to be dead on 1. That's 10 total. Kenneth Street, that's a good lap. 12 dead 5, 17 total. That's just a good old-fashioned bracket race right there.
Start trimming this up. We were hovering around 20 total. Now we're gonna start trimming it down, 15-ish. It's getting nasty. Garrett Griffith, left lane in the Malibu. I don't know why he parked one of the S10s. He won in Columbus, but 607 dial. Scotty Albrecht, right lane. Marlon and Northrop, Vega, and gets the win light. 006, dead on 6. Garrett in the left. James Bond 007 on the tree. So a 007 to a 006. At 105 goes 610. So I'm assuming he's dropping him off down there. Scotty Albrecht, 12 total in the right. Gets him to round 3. Or 4.
Round number 4.
Man, I'm bad at this.
Time is starting to fly. Alan Bird and Howard Westbury. Tree drops and they're separated by 9,000 reaction times. It's getting nasty out there. Howard Westbury, 13, dead on 5, 18 total. Alan Bird had the advantage, was 004, but goes 673 on the 671. Howard Westbury, moving on.
All right, already pre-staged up. We ain't playing around. We're going to get him rolling. Troy Henry in the right, in the Roadster. Corvette Roadster, 510 dial. Jesse Ray in the left, 594 in the Nova. 007, both of them. One's green, one's red. Jesse Ray, 007, 1/4. Blackjack, Mr. Marco. Blackjack, again. 7 red for Troy Henry. Puts it 1/2. Red light was on. Wasting fuel after that.
And the blackjack continues.
Yep, I'm trying to tell you.
Shannon Waycaster, 663 on the left. Matt Daddis, 633 on the right.
In the Starfire. We owned that car back in the day. He bought that off us.
Seriously?
Yeah, that was our car. My brother raced it in Superstock.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Formerly a super stalker as well.
Yeah.
How cool is that? Both cars that Matt Daddis is racing here this weekend are former super stock cars. One owned by Dan Fletcher, the other owned by Jim DeFrank.
That's crazy to think about.
Good choices.
Right. He buys good cars, sticks bracket motors in them, and wins.
Absolutely. 3/10 head start going to Shannon. Three thou separate him. Win light. Matt Daddis, 12 takes 17 to be 10 thou above. 22 total. Shannon was 15 and goes 665 on the 663. Matt Daddis, I believe he's still rolling in both entries to round number 4.
×2. RD4 ×2 for Matt Daddis. Josh Decker, left lane in the rental ride. I think that's the Witherow truck. He's got the family Camaro around here somewhere. I think he dropped that entry. Still got the truck rolling, 596. Trey Sasser, Team Carolina, right lane, 641. I've been racing with Trey this whole year around Carolina. Very, very good racer in that Nova. Turns it red. Win light to Decker. 19. 5 thou under. Red light, dead goose. Right lane. Red, you're dead. Always.
Troy Williams Jr. and Stace Schroeder. T-Rock driving Anthony Bertozzi's Nova. Stace Schroeder going to be dialed 519. Williams 640. Wheels up launch for T-Rock as they're separated by 3 thou in reaction time. Wind light to Schroeder. 10 and dead on 8, taking 13 thou. That's 18 total. T-Rock was 13 and goes 18 thou above.
That's still a good lap. 13 down mile an hour, I assume, at 103. Scrubbing some speed, puts it 1 over. That's a good lap. Just
would have had to go dead on 5 or better to be in the game, so would have been close.
Yeah. Caroline McCarty. On the screen it says McCarthy, but I know it's McCarty. In the Rambler, the wheelie Rambler in the right lane, 615 dial. About time you got here. I'm making a fool of myself. Mr. Nate Hershey is in the building.
I've been listening. I'm not on the mic yet. But
Got him done making a fool of myself.
No, you're not. You're doing great, man.
Tim Hagler in the left as we start mopping up a little in the left lane. I'm going to say what up to Mr. Nate.
Trusted by all since 1960. James.
We got a little bit of a track cleanup in the left lane. Got the tractor out there. Go to a quick little break, and we'll be back at it.
Drag strip.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogacki, and this is BracketRacing.com, comes a can't miss event. Weather 101. Learn how to make sense of the wind, when you need and don't need a weather station, and how to predict ET without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
Customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb, Luke Bogacki, and Jimmy DeFrank. From their handheld weather station, the Race Air Pro, to the new Race Air Cloud Trailer mounted system with wind, paging, and texting, Computech has
All right, guys, we're back. Mr. Nate's not up here yet. I see you on the live feed, Ray. That's you, TX48 Thurston. You were texting me earlier telling me I was doing good. Now you're dogging me on the live feed. I don't like it, bro. Caroline McCarty in the right. Tim Hagler in the left. Ready to roll. 11 to a 13. My man in the right. Easy. And we got problems in the left. Left went towards the center line. Tried to save it. Made contact with the left side wall.
All right, well, so racers, obviously an unfortunate situation here on the racetrack where for Tim Hagler, came off the starting line, started to get over towards the center. Had the car come back around on him, made contact with the wall there just past the 330-foot mark. You can obviously see that we've got some debris out there on the racetrack. Our fire and safety team here at Bristol Dragway responding immediately. Got down there, and they are currently conversing with Tim. They'll get things figured out at that end. But Tim, unfortunately, after making contact with the nose of the car there on that left side wall, has come to a stop out there. We're going to need to let the track crew do what they need to do to get things cleaned up. And as soon as they do that, we will get back at it. Word just coming in that, of course, the most important news in any situation like this, fire and safety is conversing with the driver. He is out of the car, and they are getting him taken care of. So initial word is that Tim is responsive. He's out of the car, and we'll keep moving forward from here. So we're going to let our fire and safety team do what they need to do, and we'll get the track cleaned up, and we will continue on here in round number 3 of Door Cars on an FST Wednesday here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries.
After a challenging yet successful 2020 race season, Spring Fling promoters Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel returned to the bracket racing community with a slate of 4 action-packed events in 2021. Up first on the calendar was the granddaddy of them all, the K&N Air Filter Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. The prestigious event was held at the world-famous Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, March 23rd through the 27th. As with prior year events, Friday's winner would score a huge check and the VIP treatment that has become synonymous with this race. Event action began on Tuesday, March 23rd with 3 rounds of FST carburetor time trials. Also held was the 32 cars that slugged it out for the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. The winner would receive the American Race Cars Rolling Dragster, valued at over $40,000. That particular dragster included top-of-the-line components, along with a Todd's Extreme Paint custom paint job. The shootout runner-up would receive an entry into Friday's Spring Fling Million. In the quarterfinals, Val Torres Jr. moved past Trey Vetter, Corey Galitti won over Mark Barnhart, Gary Williams turned back Shane Thompson, and Rodney Schneider sped past Tim Markoglu. For the semis, it was Torres and Galitti up first.
Rodeo, my friend.
Well, that's a fact. Both drivers they've been driving awesome lately at the beginning of the 2021 season. Corey flickering that right side bowl, Val's in, tree drops. 9 Val separate him, win light, Galitti.
Then it was Schneider and Williams.
Yes, absolutely. Continuously has proven that. Val Jr. had some spectacular runs up till that point. There's no doubt that both drivers, I think both of them are going to go really deep in one of these upcoming races this week. Red light start, Rocky Schneider by 3,000ths in a second. Goes 5:05 on the 5:09. G-Dub, Gary Williams, 0:13. 466 on that 471.
For the big prize, it was Galitti and Williams.
For Corey, 471 for G-Dub.
All right, and this is kind of like a me versus Marco almost, right? I'm in the right lane. I'm gonna be Corey, and you're in the left. You're gonna be Gary.
So both drivers complete, sizable burnouts, getting plenty of heat in those tires. They're gonna get the best traction possible here, make that 60-foot repeat, hit that tree, and hopefully go what they think they're gonna go and make the best possible decision. Corey is pre-staged. G-Dub taking his time.
Texas versus Florida.
All right, we're halfway staged. Here we go, getting close. Corey just blinking on that bottom light. They're in. Tree drops. 5 Val separate them. This is going to be a good one. Top end. Corey Galitti. 009. 451. 6 on a 452. 4th thou under. G-Dub 004. Take 15th thou at the stripe to be under 14th thou. Margin of victory, 10th thou to Corey Galitti. Corey Galitti is walking away with an American dragster, adding another beautiful car to their already beautiful stable of race cars.
Wednesday's 30,000 to win event was sponsored by Maytag Silver State Refrigeration and began with the Gear Wrench Pro class kicking off eliminations. 429 competitors made the call for round number 1. Randy Lynn Ship and Gary Williams were up first in the quarterfinal round, with Ship taking the win. Andy Schmall made it past Bill Bottolo, while Tim O'More held the bye. In the semis, Schmall punched his ticket to the final with a bye run, while O'More and Ship lined up. For the final on Wednesday, it was Ship and Schmall, with pro driver Andy Schmall collecting the big check. Thursday saw drivers competing for another $30,000 payday, with Mosier Engineering handling the sponsorship duties. Quarterfinal round was up first with Dustin Henches beating Austin Williams, Nicky Thomas making it past Don Bukowitz, Dylan Hugh held the bye. In the semis, Henches held the bye while Thomas and Hugh squared off.
Young driver, not a ton of experience in this. You come out of the water box, the car quits, and now at this point it's like, all right, just recenter.
Yeah, we got to find out how he deals with it. It's a good one here. The pressure has mounted. Nicky Thomas waiting in pre-stage. There's Dylan. Mom and Dad looking on.
Handle it just fine. Dylan Howe, 10 on the tree and 459 on a 458 for Dylan. Nicky Thomas had an 0.29 reaction time, so a 19 thousandths disadvantage at this end of the racetrack. Ends up 633 on a 633.
For the final on Mosier Engineering Thursday, it was Henches and Hughes.
Point given, the dragster pulls ahead. For Dustin Henches, rolls through the water box, has driven an incredible race. You don't get here by accident. You don't get here because of a couple of happy coincidences. You pick your spots, you land your punches when you can land.
Well, Dylan Howe doing almost the semi-celebratory burnout.
Listen, it is a moment of triumph no matter what happens regarding the win light, and of course he wants it, but it is a great moment of triumph in a very young career right now for Dylan Howe just to be sitting here.
Totally it is. Dustin Henches, and we saw wife Shelby, is watching along online, paying very close attention to what happens in this final round. As Dustin is dialed in at 617, Dylan is dialed in at 458. And once again, it comes down to a dragster versus door car, just like we had last night. The question is, will the door cars raise the roof on the place twice in a row?
Probable 006, and it's Henches. 618, 617 dial. Henches was 006, took 18th out at the finish line for the win light. Howe was 60 on a 58 dial and 14 on the tree. A great race by both drivers, but it's Dustin Henches the winner.
Dustin Henches 006 at this end of the racetrack, and a one above run to make it so far door cars to the front in both $30,000 races.
$1 Million Friday dawned bright and early with the Brodex Run for the Money. Should any driver lay down a perfect package, they would win $50,000. Though no driver claimed the big prize, Robbie Gear won a set of Brodex SR20 heads, Megan Lotz took home $2,000, and Troy Williams Jr. won an entry into the 2022 Spring Fling Million. 231 competitors made the call for round one on $1 Million Friday. In the quarterfinals, Bo Butner made it past Nick Hastings, Chris Whitfield advanced past Matt Lee, and Val Torres sent Alexis Thompson to the trailer. In the semis, Butner held the bye while Whitfield and Torres lined up for the right to make the Spring Fling Million finale.
Plus.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit more than that because he won that stimulus race that was also a Silver State invention. So with Val Torres 483 on the left side of the racetrack and Chris Whitfield 465 on the right, both have been deadly letting go. Both have been right on the number as they cross the stripe. And Bo Butner is going to pull up here to get a front row seat, and it looks like he may be going around the water.
He's just going to stage it.
Just going to stage it.
At this point, I would do the same thing. God forbid you wound the car at this point in the Enterprise and you can't try to run for the $250,000. That would be tragedy.
I would say you're right here.
So Val Torres will have a very slight head start over Chris Whitfield. Just a couple tenths of a second as both cars now sit in pre-stage.
Tree falls, stays green, and away we go. Advantage to Chris Whitfield. And Chris Whitfield is making his way to the final. Chris, 17th thou on the reaction clocks. Goes 466 on a 465. He is 12th thou above.
His crew is running like something's on fire down there.
It is on fire. Right now there is a big check that is like burning in somebody's pocket as they are ready to claim that. Val Torres was 25 on the tree. and 2 above, 45 on a 43. Bo Butner watches the tree drop, takes the green light, and he's in.
And that brought the final 2 competitors back for the $250,000 payday.
Racers racing for kind of more money than they were racing for combined throughout the year. Yep. $250,000 is what is on the line right now. Whitfield is dialed in at 465. Butner is dialed in at 453. The head start will belong to Whitfield by 0.12 of a second. And then Bo Butner is going to try to run him down at the finish line. Again, I don't know what the split was. You don't know what the split was, if there was any at all. I'm sure there was a lot of discussion. Our showgirls have taken their position on the starting line. Somebody is going to add their name to the list of the immortals that have won the Spring Fling Million.
Only to be whisked away in the limousine that's waiting on the return road to the suite in the Cosmopolitan Hotel. Bo Butner, second of stage.
As we're in set, tree drops. We stay green. Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13 thou reaction time, he goes dead on 316 total, getting a 14 thou stripe. The Las Vegas side of the scoreboard lights up. Chris Whitfield was 0.34 at this end of the racetrack and was hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but could not get it done against Bo Butner, champion of the Spring Fling Million Day. The guy who's like now won it all, Bo Butner. All right, we're going to dive in here with Bo Butner, capture the emotion while it's at it. Bo, you are a class racer extraordinary. You are now a race promoter. You are a pro stock world champion, and you are now standing on ground where a lot of people do. You are now standing on the ground where only 5 other people have stood. You add your name to of Spring Fling Million champions for $250,000. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now, bud?
Buddy, I'm blessed. Good Lord's blessed me a lot, and I mean, especially in the racing world, but this tops all of them. I mean, I got some chills when I saw my win light. I mean, kind of like the pro stock deal. So, Peter, Kyle, awesome job. I've been hearing about these racing forever, and it's just wasn't even coming. Randy Lynn's like, we got to go. I said, no, we've been gone too long, so I came to see Kyle, love him, and it's just awesome, and it's right up there with the pro stock deal. I'm sure, actually it's better than the pro stock deal, because this is some real racers. This is where we all come from, and this is where I always end up.
Well, I'll tell you what, you have ended up in the winner's circle here today, and watching what's going on. Your guys' week started off with a great start. I mean, Randy Lynn making an appearance in the final on Wednesday. Watching her do that, I'm sure, was special for you, and then to come out here today. Tell me about today. I mean, at what point did things really, I mean, was it clicking from the beginning? Was there any challenges there? What was your day like?
In all honesty, I really like that little Corvette race. And I lost a really good race to Northrop, and I was kind of bummed because I don't know this car that well. I mean, we know it, but it has a mind of its own sometimes. But it was good tonight. It got us through, and just what an awesome deal. And it just takes so much luck to do this. And now I just got to tell Hunter, you have to move your trophy because mine's going there too.
So the big trophy is going up. I heard you say it. The Pro Stock Champion was a big deal, but again, you are now one of only 6 in the country to claim Spring Fling World Championship, man. Congratulations to you, ladies and gentlemen, your champion right here, right now, Bo Butner, here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Bo, last words?
No, just thank you again, Peter. Thanks to the whole Fling staff. Thanks to Las Vegas. It was so smooth. It's nice to be celebrated and instead of tolerated. So remember that.
I'll tell you what, the limo is yours, the trophy is yours, the suite at the Cosmo is yours, and the celebration time is now yours. Ladies and gentlemen, make noise for Bo Butner, your champion here at the Strip.
Saturday was, as typically called, day last at the Flings. The Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge was a staple at this event, with Megan Lott scoring $1,000 for her perfect light. FTI Performance put up a $30,000 bounty for the day. Quarterfinal action saw Jeff Verdi sitting with a bye, Troy Williams Jr. taking out Shane Thompson, Kyle Rizzoli and Justin Lamb matched up, with Rizzoli taking the win. In the semis, Rizzoli earned the bye while Verdi and Williams faced off.
Making an appearance here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. A familiar face on both sides. Jeff Verdi in the Firebird waits as Troy Williams Jr. backs up the burnout. 480 is the dial for the Florida runner, and Jeff Verdi, who was the inaugural $1 million event winner here at this racetrack, rolls up to try and stake his claim at a $30,000 prize in the final to go up against Kyle Rizzoli, who awaits somewhere on the property.
Yeah, he's sitting back there in the staging lanes. He's hanging out. He'll be around the corner momentarily. But, these are two names, Williams and Verdi, we've been waiting to see late in an elimination round, and they're both here now. They leave the starting line. It is Jeff Verdi packing a big punch here at the lead as they get to the finish line stripe. It is Verdi. 91, dead 3 with a 16 reaction time, 19 package. Verdi taking 39 across the stripe. Williams is 45 on the tree. He was 13 thou over the dial of 480.
For the last final of the weekend, Rizzoli and Verdi win at it.
Agreed fully.
There is not one iota of either of these two cars or drivers that makes me believe one is more suited than the other to win.
I would 100% back that statement. I mean, Rizzoli, whose year has already started off with making money down there at a big dollar race in Tucson at that Southwest Showdown, now turns around, jumps in the dragster, makes it to yet another final. I mean, he went deep in the rounds all day there. Same thing here, and Jeff Verdi, the guy who has claimed a couple of $1 million events in the same year, including the inaugural here. And every time you see anything posted about Jeff Verdi, it's because, he was at this track and lit up the scoreboard. It was at this track and parked it on the dance floor. And now he's back here at the big show in Vegas at the Spring Fling Million and is looking to light up one more scoreboard to try and do it again.
It's an amazing thing. The last day he had an opportunity to recoup a lot of the investment he made coming out from Glen Allen, Virginia. He has done that in spades, and he is lined up now next to Kyle Rizzoli, who will turn on the top bulb of his side for the final time of the week.
We do that NASCAR thing. Let's just listen.
That's a good plan.
I like it. The win light will belong to Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle Rizzoli, 018 on the tree, and runs dead on 3 to be 21 total, taking a 14 thou stripe. Jeff Verdi was 32 thou reacting to the green at this end of the racetrack, also dead on 3, and it comes down to that difference in the dials. In the reaction time.
What an appropriate way to finish this event. Two incredibly talented racers, a race of precision that came down to a 14 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. Congratulations to Kyle Rizzoli for claiming his second big dollar win of the 2021 season and his first big dollar win here at a Spring Fling event.
Overall, Biondo and Seibel kicked off their 2021 slate of events with a big one. Over $575,000 was paid out in prize money, and over $75,000 was given away in prizes and products. The promoters wish to thank all of the competitors and staff that showed up big in Vegas, and hope to see you all soon at a Spring Fling event.
All right. Track cleanup is starting to finish up. And we got cars firing up, getting a little bit of heat in them to continue round number 3 of FST Wednesday, 15,000 to win at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries here at the beautiful Bristol Dragway. We are about to do some racing under the lights. We're surrounded by mountains, but it's dark out. Just racing under some lights. We know we got mountains, but this is still just a beautiful sight here at night even. Just looking at the chat bleachers on Motor Mania TV. Carlos Eduardo from Brazil tuning in. Wow. Pretty neat to know that we got viewership all over the world. Doing another lap of spray. We should get back into racing momentarily. Here we go. We got cars rolling back into the water box. First pair, going to be Jason Lynch, left side, in the Nova, out of Tennessee, dialed at a 586. Right side, EJ Womack, 611 dial, the round nose S10. They are pre-staged. EJ is in, Jason's in, tree drops. Here we go. 31 thou separate them. Wind light going to Jason Lynch. 30 on the tree and 2 above is going to get it done. EJ behind on the start and goes 612 on the 611. Jason Lynch turns on the wind light via the hole shot. Rob Leipziger in the 80 Corvette, 550 dial on the left side. Rusty Blackford Jr. on the right, 607 in the 86 Charger.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. Military, and many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com. With a 40-year history of technological innovation and engineering, Optima batteries offer unstoppable power for extreme enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with their unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima six-pack shape and get the ultimate power source. Mullis Race Cars is back and better than ever. Since its inception, Mullis Race Cars have won countless national championships as well as Best Appearing and Best Engineered awards. Under the new ownership of Glenn Gordon, Mullis Race Cars will continue the company's long-standing commitment to excellence and attention to detail that racers have come to expect from Mullis. Same name, new look, Mullis Race Cars. Moser Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting sportsman ranks since the beginning. Everything we make, from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the USA with one goal in mind: so you can win. Check us out online at moserengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Moser Engineering. True Start, a product of CompuLink, has been used at all Fling events since 2016 and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first. Get the right parts at the right price with same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The place for performance. Jegs. Next time you're in the market for a new 2 or 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines, and we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. At ATI, performance is our passion, and we make our passion your performance. How would you like champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With over 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit www.biondoracing.com. Fuel Systems Technology is a manufacturer of cast and billet aluminum carburetors and accessories. We're headquartered in Riverside, California, and we would like to welcome you to the Fling. Quality innovation at affordable prices. FST. Visit fstcarb.com for all your carburetor needs. Rob's Automotive and Collision is a proud sponsor of the Fling events. Automotive repair, heavy-duty truck repair, trailer repair, and roadside assistance. Rob's Automotive and Collision. More than just towing. As a proud sponsor of the Fling events, Brodix gives away a set of heads at Vegas, Galitti, Columbus, and Bristol. Brodix is also the presenting sponsor of the Run for the 50,000 at Vegas. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, Brodix utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry.
All right, we are back in action. I am joined alongside, well, I shouldn't be saying I am joined, because if Nate Hershey's presence is in the announcer's booth, I'm taking the back seat. You're in the driver's seat, Nate.
I don't know about that, man. You're right. I am joining you. You've been kind of handling the big load here today, and we are underway with Rusty, Blackford Jr., and Rob Leipzinger. Blackford Jr. drops it red 13 thousandths of a second. Rob Leipzinger down that left side, 005 on the tree and 12 thou above the dial. 551 on a 550. Blackford ends up getting out of the throttle, goes 954 after that 013 nasty red light. And Mark, I'm going to ask you this, because I know for a lot of racers, and I don't have near the experience racing under the lights that a lot of you guys do. Matter of fact, I'm considered rookie status still, probably for the next 10 years. But basically, it's gone dark outside. The lights are on the racetrack. That tree is brighter than it normally is during the day, right? And so, I mean, the opportunity to react a little bit quicker on the driver's side is certainly something that we're going to see taking effect here tonight.
Absolutely. They got good lighting on the tree. The track is well lit. And not to mention, you also have the factor of the rounds are they're beginning to wind down, and these drivers are fixing to get after it. We got the $2 million man, Jeff Birdie, and Sammy Hollingsworth.
You've been in the South too long, man. You said they're fixing to get after it.
Absolutely. Sammy Hollingsworth goes 3 thou red and ouch, dead on 2. Jeff Birdie was dead on 6, 28 on the tree, gonna get it done.
We are getting into that transition pair as Garrett Griffith, the man we were talking so much about up there in Ohio during that summer fling, coming off of that big win, and he had a pretty spectacular weekend there in Ohio as well. Had a couple of deep into the rounds on a few of those days and was able to pick up some checks there. But Garrett in the S10 out of Kentucky going up against Jack Ostrowski, the first dragster to roll out here in round number 3. Again, we are in an FST Carburetors. $15,000 to win warm-up Wednesday as Garrett Griffith this time is the one that drops it red by 2 thousandths of a second. Goes 6:45.8 on a 6:46, but was 2 thou to the wrong side at this end of the racetrack. Ostrowski ends up putting up 23 total, 19 on the tree, and 451 on the 451. He's dead 4 down at the finish line. So again, if there was kind of that going out, taking a look at the track from what we've seen here, everybody's putting up the numbers that they're predicting. It looks like things are holding up just fine as Steve Witherow and Jason Sizemore are going to be the next 2.
Well, Nate, the track is looking good. And in dragsters, we got almost, not quite, but almost a 1 second head start to Jason Sizemore. One of them has 36 thou in their pocket and is going to turn on the win light. Steve Witherow, 002, takes 16 thou at the stripe to go 4 above. Sizemore was 38 and 3 above. Steve Witherow on a hole shot.
Wow. Wow, with that 36 thou in his pocket, I saw that scoop rock 3 times before he got to the finish line. It might even have had a fourth, like, half scoop rock in there, but that was not a bad little run for Steve Witherow, as Noah Rambo and Steve Beanie going to be the next two. Beanie coming out of what, Wianita? I'm guessing it's like Wianita, Kansas? Wianita pronunciation on that is what Wianita.
Awfully close to Wichita.
It could be. I don't know if, like, you're talking like geographically or you're talking like grammatically?
Grammatically.
Okay. Because I have no idea where Wianita, Kansas is. I know it's somewhere in Kansas.
Neither do I.
But a 496 over on the right side for Beanie. Left lane for Noah Rambo, 450. As down go the lights, away go the cars, and a 22-thou split in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Noah Rambo. 002 on the tree and 2 above the dial. 452 on a 450 gets him there first by 14 thousandths of a second. Steve Beanie was 24 on the tree and 2 above as well, 498 on a 496 to end up 14 thou behind at the stripe. So Rambo, we are into round number 3, which round number 3 is the cha-ching round.
That's right.
Light up the scoreboard here and cha-ching.
That's right. You got money coming your way if you turn on the win light here. Chris Johnson and Robbie Martell. 484 for Chris, 486 for Robbie. Man, that is a big starting line advantage right there, and it definitely turns into a win light. Chris Johnson was 20 on the tree and goes 492 on the 484. Gonna get it done. Robbie Martell goes 488 on the 486, but was considerably behind on the start.
He left tomorrow. He was just yeah, wasn't going to work out for Robbie Martell.
Well, he'll try again tomorrow.
And if it had, it would have been one of those where I would have went, what the just happened? Wow. Parker Dotson and Sherman Adcock Jr. Adcock here on the right side. 472 is the dial for the Georgia-based car. And for Parker Dotson out of North Carolina, it is a 473. And I love the way you put that earlier, Marco, as I was listening in during the layover sitting there in Dallas. Are the slimmest of margins in the difference in dial. I like it. Just a hunt. Unfortunately, Sherman Adcock misses it by just shy of the slimmest of margins. He was 002 on the red side and goes 470 on a 472. Parker Dotson picks up the win light, 025 on the tree, and a 471 on a 473. So Dotson, by way of the red light in the opposite lane, advances into round number 4, and ching, he gets to pick up at least a check.
Absolutely. Nick Breesaw, 478 on the left side. Right side, Tim Thomas, 473. Now I want to say the last 3 or 4 pair, the dial-ins have been separated by 500ths or less. It's pretty neat to watch a little bit of side-by-side racing at the top end, especially live on Motor Mania TV. Thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson, making it free to the viewers.
I would certainly agree. Certainly agree. Jegs and Mickey Thompson making it happen. Appreciate that.
Tim Thomas is in control and is going to turn on the win light. 14 on the tree and goes 475 on the 473. Nick was behind on the start, got there second, and broke out 19th thou.
Dylan Winters and Cameron Manuel going to be the next two. Manuel 481 the dial on the right side, and for Dylan Winters coming in out of Boonville, Indiana, 485 going to be the number shown on the bottom side of the left lane scoreboard. That Fitzgerald's lane here at Bristol Dragway, as we are live and in effect in Thunder Valley. I just love coming to this racetrack. It is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. I mean, I think I said it the first year I rolled up here. It was like somebody had built a drag strip in the middle of the world's greatest KOA campground. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Oh, Dylan Winters lets it go 2,000ths of a second too quick. Ends up, oh, ouch. Cameron Manuel, 17 green, dead 8. Nice lap on the right side for Cameron Manuel. Does get the win, but Dylan Winters, 002 red, and then dead on 0 down at the big end.
That is one of the slimmest of margins to a perfect run. Imagine if he had 2 extra thou in that delay box, Nate.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, Marco. I'm kidding.
Jansen Melton, M&M Race Cars, that is got a Roots blower on top. 419 dial. I believe that is the quickest car on property. Josh Duggins on the right, 451. 451, that's pretty fast. You're chasing most of the time with that dial. 419, getting over a 3/10 head start. As they're separated by 1 foul in reaction time. Win light going to Josh Duggins. 17 on the tree. Gets on the brakes a little bit. Gets their second and goes 2 above. Jansen Melton was 16 on the tree. Takes 29 thou at the stripe and breaks out 1 stinking thou. Ouch.
On that 419 dial, ends up under a thou. That's something you're gonna have to. That's something to drink about tonight. I mean, think about. Ray Fordyce Jr. out of New Jersey over on the left side, and Cody McDaniel out of Corrington, Tennessee, over on the right. A 463 dial to a 470 dial. Ray's got the 470 over the left side. His side of the tree going to drop 0.07 of a second before Corey McDaniel. McDaniel will turn it loose, do the chasing in this pair as we are staged up, set, and ready. Oh, another lousy red light. This time it's Cody McDaniel by 0.02 of a second and then runs dead on 2. 463 on a 463 for Cody McDaniel. Ray Fordyce ends up 467 on a 470 after an 0.24 reaction time. Gets the win light. Moves to round number 4, and I did see, and from what I've just seen in the last several pair, the swear jar is back and in full effect. It's back there on the Diva Den, and so if you end up like 002 red and dead on 0 or 002 red and dead on 2, I can promise you there are words crossing people's lips up there, muffled by the helmet, that would designate a trip to the swear jar.
And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to come out of your mouth out loud. Just any negative thought.
Yeah.
Fair enough, right?
You're dead on right. You're just like they were, dead on 2, but 2 thou red.
Donovan Williams and Shannon Justice, another close red light. Shannon was 003 red. Donovan Williams 001 green, and goes 463 on the 466. Now, Nate, to answer your question earlier, furthermore, we're racing under the lights. It's round 3 of eliminations. Drivers are looking to get in a rhythm. You're going to see these reaction times tighten up, sometimes maybe a little too much.
Yeah. We've seen that in the last several pair. As Sean Langdon rolls up on the left side. That's right. Top Fuel Sean. Dialed in at 467, and Bailey Ferraro. This is going to be a fun pair to watch. 456 the dial for Bailey, 467 the dial for Sean. They are separated by 0.03 of a second. Down to the finish line we go, and ooh, Bailey Ferraro, 008 dead on 5, getting the job done. Gets there first by 37,000ths of a second. Sean Langdon looks like he may have grabbed the binders a little bit too hard. He was 11 on the tree, ends up 3 above the dial at just 129 miles an hour. But Langdon got down there and just kind of went, and Bailey Ferraro gets the win light, 008 dead 5.
Yeah, 470 at 129. That's...
Keep off the chute.
Frank Lacates and Chris Galitti. 463 for Frank, 456 for Chris. Chris is in control and is going to turn on the win light. 17 on the tree and goes 34 thou above the 456 dial on the hole shot. Frank behind at the start, goes dead on 5, still 22 thou behind. Chris Galitti.
419 dial a little bit earlier. Chris Stein right down there in the same ballpark. 424 the dial for the Diamond Built ride over on that Motor Mile side of the racetrack. That is the right lane here at Bristol Dragway. And Carol Click out of Sevierville, Tennessee, 455 going to be the dial in for Carol. Carol going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs, as Chris Stein is going to be doing the chasing in this pair. And again, Wednesday, but a 15 grander on the first day of the event is nothing to scoff about. Nothing to in any way turn your nose up at. I mean, a $15,000 payday to start off your weekend, I'll take it. I'll take it. Neither driver, that was the worser of the two reaction times. Chris Stein had the 023, so a 13,000 split in reaction time. But Stein gets out of the throttle, ends up running just 472 at 109 miles an hour. Not sure if Stein had a technical issue down there towards the finish line, but got out of it. Carol Click goes 459 on a 455 to get the win light.
Yeah, Chris Stein making the smart decision by getting out of the throttle there. Todd Ewing, left side, 444 dial. It's a good matchup here. He's got Corey Galitti, the right side, 458 dial. 10 thou separate on 5, 12 total. Corey Galitti, 17 and under by 5 thou. Todd Ewing, little known fact, he was 7 total first round. 11 total in his bye run. Slipped up just a little bit. Was 1 thou worse. He was 12 total just now. First 3 rounds, worst package is a 12 package. That's pretty impressive.
Slacker. Why was he taking it easy on this run? You said they're supposed to be tightening it up in third round. Why is he going easy like that?
Well, putting down under a 15 package, there's no such thing as slacking off there.
He's just opening it way. I mean, just left that window way too open. If he was 12 total, I mean, come on. Derek Hubbard and Tommy Cable. Cable over on the left side. 465, the dial for Tommy. The guy who's been like in the running for MVP, has always been around deep and late into the rounds. He is trying to hold on here against Hubbard and will not. Derek Hubbard with an 027 light was 2 thou behind in reaction time. Tommy Cable had the 025. But Hubbard, 27 green, dead 7, gets there second, gets the win light as Tommy Cable takes an 11 thou stripe, needed to take 9 thou or less as he breaks out 2 thou at the finish line. So the win light belongs to Derek Hubbard. We're going to continue on here through round number 3. As I got to make sure that I've got like my text messages set up and ready to go, because as we start getting deeper and deeper into the night, I'm going to have to make sure I'm paying attention to when everybody's supposed to be coming to the lanes, right? Marco will not be here to help me. And I do need Marco to keep me in line.
Well, Nate, if you text Bristol to 844-832-9969.
I did that.
Well, with that being said, we shall be receiving a text from the Flings in some way, shape, or form here coming up soon.
I'm good with that. So Jesse York and Allison Lloyd. Jesse York out of Muncie, Indiana. The orange ride on the left side, dialed in at 480. Allison Lloyd dialed in 900ths of a second slower than that with the 489. It's a little, I don't know if I've ever heard of Doswell, Virginia. I mean, I know like Roswell, New Mexico, because nothing ever happens there. And if something does, then they still say nothing ever happens there. But I have definitely heard of Muncie, Indiana, and Jesse York happens to be from there, lining up on the left side. So again, I believe we have, and I'm just going to double check and make sure here. All dragsters have been called for round number 3. So again, just a reminder, if you are still alive, still in the game, in round number 3 and are driving a dragster and have not yet made your way back to the staging lanes, you do need to do so, because we are going to continue to roll our way through round number 3 here on the FST Carburetors $15,000 to win Wednesday. Allison's in and set. And a 31-thou split between them in reaction time. Winner is the stripe. First was 33 on the tree, goes dead on 5. Allison Lloyd was holding 31 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time and ends up 3 above the dial, 492 on a 489 to bow out here. And thank you, George Hoff, saying that Allison is fresh off of a $20,000 win last week. Unfortunately, not going to get past round 3 here, but she still got 20 G's in her pocket from the win last week. That's cool.
002, losing with a 002 reaction time, nothing to be ashamed of there. Trevor Denton and Connor Calder, 1/10 of a second head start, going to Trevor, and turns it red by just 1 stinking thou. Connor Calder, that's a great lap. 003 on the green side and 5 thou under the 483 dial. Connor moving on.
Jason Guthrie's and Darren Lotz. Lotz coming in out of Virginia, 484. Guthrie's out of North Carolina, 498. And for an FST Wednesday, I'm going to have to say that I'm already starting to see some of those amazing packages the racers continue to put up here. I think as I was rolling over here from the airport, Marco, and you and Tim were on the mic, I thought I heard you guys call like at least 2, maybe 3 3-packs.
Something like that.
I was sitting there listening, and I'm like, wait, so there was a 3-pack, and then stopped at a stoplight, whatever, was looking around, and all of a sudden I heard like another one. I think I heard like 3 of them within like a 15-minute time frame. On the tree and 2 above the dial, make it 3 above the dial. 501 on a 498 for Jason Guthrie's. Darren Lotz had an 037 reaction time and could not get there. So the win light is going to belong to Guthrie's.
Bucky Reedy, left side, 511 dial. Right side, QJ Arnold, 476. Separate him in reaction time. Win light to QJ Arnold. 12 on the tree, 3 thou at the stripe to break out a thou. Needed to take 2 or less. Now taking a 3 thou stripe, that's doing your job at the finish line. But needing to take 2 thou.
And Todd Coltrane. Coltrane on the right side this time. Dialed in at 468, rolling in out of Meridian, Idaho. And I do know that there are several of the left coasters that have rolled their way. And I'm pretty much saying, anything west of the Rockies would consider that like left coast rolling in here.
Absolutely. Todd mentioned that he is picking up a new to him dragster out here and figured, why not race the Fling while I'm at it?
Why not? Makes sense. Out of Virginia, dialed 482, runs 484. He's 21 thou above the dial and 008 on the tree to be 29 total. Todd Coltrane was 19 green, had a little room to work with, takes 11 thou at the stripe to break out 1 thou. So Coltrane exits the competition here in round number 3.
1/1000th of a second, Nate.
Hate that thing. Hate that thou.
It can work in your favor. You just never know, but it pops up a lot in this sport, especially at races like the Fall Fling.
People keep telling me that something could work out in my favor. I just haven't found it yet. How about Steve Law? One of the big sponsors of our summer fling up there in Ohio. Dialed in at 476 on the left side, and John Corbin, Waynesboro, Virginia, 450 is the dial. And Mo Money, Vegas, I'm going to say yes, it's left coast and west coast because it's west of the Rockies.
How about Steve Law, 002 on the tree and 26 thou above. Oh, ouch. John Corbin That is the third straight breakout by 1 thou, Nate. 11 on the tree, take 18 at the stripe to go 449.9 on the 450 dial. Wow.
So how do we rectify that? I'm just thinking, like, do you sneeze at the finish line to get back that thou, or like what?
Well, if you turn your head or just make an awkward movement, that just, you're talking a thousandth of a second here, Nate.
You think you could change a little aerodynamics there and get back to thou by moving your head one way or the other? I'm not sure. Matt Reclitus and Chris Garrett. Garrett's already pre-staged up, set and ready with a 447 dial on the right side. Matt Reclitus with a 476 over on the left side. And if this one breaks out of foul, I don't know what I'm going to say. Nope, didn't do it. Matt Reclitus, 45 on the tree and survives. And I will say survives the round. Chris Garrett was in control. He had the 017 reaction time, but Garrett on a 447 dial ends up running 453 to be 21 thou behind at the stripe. Reclitus, after the 045 dial, runs 477 on a 476. That one not quite as close, but hey, Reclitus will happily take the win ticket, roll back into the pits, and get ready to go for round number 4.
Martin, left side 448 dial. James Hinkle, right side 488. That's a catchy name. Marty Martin.
I agree. I like that. Kind of like a Mark Martin or a Ricky Martin or a...
Mark Martin comes to mind.
Yeah.
It's catchy. How about 30 thou separate them? One of them is perfect and is not going to get the win light. James Hinkle, 30 on the tree, dead on 2. Marty Martin was perfect. Get their first 40 to break out 8 thou. Needed 32 or less. Nate, I believe that is either the third or the fourth run that I have seen today where a perfect reaction time has not resulted in a win light. Ouch.
We're going to have to come up with something for that then. Because we've talked about, like being red and dead on, and you're going to have to end up at the swear jar. But if you're perfect and don't in control of this pair, and he'll light up the board. How about 008 dead 1 for Shane Maddox? Ends up 9 thou total. 455 was the dial. 455-1. That's where that 1 thou comes into play. 4551. You're right. That works in your advantage. Ian Woods was 029 on the tree and 12 thou above the dial. Woods will bow out, and I think Marco, we need your attention in the pits, please.
Derek Hubbard, if you could please come to the Diva desk at the back of the tower, we would greatly appreciate it. So again, Derek Hubbard, if you could come to the Diva desk, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
It's nice to be appreciated.
Well, we appreciate each and every one of the racers, their friends, their family, and everybody tuning in on Motor Mania TV. We have so much appreciation.
You got that right. You definitely got that right. How about Brian Canaday and Carl Jones? Carl on the right out of Mulvane, Kansas. Red light for Carl Jones, and there's another 1 thou. 001 red for Carl. Oh, Carl. We saw 002 dead 0 earlier. Now we see 001 dead 0. We should have like a line at the swear jar right now. Perfect, no win light. 002 dead 0. Red. 001 dead 0 red. Brian Kennedy 22 green dead on 4 and gets the win light.
Now, Nate, I will tell you, as tough as this sport is, when you come within 1 thou of a perfect run, in the big picture, you really can't be disappointed. I mean, you're talking 1 thou away from perfect on both ends. As Jeremy York and Josh Baker go at it, 12 thou separate them. Win light going to Josh Baker. 009 and 14 thou above. Jeremy York was 21. Get their first 6 thou to break out 4 thou. So he only had 2 thou to play with down there.
All right. Marco, I can certainly see your optimistic point of view on that. If you're 002 red and dead zero, within 2 thou of a perfect run. If you're 001 red and dead zero, you're within 1 thou of a perfect run. And you're right. There's a certain part of that you certainly cannot be too disappointed with. I just know how I would react to that, and I would have to be at the swear jar for a long time putting money in that thing because I would not react well to that.
Oh, boy.
I would not react well to that.
Jamie Sirocco, this is a good matchup, and Will Holloman. Jamie, 455 on the left. Will Holloman, 452 on the right. As they take their time to light up the second stage bulb. 3 thou, separate them, wind light going to Will Holloman. 17 on the tree and 24 thou above, taking 15 thou at the stripe. Sirocco, 14. Racers, your attention please. All door cars, we need you back to the staging lanes for round number 4, please. All door cars back to the lanes for round number 4, please. Thank you.
I believe you, George. See, George Hoff's on my side. The word stinks. I'd use like much harsher words. That's why I would be at the swear jar. I'm just saying. Vince Schroeder, the shank lining up on the left side, 457. Timothy Thomas this time. Lining up on the right, dialed in at 479. So the second. And he goes 455 on a 457. So the Pennsylvania-based runner is out Timothy Thomas, 006, and goes 476 on a 479. But see, I think that's as Alan Bird and John LaBouse roll up here. I think that's one of the big differences, Marco, between you and me. You are such a calm, cool, and if it is, it's probably because, something majorly drastic has happened. But for the most part, I don't know that I've ever seen you without a smile on your face, let alone, shaken up about something.
Well, Nate, you talk about how certain situations may stink, but I could say the same about you.
I stink? What?
No, come on, Nate. By 5 thou, 22 on the tree, and goes 12 thou above. Johnny LaBouse, 13 on the tree, and goes 467 on the 465. Nate, I don't think I've ever seen you in a bad mood.
Oh, there's been plenty of times.
Not that I've seen.
Fair enough. All right, so, Jason Rich and Michael Pascal. I'm going to like this one. Jason Rich dialed in at 439. Michael Pascal dialed in at 475. And if I remember right, I think Michael was celebrating a birthday either yesterday or the day before. I'm trying to remember, I thought I saw his name pop up there on the Facebook feed. I'll have to go back and look. 002 red for Michael Pascal and 474 on a 475. So he misses it a little bit. 028 on the tree and rolls on through to a 437 on the 439. With the wind light on and the ch-ching sound going in his head. How about these two?
Chris Whitfield and Nick Womack. Chris, 466. Nick, 465. The narrowest of margins in the dial-ins here. If you just watch the tree, you got to watch really close. Otherwise, if you're just looking at it casually, it looks like it's a heads-up race. Separate. 22 on the tree and 2 thou under. Womack was 19 on the tree. Take 8 thou at the stripe to break out 7 thou. Now, on a double breakout, if you get to the stripe first, rule of thumb, you need to take the stripe by the amount of the advantage that you have on the tree or less. So therefore, since Nick was 19, to Chris's 22. He needed to take 3 thou or less to win the double breakout, and he took 8 thou, so it was still close.
How about Jason Lynch? Racing Jason over on the right side. Dialed it at 487 in the dragster, and James DeChaco. DeChaco coming in out of New York, dialed in at 448. Lynch with the 487. Lynch will leave first. DeChaco will do the chasing. And we'll see how this pair lines up. Once again, staging lanes, please. A 2 thou split in reaction time, and it's going to be Jason Lynch. 006 dead 6. 12 total gets the win light on that 487 dial. James DeChaco was 008 on the tree. Grabbing 6 thou at the...
Who would have thought that 008 take 006 doesn't get you the win light? That is a very low percentage. I'm going to say about probably 6 to 7% of the time that does not light up the win light, and that just happened to be in that low percentage of times right there.
So you got bit by the 6 to 7%?
Unfortunately.
I hate that.
Jay Ralston and Bill Dempsey. Now, Bill Dempsey, I'm pretty sure just recently he celebrated his 80th birthday, and he's rolling into round number 4. Just goes to show you that, Nate, age is only a number.
I wish my body thought that. My eyes are, the age is kicking in, and I have to like turn on lights. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to get readers like Big Jed. Get those little glasses that he wears around his neck that like snap together so he can. I'm gonna have to find out where he got those, because I'm gonna need some of those.
Hey, we can't be hating on Jed when he's not here.
I'm not hating on Jed. I'm just saying, where'd you get those?
I see.
Those are cool. Josh Dykes and Spencer Massey. Massey on the right side, dialed 477. Josh Dykes on the left, dialed 467. 1/10 the difference in the dial. 3 thou the difference in reaction time. And Spencer, 14 green, dead on 0. Going to get himself a win light here in round number 3, as Josh Dykes was 11 on the tree. Gets to the stripe first by 15 thousandths of a second. To break it out, 12 thousandths of a second. So Spencer Massey moving into round number 4.
How about the Red Rocket, Tom Dauber on the left side, 466 dial, and Dustin Light, 488 on the right. Dauber runnered up at the Million last year. And also runnered up, I believe, in one of the 30Ks when the Spring Fling Million was run here at Bristol Dragway last year. So Dauber been having some recent one for 16 pack, turn on the win light. Dauber was dead on 2, but behind at the start.
All right. So Noah Rambo's over on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 428. And I don't know if you've heard of the guy in the left lane. Name's Jeff Serra.
That would be the gentleman. You know, there's this story going around that he raced himself in the final, and it was $100,000 a win. That just happened to be at the... Where was it again, Nate?
I was in Ohio. It was at the Summer Fling. And then he turned around and won another $175,000.
That's right.
So, I mean, the dude has got a little change in his pocket going jing-a-ling-a-ling. And he's going to see if he can add to it here this weekend. Yeah. It was 003 on the tree. And Jeff Serra ends up still getting to the stripe first by 24 thousandths of a second. Was 18 on the tree. And I'll tell you, Marco, I was listening to the Luke Bugaki and Big Jed's podcast on the whole deal. They were talking about Jeff Serra, and I think it was Jed who said that, you know, even Jeff Serra's bad decisions are good. And in a situation like that, not saying he made a bad decision at all, but it still worked out in his favor. He lights up the scoreboard, will continue on, and we'll be back in round number 4 as everybody else on property goes, oh, goody. How exciting for us all. On a 478 was 024 on the tree, and that will essentially kind of put a period on round number 3. We're getting ready to roll into round number 4. Door cars for round number 4. You have been called into the staging lanes. $25,000 to win Thursday. We are going to get things started tomorrow morning with our new entry time runs right at about 8:15 a.m. Then we are going to roll into By All the Racers. We've had our FST warm-up Wednesday. Everybody got a time run here this morning, and tomorrow morning, again, it'll be a new entry time run only, and then we'll get right into round number 1 of eliminations. And I think it was Peter that might have texted it out, but man, the forecast for this weekend, the weather supposed to get up. I don't even think the forecast said it was supposed to hit 80 degrees. I think it was like 79 or somewhere right around there, which is absolutely beautiful. I also noticed that the humidity wasn't going to be too bad, which from a guy from, you know, the desert, not having a lot of humidity out there is a good thing for me. But I mean, it's going to be an awesome 4 days of racing here.
That it will be. Makes for fun, safe racing conditions. And we're always thankful when the weather cooperates. We will continue to keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way. And we're just, most importantly, thankful for all of the support by Optima Batteries. And it's only Wednesday.
I agree with you. It is only Wednesday, and we're getting into round number 4. We should start sending those door cars out here in just a moment. We got our track crew up checking the top end of the racetrack, and then the door cars are going to still got plenty of racing to go. But once again, door cars, your attention, please. Door cars, you should be in the staging lanes at this time, getting ready to go for round number 4.
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. GE wind towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Fuel Systems Technologies to our full race billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel billet XS Pro Series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Nobody knows drag racing like Mickey Thompson Tires. The Pro Bracket
Any suspension, we did 5 back-to-back runs, and we only saw 18 thousandths of a difference on the 60-foot. We've had tremendous success with the Pro Bracket.
So here we go, round number 4. Jesse Ray out of Mount Carmel, Tennessee, 69 bodied Nova, 594, dialing on the left side of the racetrack, and Matt Dattis. Dat Mattis, 623 to dial on the right side. Matt, who when he gets hot, go for a little while. What's that Jimmy John saying? Something about stupid fast sandwiches or something? Crazy fast? I can't remember. But Matt Daddis with a 623 dial, gonna leave first. Jesse Ray will do to get after it. Also, orange sticker dragsters for round number 4. Orange car number, orange sticker, however you want to look at it. Orange dragsters, round number 4. Go ahead and make your way back to the staging lanes, please. As we can continue to roll through here. And hello. It's good to have you here on that Motor Mania TV live feed brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires. Matt Daddis lights up those green LEDs atop the right side scoreboard. 625 on a 623. Matt was 11 on the tree. Gets ace track. 27 thou was the difference in reaction time. Jesse Ray with an 038 ends up 594 on a 594. He's dead on 2, but 8 thou behind at the stripe, and it's going to be Matt Daddis. Moving on to round number 5 is Josh Decker. Josh with a 594 dial. Decker in the S10. Leaving first against the little both sides of the tree. 26 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and Buddy Fleener is moving to round 5. He first 43 thousandths of a second. And 41 thou total. Buddy Fleener moves on. Josh Decker was 51 thou. Reacting to the green light. And locked out of the event, or locked out of the matchup, as he runs 597 on a 594, is now Mitchell McKinney and Scott Tate. Tate, the Mustang with a white stripe right down the middle of it. 555, the dial in for Scott Tate out of Middlebury, Pennsylvania. Camaro over on the left side has a 3 thou difference between the two in reaction time on a 689. Converts to a win light for McKinney. Scott Tate was 007 on the tree, 27 thou above the dial as he runs 557 on the 555. And it will be Mitchell coming back as Scott Sanders and Robert Hinman. Hinman out of Knoxville, 585 dial on the right side. Scott Sanders out of Jefferson City, Tennessee. One of those little intrastate matchups here. Scott Sanders, 009, 572 on a 572, ends up 17 total, taking a 22 thou stripe. Robert Hinman was 15 on the tree and not going to be able to convert it to a win light as Rob Leipziger and Jeff Verdi rolling up now. Verdi in the car that won the first ever million out there in Vegas, dialed in at 597. Rob Leipziger, 599 on a 597, was 19 green. Rob Leipziger was 10 thou better in reaction time, but ends up 3 above the dial with a 554 on the 551, and Verdi by 6 thousandths of a second will get the nose of the bird across first, light up the scoreboard, and move to the next round as McCarty versus Pollard. Carolyn, who has proven to be one of the hottest young shoes out here at any of the fling events, dialed in at 615. Kevin Pollard, he's just of a second at the finish line. How about this? Caroline McCarty, 14 green, dead on 9. Kevin Pollard was 15 green, dead on 8. You know that moment at the end of the Rocky movie where, like, Rocky and, what's his name? Dang it, now I'm going to lose it. A swing, and essentially it was going to land square on each other's jaw. That's what happened right there. That's exactly what happened right there. Chuck Saunders and Chuck Wishard on the tree gets their second. Chuck Wishard in the Battle of the Chucks. Somebody got roasted. 035 on the tree. Gets their first 25 thou to break out by a couple of 593 on a 595. Ends up breaking out 12 thou and will bow out as now Stace Schroeder and Jordan Arnold next two. Jordan with a 704 dial in the S10. Stace Schroeder with a 517 dial in the Lumina. Pennsylvania v. Tennessee. Schroeder, 4 thou, the split in reaction time as they make their way down the track. Jordan Arnold, 705 on a 704. 21 on the tree and 1 above. Gets their second and gets the win light. Stace Schroeder was 25 on the tree, takes 21 thou at the stripe, and ends up 11 thou under with a 515 on a 517. Needed to take 10 thou or less, could have, shoulda, woulda, but didn't, as Jason Lynch and John Corbin next to Lynch in that wicked, mean, and nasty Nova. That is just a cool-looking car. And John Corbin. I mean, if it weren't for that one red LED brake light, you can see from that car just, like, vanished. 10,000 the difference between them in the dial. Jason's dialed 585. John's dialed 597, and the win light belongs to Jason Lynch. Lynch, 25 on the tree, gets there first 7 thousandths of a second and goes 5.837 total. Lynch moves on as TJ Pascal and Tommy Plott. Tommy out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 542 dial on the right side. I do love the taillights on the Mustang. And TG Pascal in the 73 Nova. Both drivers are green, 2,000 the difference between them at this end of the racetrack. Win light belongs to TG. He goes 12 on the tree and 1 above the dial. Ends up 22 total, taking a 3,000 stripe to get the win light. Tommy Plott was 14 green last. And listen up in the pits, please. Your attention in the pits. Dragster's blue run sticker will now take you to the staging lanes for round number 4. So Dragsters with the blue sticker. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes for round 4. We've now called orange and blue, so essentially all dragsters. You should be headed into the staging lanes, please, as now Howard Westbury and Sean Serra. Serra with a 550 dial. Westbury dialed in 0.15 of a second slower. 565 is the number for Howard. Nice one. 9,000 was the difference at this end of the racetrack, and the win light belongs to Westbury. 006 on the tree, takes 7,000 at the stripe. Yeah. And it wasn't a Bel Air, I'm sorry, it was in the Nova. It's now Ken Clark and Scott Albrecht. Are up now. Albrecht in the Vega dialed 595. Ken Clark, thousandths of a second. Sneaks one out. 12 on the tree and 596 on a 595. Albrecht takes the Vega into the next round as Ken Clark, 005 on the tree, ends up 23,000 above the dial. And will be done for the night. Gets the opportunity to head back into the pits and see what's a-cooking on the barbecue. Matt. Labuse and Daddis. Is this our final pair of door cars? This is like the way to end it in round number 4. We got another one back there for, okay. We got another couple, but, I mean, come on. Matt Daddis and John Labuse pairing up here in round number 4. 524 the dial for John. 632 the dial for Matt. All right. Both drivers have got the pre-stage bulb lit. Labuse wastes no time, rolls in, lights up the second set of bulbs. Daddis is there. Just watch. Comes down to a double breakout. John Labuse was 13 on the tree. Matt Daddis was 021. Had the 8,000 split at this end of the racetrack. Matt Daddis gets to the stripe first by 6 thousandths of a second, runs 630 on the 632. He ends up under 15 thousandths of a second. John Labuse goes 523 on the 524 to be under 1,000, and the win light belongs to John Labuse. Great matchup. Great matchup. And on the double breakout, Labuse comes out on the right end of the math by that 14 thousandths. We are getting down into our transition pair. Jeff Verdi trying to now rolls up in the GTO. And he's got to take on Jack Ostrowski. So the Glen Allen, Virginia-based 66 GTO of Jeff Verdi. and the Pennsylvania-based car of Jack O. 451. Jack's going to be doing the chasing. Jeff Verdi is going to be just essentially staring over that right shoulder. No! By 1,000th of a second, Jeff Verdi. Jeff's a nice guy, but I know he swears too. His mama may not want to hear it, or his wife may not. I know he does. 001 red and 628 on a 628. Jack Ostrowski was 11 green. Goes 450 on a 451. Ostrowski is coming back. Jeff Verdi's going to be alive still in 1, but the GTO will be parked for the remainder of the evening as Chris Johnson and Chris Galitti. Johnson, Galitti. 484 the down for Johnson left side, 456 the down for Galitti right, 2,000 the difference in reaction time, and 456 on the 456 advances Chris Galitti. He was 17 green, dead 6, taking a 7,000 stripe to get the win light. Chris Johnson was 19 green and 11,000 above the dial. Ends up 30 total and bows out now is Steve Witherow and Bailey Ferraro. So Bailey Ferraro lining up over on the right side with that 455. Steve Witherow, 466 at a Summer Duck. I want to know who named that town. Try your luck. They got a casino there? Oh, they got a racetrack there. All right, fair enough. Sorry, I'm in the casino industry. So I'm like, try your luck at the duck. I'm like, they got a casino? Oh, Steve Witherow was in deep trouble at the hit. Bailey Ferraro slapped him with a 007 green light and goes 455 on a 455. 9 total for Bailey Ferraro. Steve Witherow was out of it by 30 thousandths of a second. When I say that, he was like 039 on the tree. So there was 30,000. That was like playing at the casino. Like, hey, I'm going to win it. Oh, didn't work out. 039 green. And then goes 465 on a 466. So Bailey, 9 total, gets the win light, moves on as Tim Thomas and Parker Dotson ended up lining up side by side in the staging lanes. 200 the split in the dials. 472 for Parker on the left side, 474 the dial for Tim on the right. And the North Carolinians will battle it out amongst themselves to see who gets to carry the honor of the state forward into the next go-round. Tim Thomas was 26 green and goes 474 on a 474. He is 30 total. Parker Dotson was 033 on the tree, and nothing was going to happen at that point in time. Tim Thomas, 30 total. Parker Dotson, 33 green. Dotson gets to the stripe first by 3,000, but it doesn't really matter as he goes 471 on a 472 because there was nothing he was going to be able to do anyway. He was locked out as Donovan Williams and Josh Duggins. Donovan, 465 dial. The Williams crew coming in out of Florida. And Josh Duggins in the Maddox car, 451. Duggins, first one to get the car fully staged. Once again, dragsters, both orange and blue, you have been called to the lanes, please. 8 thousandths of a second, differentiated, 13 total. Getting there second. Josh Duggins was 003, takes 29 thou at the stripe, and breaks out 9 thousandths of a, or excuse me, 19 thousandths of a second. 449 on the 451. Josh checks out. Donovan moves on as Jesse York and Cameron Manuel. I'm going to like this one. York dialed in 480. Cameron Manuel dialed in 482. So it is, again, a FST carburetor, $15,000 to win Wednesday. We are in round number 4. I know we got people that are kind of coming and going as they watch along online. 10 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Cameron Manuel, 003 on the tree, take 3 thou at the stripe, and ends up 483 on a 482. 13 thou total. Jesse York was 13 on the tree and got about as close as you possibly could to having a chance at that. As Cameron Manuel was 13 total. Jesse York was 13 on the tree, needed to be dead 0 and hope and pray, ends up dead on 3. So a tight matchup. Cameron Manuel gets the better end of the deal. Jesse York's going to have to be satisfied with a round 4 exit, which we know that he won't be, but you kind of got to do it anyway. Jason Rich and Timothy Thomas. Rich, 438 is the dial on the left side. Thomas, 477 is the dial on the right side. Timothy Thomas had the advantage at this end of the racetrack, was 003 and goes 478 on a 477. Jason Rich, 26 on the tree, basically had the 23 thou disadvantage in reaction time, runs 438 on a 438 to end up 14 thou behind. As now Todd Ewing and James Hinkle are going to roll in here. And you know what? I know that I was listening in online and was part of the cool crew in the chat bleachers throughout the day when I was like on, when I could, lay over in Dallas and then kind of listening in on the car here. And I know there was a parade of announcers that made their way through here. Some folks were picking up a mic for the very first time ever. Hold on. Oh. James Hinkle is in deep trouble. Todd Ewing on a 444 dial was 001 on the tree. Tightens up the stripe to 25 thou. James Hinkle was 60 thou behind at the hit. Unfortunately, had an 061 light, goes 489 on a 488. So Todd Ewing lights up the board. When I was talking about kind of the parade of folks that were on the mic up here, I know we had, I think even Donnie got up here on the mic for a little while. I'm surprised Lela didn't pick up the mic at some point because she's so talkative. I mean, it's hard to... once she gets going, it's hard to keep her quiet, but I'm just saying. But I'm joined up here right now by Dustin Lee. Dylan Lee, I'm sorry. There's a guy out and there's a Dustin Lee Race Engines in Vegas that, yeah. So Dylan Lee. So there we go.
All down in the area.
Down in the area, huh? Well, my wife is a Texan, so she would be very, very happy, and that's one thing we'll have to get to the bottom of here in a minute. Carroll Click, 457 on a 456, gets the win light as Derek Hubbard gets there first by 20 thou and breaks out by 4 thou after an 026 reaction time. So, Dylan, Texans fan then, I'm taking it? Still,
meh.
Really?
Meh.
Okay.
Follow college more than professional.
Fair enough.
Gig 'em Aggies.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This just isn't going to work out.
5 minutes in. Donnie Quisenberry and Spencer Massey on the starting line. Donnie left side of the racetrack. The Virginia contestant dials in 483. And Spencer, right side, Fort Worth, Texas, dials in 477. Red light and good night, Spencer by 22. Red and dead 7. Could have maybe had a chance.
Could have maybe.
Swear jar for sure.
Yeah, he definitely got a shot at the swear jar. Alan Bird and QJ Arnold. Arnold dialed in 477. Bird dialed in at 475. But yeah, I grew up in Vegas, so when it comes to college football, we don't even know what it looks like. We just don't know how to do that stuff. Basketball, on the other hand, we can do.
You can do.
We can do.
I grew up in Austin, and I was raised to be the other color of college sports down there.
Yeah. You're taking a chance there. If you grew up in Austin and you're like rooting for the maroon.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Saw him off.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Oh, by the way, did you happen to catch the game?
Well, that's a sore subject.
I'm just saying. Did you?
We're not going to talk about.
We
that.
watched the game at
That's
my
not
house.
important.
My wife wouldn't let us not watch the game at my house. But she went to school in Austin there too.
I was at Extreme Raceway Park for IHRA bracket finals, and the couple of Longhorns there reminded me repeatedly that the game was on.
How it was going?
Yeah.
How about 002 dead 2 for QJ Arnold? 4 total. Alan Bird, 007 on the tree and in the way as QJ. 002 at this end of the racetrack, 477 on a 477 at that end of the racetrack, and 1, 2, 3, 4 total for QJ Arnold. Beautiful lap.
Law and Connor Calder approach the starting line after the burnouts. Connor, right side 483, the number on the Schuler Motor Mile scoreboard, and Steve Law. Boonville, Tennessee, 477, what he says he's going to go in his Nelson ride. So he'll be given a little bit of chase. Off goes Connor. Here comes Steve, and Connor is 1 thou red. Steve, 009 green and 11 thou above. Connor was 001 on the wrong side of the equation and 4 thou under. That would have been a good one.
Yeah. Yes, it would have. Ouch. Bill Dempsey and Shane Maddox. Maddox over on the left side, 454 is the dial. Bill Dempsey, and I love this, as Marco would point out earlier, I think Bill is, basically celebrating 8 decades on the planet, which is pretty dang cool. Dialed in at 472 and still out here doing the deed, trying to get his way into round number 5. And by the way, I think we're covered on that. I think there was one other. Nope. All caught up. Orange dragster. Shane Maddox, and Shane Maddox is 019 light. Bill is 2 above the dial. Gets to the stripe first by 6 thou. Lights up the board and is headed into round number 5. You know, I already like Bill almost as much as I like Chet Dragon, because Bill's like 80 years old, but we better hurry this thing up. It's getting late.
Jason Guthries and Josh Baker on the starting line. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Jason Fitzgerald's out of the racetrack, 498 to dial in. Out of North Carolina, and Josh Baker, the Lancaster, Kentucky contestant, 468. What he says he's going to go and 17 thou under the dial in.
That's now Will Holloman and Ray Fordyce Jr. out of the water box. Holloman out of Delaware, 451 for the bear-based ride. And for Ray Fordyce out of Williamstown, Williamstown, New Jersey, he's got the 468. I did have somebody down here remind me, and I don't know, I do, because my wife reminds me all the time from the Texas side, but in this case, that would be Williamstown.
Yeah, I can see that. It doesn't get confusing till you get to Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now that there, I will comment on this. I know Tim Fletcher spent some time up on the mic here a little bit earlier and claimed that this was like a Buffalo house, like Bills fans. He has been superseded. This house now belongs to the Saints. Oh, Saints fan, that's it. Okay, 451 to the 468. Both sides of the track are green, and away we go. Down to the finish line, Will Holloman, 453 on a 451. Holloman's 2 above. And his 4 hun behind at the stripe. Ray Fordyce, 17, 41 thou stripe. Holloman moves on.
He took 41 thou, but in his defense, I believe he got fed at least 21 thou of that.
I think you are right.
A 10th difference, and their mile an hours are about the same. He didn't get sent, but he got sent.
He got a little nudge.
He got a
little nudge.
Let's see where he calls home. 485 is what he's going to call his dial in. Chris Whitfield left side. Pretty good matchup. 465 the number. Out of Littleton, Colorado, and away they go. Clean and green up front. On a 465 dial in, 143 the speed. Jason, 19 up front. Take 18 thou to be 4 thou under the dial in. 140 was his speed. And Chris might have pulled the plug on that one at about 630 feet as well, but either way, Jason hits the trailer, at least on that entry.
See, that's where we had Peter up here. You'd be like, yeah, no, right about 633 feet.
Well, that's Peter.
I'm just saying, that's Peter.
We can all. Yeah.
That's true. Matt Reclitus and Noah Rambo rolling up now. Rambo, who faced a very tough matchup in his last go-round, got through it, dialed in now at 451. Matt Reclitus hanging on with a 475. The Sawyersville, Pennsylvania-based ride, the American car, lining up on the left side. So Noah's pre-staged, Matt is pre-staged, as Noah will be the first one to line it up and light it up. Finish line to get the win light. How about 10 on the tree, 452 and a 451. Noah Rambo, 22 total, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Matt Reclitus runs 474 on the 475, under 8 thousandths of a second, and could not get it done. And yes, Danny Ray mimes that he was going to find his way to a fling, and somehow, some way, he was able to pull it off this year.
Somehow, some way, and it's funny
cool.
you mention that. What's up, D-Ray? I've literally said it too. You got to understand, in Houston, there's 35 Martinezes, and that's not that much of an exaggeration. They're all actually related, but I've told all of them every single. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Mama, we made it. You Destin 481 his dial in, and Danny Shortridge Junior, that is 479, the dial in out of Tennessee. Had a whole bunch of 400ths of a second finish line to be 12 thou above the dial in. Brian, 21 up front, resorted to Plan Z, goes 486 on a 481 at only 120.
And Dustin Light. Sarah, who just continues to, shall we say, what's the word, delight? Not his competitors. Some way is able to get delight and move on as he goes. This time it's going to be a 462. Dustin Light says it's going to be a 487 on his side. And we'll see if Jeff Sarah can get rolling in behind him.
As they both remain pre-staged for a little bit.
I'm still thinking about what you said a little while about. It looks like we made it. I'm going to have to queue up like Barry.
Dustin lets go 2 thou too soon. Jeff Sarah moves on. 13 green, clicks her off early to be 2/10 above, coasting through. Dustin 002 red and 16 thou above as the by car completes the number 4.
I do like that Chevette of Kurt Harrington. There is something about turning a Chevette into a race car. I mean, like what Brandon Umberger did with the Jelly Bean out there in Colorado, what Kurt Harrington has done with the Chevette here. You get a little Chevette to do a wheel stand. It's just awesome. 620 affair with Chevettes comes from back in high school. A buddy of mine had a Chevette that if we got it going like 52 miles an hour on the freeway, it felt like the doors were going to come off the thing. And so to get something that's going 109 miles, I just love them. I just love them. I think they're way cool. So that is a wrap for round number 4. Racers, be on standby here. We will be coming back here in a little while for round number 5, and I am joined up here in the booth by
Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque, military, and many, many more. Rad torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
60-year performance products brand. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. and a future. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak.
Rob, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for your World Championships? Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices. Call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
From Luke Bogakian, this is BracketRacing.com, comes a Canton PT without complicated software. Plus, gain access to Luke's personal weather ratios. Learn from the best with Weather 101, and this is BracketRacing.com.
When the trash talk stops. When it's time to put up or shut up. When your money is in his pocket. When there are no more grudges. Every run, every mile. Mickey Thompson Tires.
Good morning. So we are getting ready to go racing for it.
But it's $1 million to me.
All remaining dragsters for round number 5, please.
All right, so door cars and dragsters, you have all been called to the lanes for round number 5. As we get our first couple of door cars rolling up here under the tower at Bristol Dragway. Again, it is an FST Carburetors, $15,000 to win Wednesday here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optum. Start things off with a couple of Novas as Jason Lynch and Buddy Fleener will be the first two. Again, for everybody that's watching along on the Motor Mania TV live feed, make sure you send your love to Jags and to Mickey Thompson for helping to sponsor the live feed here today. Because without their sponsorship, couldn't keep this free to the viewers. And there are a lot of you watching along. Again, the birthplace 12 years ago. Pretty darn cool. Buddy Fleener dialed in at 552. Jason Lynch dialed in at 585. And the door cars are beginning to do battle again. So dragsters, you've been called into lanes. We need all of you back, please, as round number 5 is about to officially get underway. Tree drops, we leave green both sides of the tree, and this one on the tree. And then goes 553 on a 552. He's one above the dial, getting to the stripe first by 0.003 of a second. Jason Lynch had an 0.25 reaction time and runs dead on 2. 585 on a 585. But Buddy Fleener, by way of that 007 reaction time, was better at this end of the racetrack and holds on for the win at the 8th mile mark as Matt Daddis and Kurt Harrington. Harrington, who was just up here a couple of minutes ago in the Chevette, getting that bye run in round number 4, rolling back up to find himself matched up with Matt Daddis, and both of them running on a 6.23 second dial. So the Chevette, the Grand Am, a little Muncie, Indiana versus Vermilion, Ohio, going head-to-head here in the second pair of round number 5. And again, it is a beautiful night here on the mountain in Thunder Valley. It's basically like no breeze. The temperature is just about perfect. And it's going to make for a very nice evening as we continue to roll our way through. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. Chevette trying to hold on the left side and will do just that. Kurt Harrington, 11 green and dead on 5. Ends up 16 thou total, getting to the stripe first by 39 thousandths of a second. Matt Daddis was 19 on the tree and goes 3 above the dial, 626 on the 623. Hey, dragsters, this is going to serve as your final call for dragsters. We do need all of you back into the lanes for round number 5, please. Dragsters, this is going to be your final call as Mitch McKinney and Jordan Arnold. Jordan in that Battleship Gray S10 on the right side, dialed in at 704. McKinney, the 69 Camaro on the left, dialed in at 6.90 seconds. Pre-stage bulbs are now lit. Just a 3 thou split between the two drivers at this end of the racetrack. Both of them 00 in reaction time, and the win light belongs to McKinney. McKinney is 10 total. 008 dead on 2 for Mitch McKinney. Jordan Arnold was 005, leaving the starting line. Gets to the stripe first by 34 thousandths of a second and breaks out with a 701 on the 704. So it's going to be Mitch McKinney. And the Camaro coming back as Chuck Sanders and TG Pascal. TG 73 Nova, 1 thou red for TG Pascal. Chuck Sanders is 10 green, gets the win light. It goes 631 on a 632. So under by a thou, but the win light was already on for Sanders, and the Point Pleasant West Virginia racer advances. TG 607 after he gets out of the throttle. He was 001 in reaction time on the wrong side of the tree. The red light turns on. TG exits as Scott Sanders and Kevin Pollard now. The next two. Kevin, who in a spectacular matchup in the last round with Caroline McCarty by the slimmest, and I mean by the slimmest of margins. If I remember right, it was about 6/10 thousandths of a second. Kevin Pollard was able to sneak away with the win light. He's dialed it at 559. Scott Sanders dialed it at 572. This time it's Sanders that turns on the wrong color. Bottom side of the Chris 9. So Pollard's Camaro lighten up another scoreboard. Scott Sanders 008 on the wrong side, runs 571 on a 572. But Pollard will be back as now Jeff Verdi and John LaBouse. How about this matchup? LaBouse on the right side in the Roadster, 525 dial. Verdi on the left side in the Firebird, 598 is the dial. Verdi was the first ever million winner out there in Vegas, and John LaBouse, who when we ran this first event at Bristol so many years ago, took home just about all of the checks there were to be had. And the guy was just like vicious. Oh, really? Jeff Verdi in complete control here, but somehow, some way, John LaBouse lights up the board. Jeff Verdi was 19 green. John LaBouse, 058 on the tree. Should have been dead in the water. Goes 526 on a 525. Jeff Verdi got there first, 56 thousandths of a second, and breaks out 4 thousandths of a second. Runs 597 on a 598. It just took a little bit too much, got greedy at the finish line, and it cost him. John LaBouse survives the round as now Howard Westbury and Scott Albrecht separated by 6 thousandths of a second in reaction time. Win light belongs to Westbury. 564 on a 564. Dead on 3 and was 003 to be 6 thou total, taking a 7 thou stripe to get the win over Albrecht. Albrecht was 009 and dead on 4. LaBouse was 50 plus on the tree in the last pair. Scott Albrecht's 009 dead 4, 13 total, and getting parked. Howard Westbury moves on. As now Donnie Quisenberry and Jack Ostrowski will be our first pair of dragsters to go head-to-head here in round number 5. Quisenberry, 484 down for the Reiner Virginia-based ride. The racecraft car, and Jack Ostrowski. I think that's like Durye. Somebody tell me what that is. Because the word I'm thinking of isn't the right word. Just trust me, it's not. 449 for Jack Ostrowski, 484 for Donnie Quisenberry, and the win light by 0.06 of a second belongs to Donnie. 1 thou was the difference in reaction time. Donnie was 0.22 on the tree. Jack was 21 green. Jack is one above with a 450 on the 449. Donnie 484 on a 484. He's 30 total to Ostrowski's 36 total. And the win light belongs to Quisenberry as Carol Click and Bill Dembski. Dempsey out of Maryland, 472. And that .72 is just about how old he is. He's a little older than that. Carol Click, 456. And I absolutely dig it. Carol gives the quick blink, blink, blink on the bulb, and by 31 thousandths of a second, Carol Click fouls it away, and Bill Dempsey's car goes quiet. Dempsey was 053 on the tree. Gets out there to about 75 feet or so, and the car just kind of quit on him. It is still rolling ever so slowly. But I got to be honest, I don't know that Dempsey's still under power out there. It doesn't sound like he is, and I think he's going to need a little assistance. Well, maybe now he's picking back up. Just trying to see when the little LED lights, those tail lights disappear up the hill. It gets pretty dark out there. But by way of the red light of Carol Click, Dempsey is moving on to round number 6. And it looks like Dempsey has found a little power and should be able to find his way off the top end of the racetrack. So while we wait for that, we got Tim Thomas and Steve Law. And we'll get the word here in just a second to go ahead and let them fire up. Are headed out of the water box. Thomas here on the right side. And if I'm remembering correctly, I don't know if we got both Timothy and Tim. Through to round number 5 here. 7, Thomas dialed in at 474. And Mo, yes, this is my current situation. And I got to tell you this, my current situation isn't bad. Full Bristol Dragway. Watching some of the tightest and best racing there is on the planet right here at the Fall Fling. So, yeah, my current situation does. Again, we see a perfect reaction time bow out of competition. Steve Law was trip zip perfect on the tree, takes 20 thou at the stripe, and breaks out. But I think Marco had said he counted about maybe 4 or 5 already throughout the day. Add another one to the mix. Steve Law, perfect reaction time, taking a little bit too much at the finish line. Will be headed back in round number 6 is Todd Ewing and Noah Rambo. Rambo, 450 is the dial, and Noah, who's had to be easier as we make our way through the rest of the day. Vineman, Alabama. 5 on a 442, wins it for Todd. Noah Rambo was 10 on the tree. Takes 35 thou at the stripe and needed to take 30 thou or less as he breaks out 5 thousandths of a second. 449 on a 450, Noah Rambo. Done. Todd Ewing advances as Chris Whitfield and Bailey Ferraro. Seems like every time Chris Whitfield rolls up here, it's against one of the big names. Big names. Bailey out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 455, the dial for the dragster on the right side, that brand new American-built car, and Chris Whitfield. Out of 65, pre-stage bulbs are lit between Chris and Bailey. 13 green, dead zero. It comes down to 16 ten-thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Chris, dead zero. Bailey Ferraro was 008 on the tree. And by 1,000th of a second, Whitfield advances into round number 6 as Donovan Williams and Timothy Thomas. Timothy dialed 477 on the right side. Donovan dialed 465 on the left. Was 11 thou red. Donovan Williams leaving second with a 465 was 21 thou red, and the win light belongs to Thomas. The lesser of the offensive red lights gets the win. Thomas runs 475 on a 477. He makes his way into round number 6. Donovan Williams ends up with a 462 on what was Timothy. He's moving on as Chris Galitti and Danny Shortridge Jr. 479 the dial for Danny, 455 the dial for Chris. Down go the lights and Chris Galitti. Chris Galitti was 14 at this end of the racetrack and goes 456 on the 455. Gets to the stripe first by 2 hun, gets the win light. Danny Shortridge tried to hold one, and the nod, the win, the advance goes to Galitti as Will Holloman, Cameron Manuel. Next 2. Holloman 452. Cameron on the right side, dialed in at 481. Oh. I just love watching the chat bleachers. Everybody's trying to be so helpful. The tree drops. Here we go. Oh, my. How did we end up like that 2 pair in a row? Yeah. Will Holloman was 001 on the tree and had 41 thousandths of a second in his pocket leaving this end of the racetrack. He goes 456 on a 452. And whether that was, I mean, that was fully intended. The scoop was rocking back and forth about 4 times. Will Holloman, 001, gets to the stripe first by 1,000th of a second. And then goes 481 on a 481. But Will Holloman doing his job at both ends. 001, take 1, ends up 456 on a 452 to get the win light. Here's Josh Baker and Jeff Serra. Going to be the final pair. We've got our bi-car in the water box. Is Josh Baker with a 460 on the final at the Summer Fling, and it's moving on again. Jeff Serra, 13 green. Josh Baker, 002 red. As Serra gets out of the throttle, goes 482 on the 462. QJ Arnold going to get the solo shot here. But again, the win light handed over to Jeff Serra as Josh Baker went red at this end of the racetrack. QJ dialed in at 474. And here we are. Already at the end of round number 5. On a 474, QJ runs 476. Left this end of the racetrack 0.06 of a second early, but on the bye run, you get away with that. You can get away with that. So QJ moves on, and we have cut the field in half yet one more time. Again, getting closer to handing out that $15,000 worth of the FST carburetor money. Here at Bristol Dragway, we're going to continue to roll our way through.
Jags.
When it is time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction for over 30 years. Just ask any of our customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb, the new Race Air Cloud Trailer mounted system with wind, paging, and texting. Computech has what you're looking for. For more information, check out Computech.com and let Computech put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 301-884-5712 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. At FTI Performance, we are proud to be associated with a top-notch brand like the Spring Fling. Dedicated to the racer, our continued commitment to the best customer service in the industry is what separates us from the rest. Join the FTI family and join the list of winners who depend on the power and reliability of FTI to get to the winner's circle. Visit FTIperformance.com today. More and more bracket racers are relying on Mickey Thompson tires to help them to the winner's circle. From the Big Bubba to the Little Bubba, Mickey Thompson has a tire to fit every application. Are you in the market for stainless steel headers for your door car or dragster? Stainless Works offers the highest quality stainless products made to bolt on any application. Made from premium 304 stainless and featuring beautiful show quality TIG welds, all Stainless Works products come with an unmatched lifetime warranty. American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on precision and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. For over 25 years, Regiles has been building fiberglass and carbon fiber dragster bodies and components. More than 90 leading chassis shops rely on Regiles for high-quality, lightweight components. Stop by the Regile display on the Midway and receive a 10% discount on all orders placed this week. K&N has been a proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling since year one. K&N Engineering is the world's leading manufacturer of washable performance air filters and revolutionary nut-driven oil filters. Whether you're looking for a filter for your daily driver or your hot rod, K&N has what you need. Keep it clean. Choose K&N. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating sponsor of the Spring Fling brand since 2010. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you are looking for an advantage, remember the name, Hoosier. See us on the Midway or contact your authorized Hoosier tire dealer nearest you. At Todd's Extreme Paint, we pride ourselves in supplying a quality product for racers, by racers. As racers ourselves, we pride ourselves in giving our customers an outstanding one-of-a-kind paint job at an affordable price in a timely manner. Todd's Extreme Paint takes pride in superior customer service before, during, and after the sale. Todd's Extreme Paint. Add him.
All right, racers, door cars, round number 6. Door cars for round number 6. We are ready for you in the staging lanes, please. Door cars for round number 6. Let's go ahead and get you headed back this direction, please. Door cars, round number 6 on an FST Carburetors $15,000 to win Wednesday. Let's get you headed back this direction, please. Door cars, come on back.
Race Products, we are a company that takes your safety to heart. From the hub of the motorsports industry in Indy, to the Chili Bowl, to the Fling events. We're the faces you see representing safety in all forms of motorsports with our innovative products made right here in the USA. We are also a proud supporter of our men and women in the armed forces. Visit ImpactRaceProducts.com. Mazier Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Fling series of events. As a dedicated family-owned business comprising of dedicated drag racers, Mazier works hard to provide racers with the very best quality components. Win, lose prizes. Them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauge action. Autometer. Sponsor of the Fling event since year one. Visit LRPWheels.com and give Lindsay Racing Wheels a chance to enhance the look of your hot rod. Alltronics Inc. wishes all their customers good luck at this week's Fling event. With over 25 years of experience, Alltronics continues to develop innovative products for the racing industry. From weather stations to data recorders to lightweight lithium batteries, Alltronics has the right product to help you get to that final round. Visit alltronicsinc.com and let us help you get on the fast track to the winner's circle. Are you looking for a new chassis? Or maybe someone who understands what you need for your current race car? Check out Race Tech Race Cars and Components. Race Tech Race Cars. For winners only. Goodyear Tires is proud to introduce a series of tires designed specifically for sportsman racers. If you are looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to be a Fling champion, choose the tires that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear Tires. Strange Engineering has been the leader in drive-in suspension and brakes for over 50 years. From street cars to top fuel dragsters and everything in between, Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race. Race Strange. Since year one, Alta Lab Weather Instruments have been a supporter of the Fling series of events. At this year's event, Alta Lab will again be sponsoring the Best Dialer Award by giving away an Altacom 4X weather station to a racer who goes dead on with a zero. Reliability, accuracy, Alta Lab. Bob Jones has always been an innovator in the racing industry. A member of the PID Hall of Fame, Bob has always found ways to make his spent hundreds of hours on R&D and on-track testing to bring you a quality transmission cooling system designed for the consistency needed to help you get to the winner's circle.
You have been called to the staging lanes, please. Door cars for round number 6. Door cars, round number 6. You've been called to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters, your attention please. Dragsters for round number 6. Dragsters for round number 6. If we could get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters for round number 6. Dragsters, come on back. Dragsters, round 6 to the lanes, please.
Attention in the pits, we have a parts call looking for a lifter that would work for a Mopar 440 for Rusty Blackford. Again, if anybody has a roller lifter for a 440 Mopar for Rusty Blackford, we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Round number 6 on an FST Carburetors Wednesday here at the Rad Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Mitch McKinney and Buddy Fleener. Fleener is like making a habit of being the first pair out, and it's working. Go with what you know, stick with what works. And for the little Chevy 2 rolling in out of Rogerville, Tennessee, the 553 dial is working as well. Mitch McKinney going to be leaving first with a 689 dial. I mean, 553 in the little Nova. That thing is quick, it's fast, and it's mean. And Buddy Fleener's already got the pre-stage bulb lit as round 6 gets underway. The door cars have made their way back. Dragsters, we do need all of you back into the staging lanes as well. And I believe coming up after this, we're going to be getting down into the little numbers. At least as far as numbers of cars remaining. What's happening, Mr. Jerry? I'm looking forward to seeing you in Vegas next week as well. Oh, my goodness. Both drivers are 0-0 at this end of the racetrack. 0.06 of a second separate them, and Buddy Fleener is going to light up the board one more time. This time, Buddy was 001 on the tree. Mitch McKinney was 6 thou behind with a 007 reaction time. Mitch gets to the stripe first by 33 thousandths of a second and breaks out 8 thou. Goes 688 on the 689 on the loss. Buddy Fleener, 556 on the 553. Fleener is moving to round number 7. As now we bring out Chuck Sanders and John LaBouse. Waiting here just a moment. Little mop job on the starting line, and Jerry, I'm going to say again, thank you very much for bringing up those shirts when we were down in Tucson. I appreciate that. Those are awesome. Those are awesome. We wear them with pride. So Sanders going to back it up behind the water box here. And again, just kind of double checking to make sure that everything has been cleaned up on the starting line. The Fling crew paying close attention to that. Mr. Boo Boo checking in on the chat bleachers.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags. We'll do that. No, it was all good. It was all good. Joanne taking care of things. We got the drag tractor out there just real quick doing a touch-up. On the starting line, as it looks like a little something may have been left behind after Mitch McKinney's run.
That's it, racetrack. Top dragster, top eliminator, leading lane, leading 84 gallons by Red Black, elimination by August number 1.
Racers, just a reminder, tomorrow morning for the Mosier Engineering Thursday. According to the flyer that we got here, the gates are going to open right at about, what are we looking at? 7:30 a.m. We'll get our new entry time runs onto the racetrack at about 8:15 a.m. So if you are going to be one of those new entry time runs, we'll get you onto the racetrack about 8:15. We'll start calling into the lanes a little bit before that. We'll get everybody lined up and ready to go. Then we'll start round number 1 of eliminations. And again, tomorrow, we've got that AAA Storm Water Management Award for the first door car and first dragster with a perfect reaction time in round number 1. So we are going to have a nice little bonus going out. So it will pay, or could pay, to get up here a little bit earlier on in eliminations. Again, if you are the first door car or first dragster with a perfect reaction time in round number 1 eliminations, we're going to have a nice little bonus from the folks at AAA Storm Water Management. So we do send a big thanks out to them for the bonus that'll be going out. And yes, as a matter of fact, we don't do a whole lot of shout-outs here, but for the folks up at Saskatchewan International Raceway, north of the border. Big shout out to you guys from all of us here at Bristol Dragway. We're glad that you are listening along and watching on the Jags and Mickey Thompson live feed. Again, thank you so much to the Motor Mania TV crew and for all of you Motor Maniacs that are listening in as we continue to make our way through a day. It has been quite a day so far. The racing that we've seen already on Wednesday has been phenomenal. We've already seen a whole bunch of 3-packs, 4-packs, a whole bunch of margins that have been less than a thou. Just kind of what we've come to get used to running at a spring fling event. But man, is it cool. Let's see, what else? I'm just kind of looking back through some of the comments here on the chat bleachers. I know we got a lot of folks even here on property. And of course, jump on and watch along. So, Joanne, thank you so much for all that you do, for all that the team does. Because whenever we're not at a racetrack, we know that we can tune into Motor Mania TV live and essentially feel like we're there. So we certainly appreciate that. And got folks checking in from, what is that, Adelaide, Australia? I don't know if I'm saying that one right. Adelaide? So we've got folks from Canada checking in, folks from Phoenix, Arizona. And while they are doing a little track prep, we'll get everybody to chime in right now. So we got Australia, we got Canada, Arizona's checking into the house. Bulldog wants to know, what does Friday pay? Friday's $100,000 to win, by the way. So $100,000 on Friday, a $25,000 race on Thursday. The Mosier Engineering Thursday is $25,000 to win. The ATI Performance Products Friday, $100,000 to win. And then Jegs Saturday pays $25,000 to win again. There we go. Montana, Colorado, Maryland in the house. A couple of Coloradans. Oh, Utah. Right. What's up, Theobald? Which, by the way, huge, and I mean huge shout out to the Theobald family for, again, these trophies that we get to hand out here at each and every one of these flings. That is, those things are just amazing. It's something that obviously people want to chase hard. They want to have that trophy in the house, but you guys do such a cool job with those. So thank you very much, Theobalds, for all that you do here. So, well, we got Tennessee's here, Illinois, Charleston, South Carolina, Sydney, Australia. So now we got both Adeline and Sydney. A few North Carolina, Douglas, Georgia. Washington's in the house. I love that, Joanne. Checking in from Bristol Dragway. Of course you are. More Kentucky there for J.R. Hobbs, Hunter Mason, North Carolina, Sean Herbst out of Washington. That's cool, guys. All right, looks like we have finished up with the track touch-up. We're going to let Chuck Sanders and John LaBouse get after it. I like that. Wisconsin. I love it. I love it. So a 525 dial for the Roadster of LaBouse, a 632 dial for the S10 of Chuck Sanders. As LaBouse is already in, staged up, set, ready to go. Sanders joins him on the starting line. Down goes the tree, and we stay green. Advantage goes to John LaBouse, and unfortunately for Chuck Sanders, the truck, is going to pull off to the side there. Sanders was 034 on the tree, and that was pretty much kind of the end of the whole deal. John LaBouse gets out of the gas, goes 546 on a 525, but Sanders, right about the time he was passing the Christmas tree, ended up pulling over out of the groove, getting the truck stopped, and again, it's one of those things, I want to say thank you. I know it's definitely not what you want to have happen, but Sanders with a very heads-up move there, realizing that if something was wrong with the truck, he's going to get it out of the groove, get it stopped as quickly and as safely as possible, just in case if there's anything behind the car, if we got to do any cleanup, it certainly minimizes the amount of time that we would have to do that. So I do certainly appreciate that, as do all of the racers behind you. Chuck Sanders, sorry about seeing the truck have some issues there, but definitely a courtesy move on the part of Chuck Sanders. So round number 6 has gotten off to a little bit of a weird start. But I think we'll get this taken care of. We'll start picking up some momentum and see if we can't make our way through round number 6. Again, I'm talking about like in round number 7, should be coming back with a much smaller car count, to the point that let's just say there may be one of those like runged items. Looks like an NCAA bracket type thing coming into play. Ernie checking in from Florida. Again, I got to agree with you, G. Michael, seeing that, you say, hey, where's everybody from? And all of the folks in the chat bleachers start chiming in. So we do have folks from all over the country. We are international right now with Australia and Canada. Chuck Sanders has been able to fire up the truck. He is driving it down the racetrack. We'll clear the top end, and we'll let Kurt Harrington and Kevin Pollard do battle. Mr. Boo Boo, you know how I feel about that. Big fan of the Cajun country. As a matter of fact, there's some nice little bowls of some red beans and rice and some sausage that were sitting up here in the tower a little while ago. I think it was Wade White I was told that brought those up. That was delicious. You got to love, I mean, you just got to love some Louisiana cooking. Stuff keeps you fat and happy. Real fat and real happy. That's the good part. All right. Oh, it's going to be that kind of night. Sitting up here singing the theme to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood by myself. Well, not to myself. I'm actually singing it to Marco, and he's looking at me like I'm an idiot. And he's perfectly right in that. So Kevin Pollard and Kurt Harrington. All right. So we got off to a little bit of a weird start here in round number 6. I got a feeling we're going to get some momentum behind us. Final pair of door cars. We'll get into that transition pair. And then when we come back in round number 7, I'd kind of alluded to it. I'm sure everybody else has already figured it out. We're coming back on the ladder. So it'll be no longer door cars versus dragsters, at least through the end of the night. We'll get everybody together, and then all of the folks on the live feed can root for whether you like the dragsters or the door cars better, which I already know where most of you guys and gals, like where you're going to throw your hat into the ring, but we'll see how it goes. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette dialed in at 622. Kevin Pollard in the Camaro dialed in at 558. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. I got a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Ho-ho! Both drivers leave early. And it is a true start affair. Second one I've seen since I sat down here. Kevin Pollard, 558, leaving second, was 12 red. Kurt Harrington, 622, leaving first, was 003 red. True start does it again. Kurt Harrington advances, runs down to be 622 on a 622. He's dead on 9. Kevin Pollard was dead on 9. But the difference in reaction time at this end, True Start decided it. Kurt Harrington will take the red Chevette. Into the latter round is Donnie Quisenberry and Howard Westbury. Quisenberry left side, Westbury right side. This is a very good matchup. Wouldn't you say? I'm sorry. I'm already getting a little, like, punch drunk. You got Donnie Quisenberry and Howard Westbury, and it's going to be very fun. 15,000 difference between the two. Donnie Quisenberry and the dragster dialed in at 484. Howard Westbury dialed in at 562, and it's going to be the door car getting the win. Howard 002 on the tree and 2 above the dial. 564 on the 562 gets the win. As Donnie Quisenberry, 17 on the tree, ends up 3 above the dial. 487 on a 484. Westbury moves on as Chris Whitfield and Tim Thomas. Whitfield, I think we're talking about his ability to run the number. He was dead 0, I believe, last time down the racetrack. And Tim Thomas, 474 dial for Tim. 464 dial for Chris. Whitfield's in and set. Thomas is there. And we got a 14,000 difference between them in reaction time. Chris Whitfield. Ooh. 004. Dead on 8. 12 total. Gets to the stripe first by 0.02 of a second. Tim Thomas was 18 green. And there was nothing he could have done to turn that thing around. Whitfield, 004, dead 8. 12. The total package for Whitfield. Tim Thomas had an 18,000 reaction time, and that math just don't add up. Todd Ewing and QJ Arnold. QJ, 476. Todd Ewing, 443. And once again, in, staged, set, go. Oh, no. QJ Arnold is in trouble. Todd Ewing is in control, and Todd puts quad fours up on the board. 4:44.4 gets the win light for Todd Ewing. Ewing was dialed in at 4:43. It was 0:21 on the tree. QJ Arnold was 22 thou behind in reaction time with an 0:43 light and goes 4:77 on a 4:76. Todd Ewing will be back in the latter round as now Chris Galitti and Jeff Serra. Serra on the left, 4:62. Galitti on the right, 4:54. Well, you said it before, it's not going to get any easier for any single one of these drivers as they make their way through. And you're talking about a Chris Galitti and a Jeff Serra matchup right here, right now, round number 6. Only one can return. Galitti's in and set. Jeff Serra, who's already picked. Oh, my goodness, Jeff Serra does not get the dragster staged up. Chris Galitti's running on the single. 4:55 on a 4:54, Chris Galitti, but Jeff Serra, the stage bulbs never turned on. In a round that has brought a lot of unexpected things, I certainly did not expect to see something like that. Huh. So Galitti goes 4:55 on a 4:54. Just wow. Just wow. Timothy Thomas and Bill Dempsey. Dempsey had really been enjoying running over in that right side of the racetrack. I'm going to say he got away with one in the last round. Ended up getting a win light handed over to him. Now he's dialed in at 4:71 here on the left side. Tim Thomas dialed in at 4:76. I don't know that Dempsey's going to get away with this one, and the answer is no. Timothy Thomas, 23 on the tree and 4:85. Still gets him there to the stripe by a bunch, as unfortunately for Bill Dempsey, something went awry. Dempsey had an 0:56 reaction time and then runs 5:21 on the 4:71 way down at just 114 miles an hour. So the car having some issues there for Dempsey. Timothy Thomas headed into the latter round as Will Holloman will get the solo shot. And goes 006 on the tree, looking for 449. Goes 450. 4500 for Will Holloman. But definitely a very interesting round there in round number 6. Started off kind of plagued by some difficulties with the door cars. Ended up with that funky little deal with Jeff Serra. You're going to have to figure out. I mean, I'm going to go back and just take a look.
With performance this raw, you need air that's pure. We started with a firm belief that innovation could improve performance. With the success of 50 years and millions of filters behind us, we continue to look ahead. Guaranteed to protect against dirt and and proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. This is filtration for the future.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality-driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
Nick Folk takes over the left side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 4:56. Kyle Cotrera is on the right side. He's dialed at 4:66. So a tenth of a second head start is going to go to Kyle Cotrera over on the right side of the racetrack. And it's going to be a Maine battle versus an Illinois battle. All the folks that are watching online kind of obviously have got somebody in mind. They continue to call out their shots. Everybody down here watching alongside of the racetrack to find out who gets to come back and take on Scotty's Nova. Pre-stage bulbs are lit between Cotrera and Nick Folk. Folk goes in first. Cotrera is there. Please stay green. Advantage on the tree goes to Nick Folk, and it's going to be Nick Folk advancing into the final round. Nick was 14 green. Take 10 thou at the stripe. To be 4:58 on the 4:56. His reaction time was 15 thou better than Kyle Cotrera's 0:29. Lightus Cotrera goes 4:67 on the 4:66 as Nick Folk lights up the board, moves into the final round of the million over Kyle Cotrera.
Here we are with Scotty Richardson and Nick Folk, the two remaining racers. And the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optimum Batteries. Guys, your appreciation and respect for one another is very obvious. Both of you have accomplished so much in this sport, but this is a big deal. This is a real big deal to get this last win light. How you feeling right now, Scotty?
I honestly, if it wasn't my brother running me in the final, I couldn't ask for a better person to run. Folk family has got a lot of history in racing with the Richardsons, and it's a picture-perfect deal for either one of us. Whoever wins, obviously it's better for them, but we're going to split it up pretty good, and we're both going to be happy anyway.
Nick, same question to you. Obviously, the Richardson and the Folk names are legendary in bracket racing and sportsman racing, but this is a big deal to put on the list of accomplishments. What are you feeling right now?
I feel like I don't want to let my guard down. I've done that before. You know, I feel like the big hurdles are cleared, but I don't want to like trip up on the last one. And just to reiterate on like what he said, I mean, if it wasn't for my father or my brother looking up to him when I was growing up, that just to be able to race him is an honor, and to have him as a buddy and be able to do it, that's even fun. That's a good time.
It should be a wonderful time. What were you right there, Nick?
I wasn't as good as I had been, so I'm thinking low teen or very high O.
Very good assessment of your run. You're 14. Got you a hunt at the stripe, did well, anticipated what he was doing, and you made the run you needed to make. Scotty, you got out and you said, I was 3 red. You were not 3 red, sir. You were 7 dead 4. You laid down a heck of a lap right there. Both of you guys know each other well. You know strategies well. I mean, what do you do when you got this much on the line and you know each other so well? Do you change anything?
No, we're going to probably do the same thing, maybe get a little more aggressive. But we'll, listen, you know, it's the million. It's a million in Bristol. Bristol's been one of my best racetracks for me, and I couldn't ask for any more. I'd like to add one more to it, but if I didn't, it's good enough for Nick to win, and I'll run her up with a smile.
Huge payday here for both of you. This is a life-changing day right here, what you're about to collect. Does that change anything, Nick?
Not that we're here now, I don't feel like. I mean, leading up to it the last couple of rounds, yeah, it's on your mind. That's what I was talking about, not tripping up here at the end. The hard work, I feel like, is done. And no, I didn't mean it that way, Scotty. Don't be taking that. I meant as the money side of things, and it's going to be great either way.
Well, I love the transparency. You guys are excited to be here. That's great. We love to see that. Good luck to you. This is going to be an epic final round with a Richardson and a Folk. Wishing both of you guys luck. We'll see how it lands. Scotty?
Thank you.
Thanks, Judd. Thanks, guys.
Scotty Richardson and Nick Folk, 2 of the best in the game, the best to ever do it, and they're about to square it up for the
would like me to make the call to the lanes. Oh, you did? I did it just a minute ago. Like as soon as you sent out the text. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Sorry about that. Applesauce? Where did you learn how to say applesauce? Oh, that's right. That's right. All right. Cool. All right. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad he tried it. Okay. Well, I only had a couple of minutes. Goodbye, buddy. Sweet dreams. I'll talk to you later. Okay? Bye-bye.
So we should have our 9 that are coming back on the ladder round headed back into the staging lanes. We've got Buddy Fleener coming back on the bye run. Labuse with lane choice over Galitti. Westbury with lane choice over Ewing. Whitfield with lane choice over Thomas. And Holloman with lane choice over Harrington. So we'll get them headed back into the staging lanes. And we'll be rolling into round number 7 here in just a little while. Oh, it is. Oh, oh my goodness. It is always good to be able to spend a little time talking with Sean Clark. He keeps me honest. And I did just get a little reminder, and I appreciate the reminder, that I know we've got a few folks that we're celebrating some birthdays. Let's see, I got to go look back at kind of that, but I know that, let me make sure. Where was it? Oh, yeah, that one is out there. But yeah, see, I think Michael Pascal was yesterday. I got to remember my brother's is tomorrow. But today happens to be Funny Car Chris's birthday, Chris Northup, who, again, kind of talking about some of those live feeds and a few other things, is like the youngest track operator, from what I could see, in the country right now. Moved out here from Idaho, bought Gleason Dragway, and I got to tell you, Chris, I think it's really cool. But again, I do want to send a very special birthday shout out to you, Chris. I hope that your birthday has been absolutely phenomenal. I hope you've had a great day out here. I know, hopefully, I know you were up here because I was listening in. You were looking for that Jessel rocker. Hopefully you found that. If not, there's still one sitting up here on the counter. But hopefully you found that, and that the broken parts didn't end up ruining your birthday. But happy birthday, man. I certainly hope that, especially for a guy like you, you know, a lot of people look at you and think that you can be a bit of a character sometimes. We all know that you can, but if there's somebody out there that's got kind of a pretty genuine heart, one of those guys that'll definitely have your back when you need it, that is Funny Car Chris. So, he may not want to let on too much about it, but I definitely know from some conversations that we've had that the guy's got a really, really big heart, and I wish you all the success in the world with Gleason Dragway. I know it's already started off to be a big hit, and I know you guys are going to take that track places. But happy birthday, man. I certainly hope it's been a good one for you. Also, got to note that it's Bryson Scruggs' birthday as well. So happy birthday, Bryson. I hope that your birthday has been just as phenomenal as Chris's birthday has been. And again, there's a lot of folks out there. I don't know if he's listening in, but like Brandon Lundeen, a whole lot of folks. And AJ Ash had a birthday a couple of days ago. Johnny LeBouf Sr.'s birthday's out there. See, if Jed was here, he could sing to him, but I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably not going to do that. So Johnny LeBouf Sr., Bryson Scruggs, Chris Northup, Michael Pascal was yesterday. Happy birthday to all of you. I certainly hope that I can't think of a better way to spend a birthday than hanging out here at Bristol Dragway doing a little racing, especially at a Fall Fling event. So thank you, Doug Foley, calling out the Bryson Scruggs deal. And anybody else, if you are having a birthday out here this week, man, I hope it's a great one. I mean, how bad could it be if you're hanging out at Bristol Dragway at a spring fling? You know what, Joanne? That's not a bad idea. I know it's already 11 o'clock at night, but I'll just call and wake him up. Let's call and wake him up. And if it weren't for the whole copyright thing, I'd like grab the Beatles' birthday song and just start playing that, but we're not allowed to do that over the live feed. And yes, RTC, happy unbirthday to you. It's my unbirthday as well, which means I should probably celebrate. Joanne, it may only be 10 o'clock in Alabama, but Jed's probably long in bed by now. He's grown to be a responsible adult. So I'm sure he's fast asleep, getting ready for a very, long and productive day at work tomorrow. Which I'm certainly happy that I'm not going to work tomorrow. Instead, I'm going to be here, which I'm certainly excited about. And we'll look up and see whose birthday it is tomorrow, and then we'll go through the whole thing again. We are looking for our 9 that are headed back into the staging lanes. We're in the ladder rounds. And I am certainly glad, as I said before, that Sean Clark, whether he was here before kind of keeping an eye on things or still listening in online, helping to keep us straight. I do too, Mr. Boo Boo. I miss Jed in a big way. But we did have a long conversation. He called me up when it was time, and he's got a lot of other stuff going on. He's got a lot of responsibilities, a lot of things going on in his life. Of course, he's got, kind of his own races that he's promoting and running. And I certainly can see where he's coming from. All of that stuff eats up time. And that decision of how much time can you devote to racing versus how much time can you devote to the family, at some point the balance just has to be set, and he had to make a really tough decision. He loved, and I mean loved, being out here at these events, and hopefully someday he'll find his way back here again, whether he comes out and does a little racing and then maybe comes up, spends a little, whatever it is. I certainly hope that he finds his way back here whenever the time allows for him to do that. But he did have to essentially, I don't know that he used the term responsible adult, but at some point we all have to do that. So he's setting a good example, which is something that I'm not necessarily capable of doing. G. Michael, I appreciate that comment from a little while ago. I don't know if you were talking about very well said about the stuff I said about Jed or very well said about the stuff that I'm not capable of doing the responsible adult thing, because both are true. Marco can attest to the fact that many times he has to remind me that it's time to be a responsible adult. So it sounds like whatever conversations needed to be had have been had. And as we are down to 9, remember, racers, one of the cool things, at least I think it's one of the cool things, about racing at the Fling is just because the ladder is set for this round doesn't mean that that's kind of the ladder you run through for the remainder of the event or for the remainder of the night. The ladder gets reset each and every round. Dang it, if Marco didn't steal the pen that I was going to steal. But that's all right. Ooh. How about Gris Galitti? Gris Galitti. See, I do need somebody to keep an eye on me. How about Chris Galitti? Man, he came out of the water box hot. 4:55 is the dial-in for Chris Galitti. And as we found out a couple of moments ago, John LaBouse rolling up here in the Roadster, trying to give Dad a little birthday present. Our first pair, Dragster versus Door-Car, 5:24 the dial for LaBouse, 4:55 the dial for Chris Galitti, and LaBouse is in deep, deep trouble. LaBouse with an 0:43 reaction time. Chris Galitti was 0:14 on the tree. Galitti 4:56 on the 4:55, and Galitti with the 0:14 reaction time moves to the round of 5. And again, kind of looking at guys that have already had a bye run. Fleener's getting it this time. Ewing's had one, Holloman's had one, and Harrington has had one. So just kind of keep that in mind. So Galitti's 0:14 on the tree, moving into the round of 5. We know that Fleener will be advancing into the round of the 5. He's already had a bye run. Here is Chris Whitfield and Timothy Thomas. Thomas on the right side, dialed 477. Whitfield making the long haul in out of Colorado, dialed in at 464. Once again, pre-stage bulb lights illuminate top side of the tree as Timothy Thomas going to be the first one to dive into stage. Chris Whitfield's right behind him, and here we go. 1,000th of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and Chris Whitfield, 12 on the tree and dead on 0 again. 464-0 on a 464. Whitfield gets the win light over Timothy Thomas. Thomas was 11 on the tree and goes 476 on a 477. Whitfield with an 012 light. Getting the win light over Thomas. So Howard Westbury and Todd Ewing. Ewing's had a bye. Westbury hasn't. It don't matter. Todd Ewing goes red by 0.07 of a second. Howard Westbury was 0:34 on the tree, gets the win light, and rolls it around number 5. Westbury on a 564 dial goes 561 after Todd Ewing lit it red by 0.07 of a second. So we've got Chris Galitti moving on. Howard Westbury moving on so far. Chris Whitfield moving on so far. Next up is going to be Will Holloman and Kurt Harrington. Final pair. We know Buddy Fleener's in. So Fleener's advancing. Galitti, Westbury, and Whitfield. The final of the 5 to move in will be either Holloman in the dragster on the left side, dialed in at 450, or Harrington in the Chevette on the right side, dialed in at 623. Ooh. Harrington's car makes a wacky little move on the starting line as it moves a little left, comes back a little right, added a little distance to the run. And how about Will Holloman? 18 dead on 1. Comes down to 3 10,000ths at the stripe. Harrington was 24 on the tree at this end of the racetrack, but Holloman 19 total and gets the win. The dragsters kind of mop up shop here because Buddy Fleener will be the only door car, to escape and make his way into the final 5. So just by way of, for what it's worth, Fleener's going to roll up here, dialed in at 552. He had the bye right now, so it's not going to matter. Whatever he does here, not going to matter. The only 2 cars that survived that did not yet have a bye were Galitti and Whitfield. Westbury had not yet had a bye. Westbury was 034 on the tree. Whitfield was 12 on the tree, and Galitti was 14 on the tree. So you guys talk amongst yourselves. That little coffee talk thing. Just let it work. 11 on the tree and 551.9 on a 552 for Buddy Fleener. So the 5 coming back going to be Fleener, Galitti, Westbury, Whitfield, and Holloman. When we reach
Fuel Systems Technology was created to develop a line of carburetors that is not only affordable, but innovative while never sacrificing quality. These principles drive us to make the best carburetors possible. From our entry-level RT series to our full race, billet CNC aluminum and stainless steel, billet XS Pro series. Our engineers have spent their entire careers in the high-performance aftermarket developing various carburetors for enthusiasts, pro racers, and everyone in between. They helped form FST with the same goal that we all share, to get the best performing system into your vehicle for the best price possible. We too are the users, cruisers, and enthusiasts pushing our street rods, muscle cars, and drag cars to their limits. We understand the time and investment that you put into your vehicle, and FST is our opportunity to bring you something innovative, quality driven, and affordable. Get yours through most reputable online retailers or learn more at fstcarb.com.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Track at all. So if it's a car that has been down the track with a new driver, that is not a new entry. The car has not been down the track at all, it is a new entry. 8:15, then we'll get right into it. Round number 1 of the 25K. Nate, appreciate you making a trip. Did you have to connect? Straight flight? What do we got?
Nope, had a little layover in Dallas.
You're a trooper, my friend. Nate has a full-time job at home and drops everything to come to the flings. And when Kyle and I think it was probably about 2013, we were listening to an NHRA race, and we were like, this guy's good. Huh? This guy's good. We like his style.
Well, I am certainly glad that I got the opportunity to come out here going on, what was I out here, like the 3rd fling? I think
it was 13. Yep.
I think it was like the 3rd fling that you guys did. I got to come out here, and then, of course, we started doing the ones in Vegas, and I certainly appreciate any time and every time that I get the invitation, so thank you very much.
It's an open invite, my friend. You've been part of the family for a while. You are a class act, and you're great at what you do, and we're lucky to have you.
Well, I did see, I was paying attention, and thank you very much for that. But today, you got a lot of first-timers on the mic, getting some guys out here that have never picked up a microphone before.
We were throwing everybody.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
My new thing, go ahead, Nate.
It was a couple years ago. I threw Marco on the mic for the first time. He picked it up, like a fish to water.
Yep.
Right? Like, he just handles his business now. He's got it done. I heard Donnie on the mic today.
Donnie gave the true native New York
yes, he did.
attitude. Yep.
Yes, he did, and I loved it. I loved every minute of it. Tim was on the mic today.
Tim was great.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Right? That was awesome. Had Dylan, Dylan's not new to this world of announcing. He does a great job. Stopped up here for a little while, Dylan Lee, so I appreciate that. But it's just cool. And I think we're going to get to hear another new voice at the Fling.
We are.
So that's going to be cool.
And the ladder is out, Nathan.
It is. You want to do it or you want me to do it? All right. So as was suspected, Chris Whitfield, you will be coming back on the bye. So Chris Whitfield, you've got the bye rolling into the round of 5. Corey Galitti with lane choice over Howard Westbury, and Fleener with lane choice over Holloman. So again, Galitti with lane choice over Westbury, Fleener with lane choice over Holloman. Those are the 5 that will be returning for this round. So again, it's Whitfield on the solo, Galitti lane choice over Westbury, Fleener lane choice over Holloman. And Brandon Lundeen, thank you very much for the text. I'm glad you got to hear it. So, yeah. I will be in Vegas next weekend. Like Peter was just saying, I'm going to have to do like the real job thing all week, and then I'll probably be out there, Saturday and Sunday. So we do have a fantastic divisional event coming up in Vegas, which Marco's going to be wheeling and dealing and trying to pick up some trophies and points and all of that good stuff. And now that I know Marco a little bit better, let's just say anytime he's on the racetrack, I will be a little bit more straightforward with what we talk about. Some of those things may come up with, what the hell, Marco? I don't know. We'll see. All right, so we have got our final 5, the last 5 that are left to run here. And like Peter had said earlier, had a lot of folks already asking, where's Umbrella Man? We found out that he will be headed this way in the morning. So that will certainly, I think it was that first fling like in 2013 that Umbrella Man was discovered. Of course, what else have we discovered over the years? And not necessarily what have we discovered, but kind of some of the things that I've learned. Like, of course, learned about Umbrella Man. I had to help JJ understand that Chet Dragon is an actual dragon. He just morphs into human form when he goes drag racing. We had to do that. There's been a lot of things. Of course, tonight we turned, and we'll continue to turn more people and more people. I mean, there's a lot of celebrities out here. There's a lot of celebrities out here. Things that people didn't even know about. Like what I didn't know is that actually, I did find this out the other day, that for a brief stint in high school, Peter Biondo actually moonlighted as a Dean Martin impersonator at a small pizza parlor near his house. He would work the late shift from like 11:30 to 11:45. He would sing Dean Martin songs. I bet you didn't even know that, Pete.
Every day. Whatever it takes, Nate. Speaking of which, Nate, check this out, right? So You want to talk about
wait.
divine?
Sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to interrupt you just real quick.
Yep.
Did I miss this? Was this while I was on the plane? Somebody said that Emily was on the mic today too?
Yes, sir.
Really?
And that's a first.
I got to go back and rewind that because that must have been while I was on the plane because I missed that.
And let me tell you, the average viewing was about 1,000 to 1,100 today. She pops on the mic and we hit 1,400.
I'll bet.
Like within 30 seconds. Everyone text each other and
like you gotta. That is awesome. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. We'll take the remaining 5 back to the front of the lanes for pairings. So Nate, check this out. So last night in the Drexler shootout, right? So obviously this is the place that Kyle and I started this whole brand. Obviously, it's the first time we're here without him. Robert Domino pulls in the winner's circle of the Drexler shootout and he's been running this all year. Didn't just put this on today. With you know where you have drivers' names, like he's been driving with Kyle Seipel's name, like Kyle's riding with them all. I mean, and there we are, and it was just a moment under the tower.
That's way
looking
cool.
at the right first day, first race without him here, and it's not just like a decal. He put it on like he's the driver. It was just surreal, man.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. That is so cool. That's just good vibes for the whole week.
Absolutely. I mean, there'll never be another Kyle Seipel, that's for sure. But he'll be proud watching you guys race, watching you guys have fun, because that's what he was all about. So we'll give you guys a chance to get up to the front of the lanes. I'll meet you guys out there in a minute. See if anyone wants to talk or if we're going to race for the flyer.
We are proud to be out here, enjoying the weather, enjoying each other's company, and enjoying yet another stop on the Spring Fling, Fall Fling, and now Summer Fling Tour. And as most of you know, we recently lost Kyle. It's a big loss to the family. It's a big loss to all of our hearts, and it's something that hurts real bad.
Kyle is watching from up above, and we're going to make him proud today. You guys drive your best. With that said, I want to thank you racers from the bottom of my heart, and if Kyle was here, he'd say the same thing. We couldn't do it without you guys, and you guys look like you're having a great time, and that's what it's all about. But let's put our game faces on and turn on some win lights.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. And for Kyle Seipel, let's go racing.
flat out awesome. So, yeah, pretty soon I'm going to be the garbage guy, and hopefully they'll still let me hang out. But as long as I still get to hang out, I don't care. I'll do whatever they need to have done. All right, so we're going to be just a couple of minutes. We're going to get those 5 drivers back into the staging lanes. They'll go back and have any conversations that need to be had. But Whitfield's coming back on the bye. Galitti with lane choice over Westbury, and Fleener with lane choice over Holloman. Let's get those 5 drivers back to the lanes, please.